Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planning the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going today, guys? I am not late. I am not late. You can't do this to me. You cannot do this to me. I am exactly on time. This is racism. This is racism. These counts are rigged. What do you have? Dominion clocks? You have Dominion clocks going on here. No one can believe you anymore. You guys have cried wolf far too long. Oh my goodness. Oh, so how are you guys doing today? My hair is a disaster. Who wakes up and actually gets ready for, their day? Not me. Goodness gracious. You are my mirror. You are my mirror. Okay, today the Chandler Halderson trial resumes, I suppose. I'm not sure to call this day 8 or day 9. I think Channel 3000 is calling it day 8, and I think Law and Crime is calling it day 9. So I don't know what to call it. Let's see. Yeah, I saw Shri. I saw that Edgecomb will be streamed after they finish picking a jury. Here, I'll show you guys. Look at this. Edgecomb is actually being streamed right now, but his jury selection, and it's going to be exceedingly boring. So I don't know if I'm going to do that. But here, take a peek. Look at that. There it is. There's Edgecomb's trial right there. You got the judge, you got the prosecutor, white men. You've got the witness stand, and you've got defendants. This is a neat little setup that they have here. And I guess you have the gallery back here behind the prosecutor, but how many seats is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 14 seats. That could be the jury box. But they're not doing the jury selection in the actual jury box. There's no way this camera is going to stay this way once it's actually started. But what happened yesterday is the jurors appeared on this live feed. And because the jurors appeared, some potential jurors, my understanding, because some potential jurors appeared on the live feed, one of these defense attorneys made a motion to have the entire jury pool removed, and the judge granted the motion and said, "Okay, yep, you right. We gotta get these jurors off the screen, and then we'll resume the case." And panel a new jury. They got a new jury pool of 50 people, and they started their questioning, but then they did not finish. Because it's all still muted. So anyway, the full coverage of that case from places like Court TV or whatever starts whenever opening statements start, which could be today. I hate how this is working out. I'm actually very frustrated with this beginning of the year. I'm just going to say that. I'm very frustrated with the beginning of the year here because there are, I've wanted to cover some of these cases in full, and it's been a mess, partly because of my schedule. Getting those cases covered. So, but alas, it is what it is. It's hard to be the hardest working man on the planet. The long crime feed has started, and there's someone already talking. Holy shit. Here we go. here we go.
That IP address.
Channel 3000
69
isn't even starting.
130.255.56.
Doxed. I'm going to
And
switch
that's the
the
account that
to
Mark
day
Halderson paid
9.
for. That was his internet.
This whole thing is a mess.
User, or his internet company was TDS.
Yes.
At this time, I would move 483 and 484 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received. Counsel, at what point would you like me to read the stipulation regarding the business records?
After this witness.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
And as already
This is
been
the
explained
IT
to the
cop.
jury,
So
there was a bunch of email accounts in this
expect
case that
excessive
became
waistline.
relevant or of interest.
Yes.
And those included Aaron Hoover at gmail.com, Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com, as well as Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, Speeth Daniel at gmail.com, and Chaninja at gmail.com.
So
Yes.
this is where we're learning that Chandler Halderson
Various accounts.
Yes, I did.
Chandler Halderson managed like 45 email accounts because he's a weirdo. Who has time for that?
What has been marked as 479, 480, 482, 450, 451, 452, as well as 453. How would you describe these various documents as a group?
These are all Google records for various Gmail accounts.
The 45 is an
Let's go through
exaggeration,
'em, one by one. 451. What is
but
exhibit
more than
451?
one.
451 appears to be the certificate of authenticity from Google Incorporated for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, as well as chninjalderson at gmail.com.
So not that uncommon. People often have more than one email.
Correct.
And they both have part of his name in that. Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of what you received from Google?
Yes.
I would move exhibit 451 into evidence.
No objection.
Chandler
It is
Ninja
received.
Halderson.
452, how would you describe 452 to the jury?
452 is also a certificate of authenticity for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, as well as a chninjalderson at gmail.com.
Okay, true and accurate copy.
Yes.
I would move exhibit 452 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And the dates are just different on those, a different date range of.
I have
emails,
3 email
right?
addresses and
Correct.
it's 3 too many. Email is garbage.
Exhibit 450, how would you identify exhibit 450?
450 is also a certificate of authenticity for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, also from Google.
Again, different dates than the other two. I would move exhibit 450 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
No, my shirt says me so fat.
82, how would you describe document 482?
482 is a certificate of authenticity for aaron.hoovermatc at gmail.com, Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com, Speeth Daniel at gmail.com, and Jackstrap Cowboy 625 at gmail.com.
Jackstrap cowboy or
I
jockstrap
would move
cowboy?
482 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
How would you describe 480?
480 is Google subscriber information for Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com.
And that has information such as when the account was created, the IP address, and other such information.
Yes.
I would move 480 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
How would you describe document 481?
481 is the subscriber information for Speeth Daniel at gmail.com.
And again, has all that information such as creation date, backup phone, etc.
Yes.
I would move 481 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
So all these
And
email addresses are
finally,
part of his web of
479, how would you
lies.
describe document 479?
479 is the Google subscriber information for aaron.hoovermatc at gmail.com.
All right, and I would move 479 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
What's up, United
And
States
I would
AQ?
also move 453, which is just a USB of the records
No.
already in evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Now, a lot of this is somewhat technical information, not
Jenny B
particularly
asked, do you shower?
user-friendly for people
Yes.
that aren't technologically inclined like myself.
Yes,
that
I,
fair?
I do
Yes.
shower.
Okay, so we put together.
Or are you
this
asking the
chart,
cop?
Exhibit 565. How would you describe Exhibit 565?
565 is a listing of the email accounts we've discussed, along with their dates of creation, the IP address of creation, the subscriber for each IP address, as well as the recovery phone number for the accounts, and the date of birth for the accounts.
Okay. At this time, I would move, and you checked this information and made sure it was the same information in all of these documents.
Yes.
Okay, I would move 565 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
All right, and here's just a copy of 565. I would ask the publish.
By the way, shout out to all the brave souls that suffered through that great movie last night. God, it was awful. One of the worst things I've watched in a very long time.
So while the Elmo is warming up, Detective, there's some known information also on this chart.
Warming up?
Towards the bottom. And one of those is the IP address of 45950 Spring Circle.
Yes.
And that's the IP address starting with 69.
Yes.
And then we also have Chandler Halderson's birthday. And what is that date?
March 15th of 1998.
And that was gathered from a driver's license and also from the interview of Mr. Halderson.
Yes.
And we also have Chandler Halderson's phone number, which was 920-838-4549.
Yes.
And that was confirmed via phone records from the company.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Pull it up on my computer.
We've got some super chats that are in early. Squizgar says, you're on time? Who are you, Glowy, and where is Rackets?
Issue there, so I'm gonna attach it to my computer.
Eric the Red, no, I'm not watching that Abe Lincoln movie. Ew. The movie was called Is This a Joke? Yes, it was a joke. God, it was awful. Don't watch it. Don't do it. Look at that face on this guy. Fire it up. Get fired up. Software.
How do I get it to my?
Angry Baneling. Abe Lincoln. You would have loved the movie yesterday, Baneling, but you missed it. You missed it. Oh my God, it's Dana. Says, wait, I thought the other trial started today. They're still in jury selection. It might actually start today. And then I'll have a conflict. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should continue on with Canabro or switch over to Theodore Edgecomb.
Up, Lindsay?
That's working? Let's go ahead and come.
All right. Sorry about that.
This trial is like so boring to watch through all of it. I don't know. Oh yeah, they've got a thing. They've got a thing on screen. Here we go.
All right, so that chart, it might be a little hard to read, but just, and that's why I gave you a copy, Detective. Aaron Cooper, MATC@gmail.com.
This guy has resting meal face.
69.130.255.56.
And again, that is the IP address associated with the Oak Spring Circle.
Yes.
So the judge just told the other
There's a recovery
trial
phone
that
number
the jury's going to be picked in the next 5 minutes?
Setting up that account?
No,
And a recovery phone number, again, is a phone number that you can put in when you create an email address in case you ever forget your password.
correct.
And what was the date of birth of that is listed under that account?
February 11th of 1988.
Let's move to alyssabrandt64@gmail.com. What is the IP address of creation?
August 18th of 2020.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the date of creation. What is the IP address?
69.130.255.56.
So again, the Bart Halderson internet account.
Yes,
So that email was created connected to that Wi-Fi.
yes.
Justin
And
Wright says, at least you were not broke down the first 4 days of the Superior,
There was none.
Wisconsin, then came home to a broken furnace, which cost
March 15th of
$12,000 to replace.
1998.
Damn.
Chandler Halderson's birthday.
Yes,
All right, what about chandlerhalderson@gmail.com? What was the date of creation?
January 20th of 2020.
And what was the IP address of creation?
69.130.255.56.
Again, the Halderson address is Wi-Fi.
Yes,
And what was the recovery phone number for the Chandler Halderson Gmail?
920-838-4549.
And the date of birth.
March 15th of 1998.
And speakdaniel@gmail.com. What was the date of creation?
August 5th, 2020.
And what was the IP address of creation?
68.113.249.195.
So that one is on a different Wi-Fi account.
Yes,
What is the recovery phone number for speakdaniel@gmail.com?
920-838-4549.
So Chandler Halderson.
Thank you for reading the chart to us.
The phone number for the recovery.
Yes,
And what is the date of birth listed for speakdaniel@gmail.com?
March 15th of 1998.
Chandler Halderson's birthday?
Yes,
All right, I'll put up the poll. You guys can help me decide which case to cover live.
So
Halderson.
detective, during the course of this investigation, did you also download some phones?
yes.
How do you download a phone?
The phone needs to be connected to a computer running appropriate forensic software, and then perform a data acquisition from the device.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
The phone needs to be connected to a computer running forensic software, and then you're able to acquire data from a device.
And do you always get the same sort of data with every type of phone?
No,
Explain that.
there's a number of reasons why we get different data from different devices. First of all, different devices retain different types of information. For example, a brand new iPhone is going to retain different data versus an Android phone. Older phones typically do not retain the same information as well. There's a variety of reasons why phones don't all retain the same type of information.
And in this case, one of the phones that you dumped or downloaded was an old-fashioned.
Blue Bunny says, attorney slayer, you're
Yes.
as bad as the MSM. I mean, he did kill an attorney.
I'm approaching you with Exhibit 550. How would you describe Exhibit 550?
Exhibit 550 is an extraction
How would
report.
you label him?
And for what phone was Exhibit 550, the extraction report for?
That was a flip phone that was
These
submitted.
are often called burner phones
Yes,
because you can pay as you go and throw them away when you're done.
yes,
And is this the phone in particular that you, I will let you look at that you downloaded in document 550?
yes.
I would move Exhibit 550 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And because it's a flip phone, what sort of information, if any, were you able to get off of a flip phone?
I was not able to extract any data from the phone itself.
Were you able to determine what the phone number was?
Yes.
For this partner phone?
Yes.
Right now,
what is the
Edgecomb is
phone
winning the
number of this
poll,
burner
but
phone?
you know we're still deficient
Phone
by
number
about
is 608
1,500 votes.
598
Get on that poll.
7868.
And during the course of the investigation, did you download a phone that was associated with Bart Halderson?
Yes.
And what sort of data, if any, were you able to get from Bart Halderson's phone?
From his phone, we recovered a variety of data, including photographs, videos, call logs, text content, I believe some web browsing history.
And Bart had an iPhone.
Yes.
And if I bring you some iPhones, would you be able to tell which one?
Possibly.
I know it's one of these two.
iPhones all look very different. They're each unique individual.
And it's
As-
okay if you can't.
as
But it was the
different
one
as-
associated with Bart Halderson
Yes.
that was hidden in his shoe with his driver's license.
Yes.
And you were able to download his data into some sort of report?
Yes.
Describe that.
When the data is acquired from the phone, essentially you have raw data, which is not real useful to the layperson. So we move the data to the physical analyzer program, which then allows for a much more user-friendly viewing of the data.
And what sort of information can you get?
Zero BP. Yeah, of course we were able to finish because we're
Again, we
not
see
cowards.
Photographs that may be saved. We may see videos, phone call logs, text content, contacts. For example, if I entered you as a contact in my phone, I would get a list of those contacts. Possibly web browser history.
And I'm showing you what has been marked as 497.
Well, no, day one of
Please
Edgecom's
describe
going to
it
be
as
opening
497.
arguments, which will probably be pretty good.
497 is the USB drive of the download from Bart Halderson's cell phone.
And you provided a true and accurate copy of that?
Oh yeah,
download?
YouTube's pissed
Yes.
off at me, I
All
think.
right, I would move exhibit
to Loco.
497 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
No further questions.
Thanks.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Turning first to that phone download process that you just talked about.
Yes.
How many phones did you download for that data acquisition in connection with this case?
With this case? I believe 2.
Those would be Bart's phone and who else?
Ms. Melender's phone.
Now, when you download those phones and create these reports.
Okay, so Judge
Do
just
you
said,
look at them
Hold
to
on just a
see
second.
what they contain, or do you just simply give those reports to others who look for things of evidentiary value?
Depends on the case.
What did you do in this case?
In some cases, I believe I did view some of the evidence, yes.
So the information you downloaded was reviewed, and anything of evidentiary value from the sheriff's department's view was found, correct?
yeah,
Possibly.
Jackson Graham, I'll
Well-
mention it in a second.
Let me put it this way. When you write reports, if you do something, or if you look at something and you determine it's not relevant to the case, you might write in that report, no evidentiary value.
Correct.
Man, that face, that resting.
That's the only thing I have. Thank you.
It's okay.
Nothing.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay, so the judge in the Edgecomb case just said that the he expects to have the jury seated in the next couple of hours, and it looks like they will start opening statements this afternoon. So we'll have a clear time to switch over to that, if that's the case. And if anybody is monitoring that, it's really hard for me to listen to Halderson and Edgecomb. So if anybody's monitoring that from time to time and can let me know when they actually make that switch, that'd be super helpful. And only real answers, not troll answers, please. But it should give us a nice break, sometime around lunch maybe, to switch over if they get the jury paneled. Yeah, Stabby McStabswood. I don't know what I did to piss off
If you're still
YouTube.
comfortable to testify without your mask, that would be fine.
Like,
If you
I'm
need
not
to wear it
sure what
today
it is, but
and believe
yeah,
that's
I got
important, then you
yesterday.
could.
It
Thank you.
started last night. Got shadow
Judge,
banned to
before we get
shit.
started, would you mind, I think, reading the stipulation as it has to do with business records at this time?
Certainly. Oh, I do have it. And I just found the stipulation I emailed counsel about, so don't worry about that. I do have that here. Ladies and gentlemen, the district attorney and the attorneys for the defendant have stipulated and agreed to the existence of certain facts, and you must accept these facts as conclusively proved. The parties stipulate that the records produced by the below companies and organizations are authentic records, and there is no dispute to the accuracy of the records. Wisconsin law provides that records produced by businesses and organizations can be considered self-authenticating when certain conditions are met. The parties stipulate such conditions have been met regarding the records in this case. This stipulation concerns records produced by, number 1, Apple Inc., number 2, Discord Inc., number 3, Google Inc., number 4, Madison College, number 5, PayPal Inc., number 6, Settlers Bank, number 7, Snap Incorporated, number 8, Square Incorporated, number 9, TDS Communications LLC, number 10, US Cellular, and finally, number 11, UW Health / CIOX Health.
What's up?
May we approach your Honor?
Yes.
Oh boy. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Yeah, I don't know. I did that Evils of State Worship video. And that thing got just actually trashed, completely suppressed. It has been one of the worst performing videos I've done in quite a while. Woo! Wow. So that's been good, and it's been since that. I also got an age restriction on a 2-year-old video, so I'm sure I've been mass flagged by someone, probably involving. Well, I don't know. I don't want to speculate that it involves law and crime. But it could. They're apparently kind of pissed, so that's funny. And then, last night my live stream was shadow banned. Of course, that might have been my fault because I originally had COVID in the title, which was that was a no. I shouldn't have done that. That was a rookie mistake. And then today it appears to be going a little slow in the morning. And that's the way the YouTube gods go. Oh, also, I've been steadily losing subscribers, which could coincide in some way with people who subscribe during Rittenhouse, but it seems a little early. Usually that's about 6 months for that. But so it's fun. It looks like I'm just in bad boy YouTube land. Bad boy YouTube land for whatever. When does the trial of Back Off start? No idea. It's been pushed back to somewhere at least around April or May. Marie Wallace, moving to Rumble would not cure any of these woes. If people don't want to watch on YouTube, it's already on Odyssey. But alt tech is just, it's not there. It is not there, unfortunately. Gotta get rid of some of these old windows. No, Ken, I don't think it has anything to do with Jack Murphy because that was a while back. No, I have not lost 2,000 subs. I've lost like 200 subs. Well, this is great. This is top shelf riveting content that we've come to expect from the Chandler Halderson trial. I actually thoroughly hate that this judge has made this order. Where we won't hear any arguments outside of the that aren't being made in front of the jury. I think that's a bad order. It's a bad order. It makes the case a bad watch from like a legal commentary perspective because we don't get to see what legal arguments are being made. So who knows? Silver coins go clink clink, says the man on the stand looks like a towhead. Also, what is the Edgecomb thing? And do socks have a right side? Yes, socks have correct feet that they go on. Kalex, is your video re-showing the 11-year-old girl being knocked into her place? I mean, I don't know. I feel like the shadow suppression stuff started before that. The subscriber throttling certainly did. That was great. That started a couple days ago. And then the video that I did on the 17th is the one that did just terrible. Terrible. Whew. I'll show you how that video is doing. It's great. Real quick. Since nothing's happening, look at this. Woo! So this is where your videos typically are, right? And this is where this one is. That's fun. With largely positive feedback on the video. So, always good. Always good to have that kind of result. Any chance we'll watch the Baby Yeeter trial if that ends up being broadcast? What's the Baby Yeeter trial? The lady who threw her newborn in a dumpster? Link the video. You want me to link the state worship video? I have another video coming out really soon. A too spicy for YouTube video coming up. It's going to go up on my locals. Here's the video to the Fauci thing. So here's my evils of state worship video that you can watch at your leisure. It was just a random rant about how stupid the worship of the state is and where we are with that, where we're just going ahead and letting the state run everything about our lives. And people are happy about it. They want to be told what to do. Like, patrol me harder, Daddy State. Please, please, State Chan. Mm-mm-mm-mm. The judge in the other case right now is trying to eliminate jurors. Fan of beers. I mostly YouTube full time. I don't really prefer to practice. YouTube is much more fun and interesting, and I get to comment on more interesting cases. Oh, thank God. Are we finally done with that sidebar?
As one of the two lead case detectives on this case, was one of your roles to review the email accounts that we just heard Detective Blank testify about getting all those records?
Yes.
And
I'll
when I
still
say review
summarize
these email
Canna
accounts,
Bro.
did you in fact go through and read all of the emails?
Yes.
So specifically, I'm going to talk to you today about 4 different email accounts. Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, Spieth Daniel at gmail.com, Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com, and Aaron Hoover at gmail.com. Did you review those email accounts?
Yes, I did.
As it goes to Mr. Spieth, Ms. Brandt, and Mr. Hoover, we're going to talk about essentially the entirety of those email accounts, correct?
That's correct.
From creation through when you got access.
Oh, that's good. This trial is a disaster to watch.
When it comes to the company SpaceX, were there ever any
Oh my God.
documents contain messages, emails? This is 549 I'm showing you, that were pulled out by you and other members of law enforcement in what you believe to be relevant to this case.
Yes.
I'll move exhibit number 549 into evidence.
Any objection other than as noted?
No,
And I'll note for the record, 575 is a USB containing it for display, and I'd move 575 into evidence and ask to publish it.
Those exhibits are received and may be published.
All right. So when we're talking about Mr. Halderson's actual Gmail account, were there emails in that account in between him and these people, supposedly someone named Mr. Spieth, Ms. Brandt, and Mr. Hoover? Did Mr. Halderson's own Gmail account contain those messages?
Yes.
And for purposes of what we're going to look at just first, talking about Mr. Halderson's Gmail account, we did not include those because we're going to look at them when we look at these accounts, right?
That's correct.
Okay. What types of messages were you looking for when looking at chandlerhalderson@gmail.com? What were you trying to figure out?
Any communication with anyone from Madison College, anything related to his employment, either at SpaceX or American Family, any communications with his parents, anyone else. If we identified somebody within the email that we would like to contact, then we went and maybe did an interview of somebody within that email.
So we're going to look at a number of emails, and we'll start with number 30. We'll just
This is not the
start
same
here.
lady
This
from
doesn't look
yesterday.
like a normal email. It's in a different format. Tell us about the format that we're looking at these in.
Sure. As Detective Blank just spoke to, the data that he provides us to review as case detectives is within the Cellbrite Reader program. And so we can generate reports from the emails. And again, this is just number 30 within the report we created. On the left is the number 30, the timestamp and date, and then the subject of the emails is to the right of your screen.
Sure. And so this one we'll just talk about its makeup, and we won't do that for all of them. So 30 is a number created by Cellbrite on the far left. That just is the number of the email.
That's correct.
All right. The timestamp, there it says June 7th, 2021 at 8:13 a.m. As we go through this, we won't talk about time a lot, but is that time specifically accurate in this program?
In this program, in this particular report, it is not. So the UTC -5 is in regards to, you actually should add the 5 hours back to the email time. Detective Blank informed me that the Google records were actually received in our central time, and Cellbrite Reader program subtracted 5 hours.
So while the times might not be super relevant today, but if the jury looks at that, they should just think it's plus 5 hours each time.
That's correct.
Okay. And so then at the very top of the column on the right, we have the subject of the email, which is the subject line we always think of in an email.
Yes.
And here it's email from MATC, and the body, that's the actual email that was sent.
Yes, it is.
All right. And we have this one, Chaz, I did not receive the email string regarding the appointment on Thursday. Please send to me, signed Bart Halderson. And Bart Halderson's email is what?
B.
B. Halderson at BDO.
BDO.com.
What is BDO?
It was Bart's place of employment.
His accounting firm?
Yes.
Okay. So you went through these emails and pulled out ones relevant as you've discussed. And so we'll start going through those. Talk to me about email 20. If you could just, we have to read it into the record, of course. So I'll just say that it was on June 11th, 2021. The subject was HR. What did that email read?
Did you email HR to inquire about your paycheck? Unless there is something that you are not telling us, they have had ample time to pay you. Bart Halderson.
And that was from Bart to Chandler.
That's correct.
Email 19 on June 11th, 2021. The subject read HR from Chandler to Bart. Could you read the response essentially?
I added him to my room queue, so hopefully soon.
Again, on the
What the
same
hell?
day. we
What's
have
a
email
room queue?
18, the subject is payment, and it's from Chandler to someone named Tom Selznick at protonmail.com. Could you read the body of that email?
The notorious
Good afternoon. My name is
email
Chandler
address of
Halderson.
corporations.
I was recently made aware of you taking my case. Can I have an explanation of why I haven't been paid yet? Thank you, Chandler.
Notoriously famous
Then
Proton
if you look at
Mail.
the time
for
on this
running the
one, you
email
just did that.
addresses
It's
of American Family
8:49:35. But shortly after that, on June 11th, obviously we're adding that 5 hours. So June 11th, 2021, Mr. Selznick, someone named Tom Selznick at protonmail.com, emails Chandler Halderson in response. What does he say?
Hi, Chandler. I was given your case on Tuesday. However, I have contacted your payroll company and have determined a few issues. One, You are registered as salary, however, you are making an hourly wage. 2, for 2 months, the payroll company saw your name and dues as a clerical error. Unfortunately, you have been making $25 an hour when your salary states you should be making $61,000 annually. This is around a $10,000 difference annually. When I get in contact with payroll, I will show them exactly when you were switched and find out why there was a delay on your dues. Have a great rest of your Friday. Tom Selznick. Tom Selznick,
2 months.
Northeast
2
Remote
months.
Human Recourses Manager.
Human Recourses
Email
Manager.
16 on same day, June 11th.
He
from
misspelled
Selznick to
the
Chandler.
shit in his fake
Could you read
email.
that?
I updated the log and changed your dues. I'll let payroll know of the change. Keep an eye on your bank account and let me know if you have not been paid by next
By
Friday.
next Friday.
Tom Selznick. Northeast,
You can continue.
Northeast Remote Human Recourses Manager.
Number 13, this is
Can't
a June
spell.
11th from Chandler back to Mr. Selznick. What does it
Maybe
read?
if he had actually gone to college
When
instead of
is payday
pretend
for
college,
me?
he could
I
spell.
was wondering when I'd get paid.
From email 12, same day, June 11th, 2021, from Mr. Selznick to Mr. Halderson. What does it read?
First payment ASAP, then the first Friday of each month.
A very
Tom
typical
Selznick.
payout schedule for a large corporation.
Email 10, from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Selznick.
For a salaried employee
on
to get paid once a
17th of
month.
June now. What does
Very
it read?
common.
Good evening. I was hoping to hear the status of my check. Is there anything wrong or holding it back from being delivered? I recently had to go to the emergency room, so I will need my check ASAP. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 9, June 18th, from Mr. Selznick to Mr. Halderson. The subject is still regarding payment. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning, Chandler. I will make some calls when your office opens to speed things along. I'm sorry to hear about your trip to the ER. That's never fun. I do appreciate your patience with this, Tom Selznick.
Email number 7 on the 18th of June from Mr. Selznick, Mr. Halderson, still regarding payment. Could you read the body of that email?
I will be traveling to Madison, Wisconsin, Wednesday of next week for restructuring of the HR department. It seems there is a lack of communication to be resolved. I will hope to meet you in person and have a sit down on Thursday if you are capable of travel. Tom Selznick.
Email 6 on the 18th of June from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Selznick. Could you read the body of that email?
Yes, that will work fine. I look forward to meeting with you. Thank you, Chandler.
Yeah, Nina, that's the theory and seems
Now
to be the
email
case
4,
that he's
from Mr. Selznick to Mr.
he's
Halderson
emailing
on
himself.
the 24th of June. Subject meeting times. What did Mr. Selznick report?
could be cat.
Good morning, Chandler. I'm holding a board meeting this afternoon to discuss the changes I've made to the department. If I am able to meet with you today, I will join your room around lunch over Team Viewer. My apologies for the inconvenience. However, there would not be enough members tomorrow to hold the committee.
A committee over this guy's paycheck, huh?
Email number 3 from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Selznick. Meeting times. Could you read the body of that email?
I will be available 12 to 5 p.m. today in my room. I would like to be kept up to date with any news regarding my case. Thank you, Chandler.
We've got a committee on it, Chandler. Don't worry.
That person, Tom Selznick, we heard about a lot of subpoenas from Alyssa Brandt and Hoover and Chandler, all at gmail.com. Tom Selznick at protonmail.com. Were you able to subpoena Proton Mail?
We did not subpoena Proton Mail.
What goes into that?
That wasn't
decision
the
or why not?
question.
After reviewing the emails, Detective Shunk and I had a conversation with Detective Blank in regards to the Proton Mail. And we learned that it's an email server based out of Switzerland. So based upon that information,
Via Swiss, yeah.
we opted to not draft a subpoena for the records. And we decided to contact American Family directly to ask if Tom Selznick was an employee there.
Sure. And you made contact with those people.
We did.
And in fact, we're going to hear from them today.
Yes.
I'll take back this exhibit from you.
Yeah, the timestamps, if you missed it, you have to add 5 hours to every
Showing it's been
timestamp.
marked in this case, exhibit number 478. if you could page through that real quick and let me know what that is.
Roxanne Jimsky says, watching Chandler's trial reminds me of the Menendez brothers who murdered their parents back in 1990. There's always motive behind an evil action. Just my opinion. Thanks. Usually. That's my problem with this case is the motive that the state has put forth is that the dad caught him lying. It doesn't seem like enough to me.
Exhibit 478 appears to be the spiethdaniel@gmail.com emails from the Google search warrant return.
I'll move that exhibit into evidence and publish it.
Any objection? Other than the
Nothing
stand?
further.
Very good. It is received.
So when it comes to Mr. Spieth, and I'll actually let you keep it in case you just get started reading. That's exhibit number 478. We're going to look at the entirety of the email, meaning all the emails sent to that account.
That's correct.
And so why are we looking at email 20? What does this show us?
This was the first email sent to this account. So there were 20 emails total. This particular email, reading the subject line, is finished setting up your new Google account, August 5th, 2020.
In your experience, is this the email you get when you set up a new Google account right away?
It is.
Email 19. So the account was set up on August 5th, and then right away on that same day, 2020, Mr. Spieth@gmail.com emails Bart Halderson at wirr.com and Chandler Halderson at gmail.com. Subject Zoom meeting. The B Halderson at wirr.com. Was that another one from Mr. Bart Halderson's emails?
Yes.
What does this email say on the date of creation?
Hello, my name is Daniel Spieth. I just spoke to Chandler on the phone earlier today, and I will be handling this ticket. Unfortunately, I will not be able to hold the meeting until Tuesday, the 11th at 10:30 a.m. If there are any conflicts, please let me know as soon as possible to reschedule. When the call starts at 10:15, I will send the link. Zoom is a browser application that will need access to your camera and microphone, so be sure to allow them when prompted. Thank you and have a great rest of your day, Daniel Spieth.
Email 18, 5th from Mr. Spieth to Mr. Halderson and Chandler. What are we looking at?
It appears it's an email sent with no subject or body.
17, which is again August 5th from Bart Halderson to Daniel Spieth. Regarding the Zoom meeting, what does it read in the body?
Daniel, that time will work. Please send Zoom details to my work email, bhalderson@bdo.com. Thank you,
Oof.
Bart.
Email 16, the 10th of August 2020 from Mr. Spieth to Mr. Bart Halderson. Subject is schedule alteration. What does Mr. Spieth have to say here?
First of all, I apologize. Recently, I have had a close family member become infected with coronavirus. I will appoint a coworker to the ticket of Chandler Halderson as soon as possible. I will be in the office. Log on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Chandler, call me at 9 a.m. tomorrow for further details. I apologize for any inconvenience. Daniel Spieth.
Number 15, on the 26th of August 2020. What is this email?
This is an email from Google in regards to a security alert that a new device has signed into the account of spiethdaniel@gmail.com. The exhibit's up there.
Number 14, same type of thing.
Yes, again, this is an email from Google, the subject being Daniel finished setting up your Apple iPhone with the latest Google apps. In regards to setting up, it appears to be a new phone associated to the account.
And these are just emails in your experience. Do these emails just come through on email accounts when random things happen? You're using a new device or something along those lines?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing weird about this.
No.
Talk about email 13. Are you aware of what this is? 26th of August 2020.
All right. Yeah. What's email 13? This is the famous MES 13, not to be confused with MS 13. Roxanne Shimsky says, watching Chandler's trial reminds me of the... Oh, wait, I read that. My bad.
Yeah, this just appears to be an email sent to Bart Halderson from Daniel Spieth, no subject line and no body within that email.
Email 12, 26th of August 2020 from Mr. Spieth and Mr. Halderson, subject meeting, what did the body say there?
Good morning. Chandler was recently informed his counselor was not going to be able to make it to her meetings for the day, so he gave me a call. I will be remotely conducting his meeting today. He also sent me a list of topics to have ready. I have full access to the servers, so I have the information. He gave me your contact information. Does 9:30 or 10 work for you to answer a call? Speak to you soon, Daniel Spieth.
Email 11, the 26th again, Mr. Spieth, Mr. Halderson, what is that?
I have approved his renewable energy certificate. Is the address on file 4595 Oak Springs Circle, DeForest, Wisconsin, correct?
Email 10, November 26th, Mr. Halderson.
This is all a long time before this happened. This is August, right?
I can make either work. I just need to be done by 11:15.
They'd be killed in July of 2021.
Halderson to Spieth, now we're on the 26th, still on the 26th, what does that email say?
I believe Chandler is in a meeting with a potential employer until 10. Did he say it was okay to have the call without him?
Email 7, Mr. Halderson and Mr. Spieth, the 9th, September 2020, subject to status update. What did Bart Halderson say to Mr. Spieth at this time?
Daniel, can you please give me an update on Chandler's account? I need to know the following items. Has his account been set up so that he can request transcripts? Has the national database been updated so that student aid can see that he is registered as an FT, meaning full-time student? When will we receive his certificate for completing the solar energy program? Thank you.
Up, she lied. It says be receiving, not when will we receive.
23rd. It's over now, Mr. Halderson and Mr. Spieth. What are we looking at there?
The
This
subject
is a
progress
remarkably
update.
patient dad.
Daniel, will you please provide me a summary of where you are resolving the open items for Chandler? New account is active. Registered
It's
in the
months
IT
of
degree
time.
program. Able to sign up for spring semester classes. Transcripts can be generated and picked up. Solar certificate has been signed and will
We were
be
in
sent.
August and now we're
National
in
database has been
October.
updated for financial aid. Thank you, Bart Halderson.
Now we're in November.
Halderson to Daniel Spieth, grabbing college transcripts. November 2nd, 2020. Tell us what Chandler told Mr. Spieth.
Good morning, Mr. Spieth. Could you please send my transcripts to my home address? There is a program with my insurance to help save me money with a good GPA. If you or someone you trust could do that as soon as possible, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Chandler Halderson.
Email 4, November 18th, 2020. What is this sustained email that you see from YouTube with your Gmail account?
Yep, it appears to just be an email from YouTube in regards to changes for terms of service.
Changes.
For Mr. Spieth, to Chandler Halderson, I think it was cut off there. What does this one read?
The subject is federal and insurance. The body reads, Dear Chandler, I believe I have finally gotten through to your federal loans and am getting squared away with them. I am also drafting your letter for insurance. Would a PDF copy work for you?
And you have the book in front of you. Just
Sure.
Kate 4394 says Jennifer Pan lied about college and her job. Didn't even graduate from high school. Put a hit out on her
email
controlling
3
parents.
Is to Chandler Halderson at Gmail from Daniel Spieth at gmail.com.
So that she could be with her boyfriend that they didn't approve of. Only the mom was killed.
December 9th, 2020. Just another people email at that time.
Yes, that's correct.
And well, we're looking at the same thing.
Yes.
Now, when it comes to Mr. Daniel Spieth, so Spieth Daniel at gmail.com, we've already looked at exhibit number 565. Was the phone number, the backup recovery phone number used to create this Daniel Spieth email, was that Chandler Halderson's cell phone?
Yes, it was.
And was the birthday that was used when he created that Daniel Spieth Google account, is that Chandler Halderson's birthday?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's just a coincidence. They got the same number. It was an error from the communication company.
Account of Mr. Spieth, who's purported to be an advisor of some sort of MATC. Did he ever advise any students other than Chandler Halderson?
No, he did not.
Lancelot 652 says,
Just maybe ones that council's looking at the next exhibit. So
Oh, I can stop.
Very good. Pardon?
Oh, I can stop if we're,
Oh, no, good. Finish up.
oh, you need it? I've had enough time
the
to
girlfriend's
do it.
family letting Chandler walk around their property by himself screams fishy to me. Also keeping the story straight with emailing himself back and forth. I think he had help.
7. What is this document here?
Yeah, to me at this point, it's how much was the girlfriend in on this? Razor 319 says Chandler would be a great Nigerian prince, or he'd make a killing in the Indian scam call centers with his attention to detail.
Exhibit 477 is the Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com email return for this account from Google.
And in the course
Human
of-
recourse manager equals Chandler changing the course of parents' lives by death.
Yes, I did.
Turn off your phone.
Yes.
All right, I'll move to publish that exhibit.
You may. I think it has to be moved to receive.
I'll move it. And yes.
It is received.
Uh,
Any specific objections at this time?
Nothing in addition to my prior objection.
It is received.
So what are we looking at? Email 47.
Email 47 is an email from Google in regards to finish setting up your Google account, sent when the account was created.
So we're looking at obviously
Channel 3000 got the one viewer
Correct.
treatment
So there's some
also.
overlap with all of these emails, the speed, the Hoover, the brand. There's going to be some overlap in time. Is there not?
Yes, there is.
Let's talk about email 46 from Chandler Halderson. The day of this account was created on the 18th. Chandler Halderson is someone named Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com. The subject is schedule times. Could you tell us what the body says?
Good morning, Alyssa. We spoke on the phone yesterday, and I was wondering if you had sent the email to bhalderson@bdo.com. If you could, at your earliest convenience, that would be great. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 45. And on the 18th, Ms. Brandt to Mr. Halderson regarding schedule times. Could you read the body of that?
I apologize for the late reply. I am currently waiting on 2 advisors to send in their open times. And I'm glad you sent an email because I had the address of bhalderson@bmo.com. I will have the times before the end of the workday.
Okay, so now we're back in August.
19th, August 2020, Mr. Halderson, Bart Halderson, to Alyssa Brandt 64. Labeled Chandler Halderson as the subject. Could you read the body of that?
Alyssa, I wanted to reach out since I have not received an email from you with tentative dates and times to discuss Chandler's account and student status. As you might be aware, this is causing issues with financial aid and insurance, but also giving me other concerns. Thank you for your prompt attention to this matter as we have been trying to resolve this for countless months.
Email 43, the 19th of August 2020. Brandt to
You know,
Halderson.
maybe his dad kicked his ass for
Regarding
making him go
Chandler
through all
Halderson,
these
could you read
emails.
the body of that?
Good afternoon. Currently, we have a shortage of advisors, so the earliest I could make time for Chandler is on Wednesday, the 26th at 10:30 a.m. However, 2 advisors still have not returned my email, but I will let you know as soon as they get back to me. I was waiting to hear from them this morning because Chandler made a point to have it held yet this week. I have already sent a second follow-up email to the 2 advisors and to the financial aid manager. I apologize for the delay, Alyssa.
Months of email. Oh, I would be
Number
ripping my
42,
hair
the
out.
19th of August, 2020, Mr. Halderson to Alyssa Brandt regarding Chandler Halderson. Could you read the body of that?
Thank you for the update. I blocked the time on the 26th, but would also like to resolve sooner. My wife and I are off on Friday and could meet in person if it would help to resolve this.
Remember, they would be killed
Email
almost
41,
a
now on the
year
25th of
later.
August, 2020, from Bart Halderson to Alyssa Brandt. Could you read that email?
Alyssa, I have not received any updates for the call meeting tomorrow. I assume this is a call or virtual meeting, but have not received the dial-in information. If this is an in-person meeting, I need to know where we are meeting. Can you confirm that this is still on the calendar and who we will be talking with? Thank you.
Email 40, 26th of August, 2020, just a Google email again.
That's correct.
39, same thing.
Yes.
38, a YouTube email, correct?
That's correct.
YouTube is owned by Google, and that's why there's some interaction in the programs.
Yes.
37, we're looking at another data email from Google. 36, are we looking at the same thing?
That's correct.
35,
All right, we're into
Same thing.
January now.
34. So when we get to 34, we're talking now we've moved forward quite a bit.
Oh no, he's got
24th
medical
of this past
misinformation
year,
here.
2021. The subject is reschedule. It's from
YouTube,
Chandler
this
to
man's
Alyssa
a
Brandt,
liar.
64. Could you read the body?
He's
of
a
that
liar.
email?
This never happened.
Good morning. My name is Chandler Halderson. Unfortunately, I haven't taken well to the vaccine and am not feeling well enough to make it to my appointment with Aaron Hoover at 10 a.m. today. Is there another time within the week I could reschedule to? Thank you, Chandler.
So he still
Hey,
hasn't resolved
Couple
this.
questions about this email as we go through. This is the first mention that you saw of
May.
someone named Aaron Hoover,
Yes, it was.
and that's another email account we're going to talk about.
Yes.
His dad should have killed him, to be
Message
honest.
33.
Make me do
This
these
is on
damn
May
emails.
25th, 2021.
Put me through a
from
year of
Alyssa
this
Brandt
shit.
to Chandler Halderson regarding rescheduling, or reschedule, excuse me. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning, Chandler. I'm sorry to hear you are not feeling well. I didn't have the best experience with it either. I moved you to Monday at 10 a.m. with Aaron. Starting next week, any guest in the building without their student ID is required to have their vaccine card and driver's license. I hope you feel better soon, Alyssa.
Ooh, I wonder if Bart was vaxxed.
Email 32, the 25th again of May, Ms. Brandt to Mr. Halderson regarding that reschedule. What does that say?
There is an opening on Friday at 2 p.m. with Aaron. Would you like that slot?
Email 31, 25th of May, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. What does that say?
Unfortunately, I can't take any time off this week because of the 2 days I'm missing from work already. So Monday still will be best. Thanks.
Daniel says, have you seen
The
Steven
30th,
Sanderson
same
pleading
day.
guilty to
Mr.
killing child
Halderson,
molester
Ms.
cellmate?
Brandt.
Nope.
Same subject line. What does that say?
Is there a possibility of getting my meeting back or could I get the Friday?
29, same day, Mr. Halderson and Ms. Brandt. What do we have there?
Anything would work this week, if not today.
Email 28, again on the 25th, Mr. Halderson to Alyssa Brandt, same subject line. What does that say?
I'm sorry to be pushy. I forgot that it was a holiday weekend and will push through to go to my meeting.
Email 27. Now we have an email from Alyssa Brandt responding to Chandler Halderson in that same subject line. What does that email read?
Unfortunately, I've already bumped the waiting list into place. I'll put you in the #1 slot to see if you can get in today. Otherwise, the next appointment is on Friday at 2 p.m.
Number 26, again on the 25th, Mr. Halderson to Alyssa Brandt, same subject line. Could you read that?
Moving words, moving pictures.
I
Yes,
appreciate it.
that's science.
I will be available at any time you give me. Even a video call today would work. My dad only has a few hours off today.
Email 25, on the 25th of May, Alyssa Brandt's email and Chandler Halderson, back in the same subject line. What does that email read?
I will give you a call as soon as I find an opening. Until then, you have Friday at 2 p.m. I hope it can work for you.
Number 24, on the 28th of May, Ms. Brandt's emails Chandler Halderson, subject line, schedule changes. What does that say?
Dear students, keep watch for scheduling changes. We are short-staffed today, and there likely will be day and time shifts for your meeting. Keep an eye out for an email or call from either me or your advisor. Have a great weekend. Alyssa Brandt.
Radio Ruin says, new defense,
Just
his
briefly,
parents died of COVID.
Maybe this is a good email to point it out. In the email itself, Brandt is spelled B-R-A-N-T. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the registered name? How is that spelled?
Alyssa is spelled the same, A-L-Y-S-S-A, and the last name is B-R-A-N, N as in Nancy, D as in David, T as in Tom. So B-R-A-N-D-T.
And in the actual email body, when she uses the last name.
She spelled her own
it's
name
without the Z,
wrong.
but just with the T.
That's correct.
Email 23, 28th of May. Chandler
Doug Murray
Halderson
says,
emails
Nick,
Alyssa
if the
Brandt,
coroner's office put COVID down and the
regarding
death
the schedule
certificate as
changes,
cause
what
of
does it
death,
say?
does he walk? Yes. Yes, he does.
Good morning. Is there a problem with my meeting? I have waited a long time for a meeting and my employers need my transcripts ASAP. Thank you, Chandler.
Now he's lying against himself.
Email 22, again on the 28th, Alyssa Brandt emails Chandler Halderson back regarding that same subject matter. What does she say?
Your advisor will contact you directly. The advisement director is handling the situation as we speak. If there are changes, you will be made aware shortly.
21, on the 28th again, Mr. Halderson, back to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. He responds, what?
Okay, thank you.
Email 20, again on the 28th, Mr. Halderson and Ms. Brandt, same subject line. Could you read the body of that email?
My meeting was altered. Is there a person I can call? I need answers to my questions ASAP.
Email 19, again on the 28th from
He's
Alyssa
like,
Brandt to
he's
Chandler
getting
Halderson,
indignant with
same
himself.
subject line of schedule changes.
It's
Could you read
amazing.
the body of that email, please?
I will find someone free to call you. Thank you for your patience.
Email 18, still on the 28th, from Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson regarding the schedule changes. What does Ms. Brandt say to Mr. Halderson?
Your phone number is 920-838-4549, correct?
And then just a question, that is in fact Mr. Halderson's cell phone number.
Yes, it is.
Number 17, still on the 28th, Mr. Halderson emails Alyssa Brandt regarding that exact question. And what does he say?
Yes, that is correct.
Email 16, 28th still, Alyssa Brandt emails Chandler Halderson, same subject line. Read that email.
Great. I'm still doing my best to find someone free to give you a call, but I'm positive I'll find someone. Thank you for your patience.
Email 15, Mr. Halderson emails Alyssa Brandt, same day, same subject line. Could you read that one?
Could I please have your phone number so you could help shed light on this situation?
There was no response to that email with a phone number or anything because the next email is on the 1st, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Email 14, June 1st, 2021, from Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt regarding those schedule changes. What does that email read?
Good afternoon. I'm checking to see if there's been any progress on the documents I requested. Is there any news? Thank you, Chandler.
13, so cut off a bit here, but this one is June 1st, 2021, from Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson, same subject line. Could you read that response?
Sorry for the late response. I'm running around grabbing everything on my spare time. It's been a hectic day due to recent events. Thanks for your patience, Alyssa.
June 1st, 2021, Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson, same subject line. What does she say here?
I won't be able to access your transcripts or get this certification degree without the key to the records room. I'll let you know when it arrives.
Email 11, June 4th, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. What do we have here?
Could you add me to any open time for next week?
And you added the word open, just for the record, it's spelled wrong, correctly?
I did. In the email, it's spelled O-O-E-N.
Thank you. Email 10, June 4th, 2021, Alyssa Brandt responds to Chandler Halderson in the schedule change email string and says what?
Yeah, no problem. How does Thursday at 11:30 sound?
Email 9, number June 4th, Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt. He responds perfect.
Correct.
Email 8, we're into a new subject line. So the subject is just scheduling from Chandler Halderson. Would you mind just opening the document to confirm who email 8 was sent to? I know it was cut off here.
I think you imagine says, bruh, he put more effort into this than most jobs require. Dude, this is insanity. This is insanity. He's crafting the most like elaborate months-long, year-long story with himself. It's crazy to think about.
So email 8 is sent to Alyssa Brandt64 at gmail.com from Chandler. Subject is scheduling. The body is, good morning. My advisor, Aaron, took today and tomorrow off. Who will I be sent to and at what time?
And we're gonna have the same question for a couple of these. We just tried to fit them in the screen as best we could. Number 7, that's the June 10th, 2021 email. We're responding to scheduling. Who are the parties in that email?
This email is to Chandler Halderson from Alyssa Brandt.
And could you read the body of that?
Good morning, Chandler. You are not on the list to be picked up today. When was your meeting scheduled for?
Same
Guys,
question
deeper
for,
lore than
number
Bethesda.
6. Who are the parties of that email sent on June 10th?
This email is to Alyssa Brandt from Chandler Halderson.
Okay, and read the body if you
That
could.
Hoover guy sucks.
It was for today at 11:30 with Aaron Hoover.
Number 5, same questions. Who are the parties in this June 10th email?
Oh no.
It was obviously from Alyssa Brandt. Who is it to?
Chandler Halderson.
And regarding scheduling, what did that read?
Oh,
You should have
no,
proton
I
mailed all
didn't
of
give
them.
you a date. You are still set. Excuse me, you are still all set for your meeting on June 17th, next Thursday. I advise you to keep this meeting because the wait list is well past 50 students.
Question for number 4, June 10th. Who are the parties of that email?
This email is to Alyssa Brandt from Chandler Halderson.
Okay, and read the body if you could.
Is there still the possibility of me picking up the documents I requested? Or has Aaron
Documents.
sent my transcripts already?
Number 3, email from Bart Halderson to Alyssa Brandt 64, responding, or it was a forward to schedule changes. The forward that appears in the subject matter indicates that at some point that email was forwarded.
That's correct.
Okay, and what does the email body read?
Bart, come on.
Alyssa, this is unacceptable. We have been dealing with this issue for well over a year now. It has been costing us money the longer the delays have continued. I'm not sure of the professionalism of the advisors, but it sure seems like they will take off at the drop of a hat and it messes up the whole schedule. Chandler and I have both rearranged our schedules to meet with an advisor today, and I expect you to find a way to make that happen.
Email 2, from Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt, subject late. What does that read?
I'm currently heading to the hospital. I will not make my meeting. I remember there is a wait list, but I still will need my meeting rescheduled as soon as possible.
Bro went to the hospital to get away from his own
Number 1,
fake ass
June
meeting.
21st, 2021, from
Oh,
Chandler
shit.
Halderson to Alyssa Brandt.
I have
what
a
does it say?
concussion.
The subject is contact information. The body is there a phone number I could call for getting a new appointment?
And that was the last email in that grouping.
That's correct.
Oh my gosh.
Couple of the same questions. When it comes to Alyssa Brandt, did it appear to you in reviewing those emails that she was purporting to be a student advisor at Madison College or MATC?
It did.
And did she ever advise any students other than Chandler Halderson?
No, she did not.
Showing you exhibit number 565 again. When it comes to Alyssa Brandt, who's second in the column there, is the IP address that account was created at, Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com? Is that the Halderson home's IP address?
Yes, it is.
And the birth date used when that account was created, is that Chandler Halderson's birthday?
Yes, it is.
Dragon's Treasure. Yes, all of this stuff was fake by Chandler. Those were all Karen
So there
emails
was a
back
mention
and
in
forth.
these emails
from him to
of someone
the
named
manager.
Aaron Hoover. You looked into that email account as well?
Yes, we did.
Showing you what's been marked in this case, exhibit number 476. Could you just page through that and make sure you could answer the question of what are you looking at there? What is that document?
Lancelot says, I'm waiting for the email of him talking dirty to himself on the fake account to come out. Walter Deadman says, these emails need a dramatic reading like the E-Bombs World ones. You know why he shot his parents? He's running out of ideas to fake in the emails.
476 is the Aaron Hoover matc@gmail.com Google search warrant return, specifically the emails.
I'll move 476.
All right, let's see who he was arguing with now.
Subject to any prior rulings, no further objection.
It is received.
And I
And
asked
it
the
may be
publisher.
published.
Thank you, Judge. Let's start with email 17. I think we're all used to this now, but what is email 17?
Email 17 is from Google in regards to finish setting up your new Google account.
Sure. And this one was on what date was this Google account set up?
May 28th, 2021.
Let's talk about email 16 from Aaron Hoover, matc@gmail.com to Chandler Halderson. Subject is.
Did he even have
schedule
parents?
Spelled wrong, but it's new schedule. Could you
Was
read the
Bart
body of that email
Halderson
for us?
real? Or was it just
Good morning.
Chandler making him
My
up?
name is Erin Hoover from Madison College's advisement team. Today, we are missing 3 advisors. Following the first come, first served policy, I will be taking some meetings from an absent coworker. My meetings will stay on course until 12:30, and then I will be taking over Ryan's meeting starting at 1. If you were meeting with Ryan today at 10 a.m., you are now at 1 p.m. with me. If you were with me after 12:30 today, you will be with me on Tuesday morning. So my 1 p.m. meeting from today will be moved to 10 a.m. Tuesday morning.
His
If there are
parents bought
questions or
this
scheduling
shit.
issues, contact me or Alyssa Brandt. My apologies for the inconvenience. Aaron Hoover.
Email 15.
This is
May
a
28th,
tragedy because his
2021.
parents are
If you
killed
could in the
or whatever,
binder,
but they
again, we're trying to
believed
Format
this?
these to fit the screen. That was from Chandler Halderson. Who's that email to?
Email 15 is from Chandler Halderson to Aaron Hoover.
Olive
And,
juice. How do I
same
know the other
subject line.
witnesses exist
What
and
does
they're
that
not
mean?
all? How do I know these attorneys aren't Chandler?
Unfortunately, I need my meeting to happen today. My employer and insurance need my transcripts and to see proof of my completion of my degree and solar certificate. I have been trying to get a meeting for a very long time, and I very well could lose my job over this. Is there a time you could put me in?
Put me in, coach.
14. Who was that email from and to?
Email 14 is to
Schedule.
Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
And same subject line. Could you read the body of that email for me?
I'm sorry to hear that, but we must follow policy on these difficult days. I will contact your employers for you if that will help out in any way.
Billy Witch Doctor says, I just
Email
want to know
13,
if he
again, if you
also
could tell us
created
the
a
parties
fake
of this
email
email.
account for Elon Musk.
Email
for the
13
SpaceX stuff.
is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject line. Would you mind reading?
I
the
like that
body?
this guy doesn't have time for a meeting, but he can go ahead and contact this
Alyssa put me on
rando's
the waiting
employer.
list on the number 1 slot earlier this week. Does that apply to today if there are any cancellations during the changed scheduling?
Email 12. Again, who are the parties of this email?
This email is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
And subject line is the same. Could you read the body for me?
Yes, that will apply. If there is a cancellation of the updated schedule, you will receive an automated call to your cell 920-838-4549 of the time, building, and advisor you will be meeting with. There is no guarantee I will be hosting your meeting unless it is on Tuesday at 11 a.m.
I hope there's an email from
Email 11, May 28th, 2021. Who are the parties
elon.musk.totes.real
to that email?
at protonmail.com.
Email 11 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject line. What does the body read?
I can't tell you how many times I've heard this and never gotten in a meeting. Is there a phone number I can call for a more detailed explanation?
He's getting indignant with himself again.
Same day, Mr. Halderson, and that one is to Mr. Hoover.
That's correct.
Okay. Same subject line. If you could read the body for the record.
I need to have a call with whomever is in charge in the next 30 minutes. I've been a student for over 3 years and I will be treated fairly.
Number 9.
Should be Homesteadive
Again on the
is
28th.
in
Who are the
charge.
parties to that email?
Email 9 is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
And if you could read the body of that email.
I understand. I have forwarded your information to her now with a priority mark. She will be conducting meetings herself today, so her availability is limited.
Email 8 from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Hoover. Now we have a different subject line. This one's status. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning. I canceled the meeting for today because of work conflict and emailed you a list of questions and documents I need. When do you think I will be able to pick them up? Also, when I do get them, I have a few extra questions. Thank you, Chandler.
This is a question
Email
in the
7,
chat.
June 1st,
Says,
2021.
As this is all
Mr.
well and
Hoover,
funny,
Mr.
does the witness have
Halderson,
proven these are
same
fakes
the
by
subject line is
computer
now in
forensic
response to,
methods, or is
what
this
does
just
the
a reading
body say?
exercise? All the IP addresses are to Chandler.
Good morning, Chandler. I'm sorry you can't make the meeting. I will gather the documents and let you know when I can get your certificate card and degree. In the meantime, I'll electronically send your transcripts and degrees out to the respective employer insurance agency. I will have Alyssa give you a call when everything is complete. Good luck on your meeting, Aaron Hoover.
Number 6, this is on June 1st. Who are the parties to this email?
Email 6 is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
And regarding that same subject matter, could you read the body?
Unfortunately, I don't have your insurance on file. Is there someone specific I can send them to?
Number 5, who are the parties to this email?
Email 5 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject matter. Would you mind reading the body for the record?
Okay, thank you. You can send the official link to bhalderson@bdo.com so he can forward it to the right people.
Email 4 from Mr. Hoover to Chandler Halderson, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, different subject matter. Now it's absence. What does Mr. Hoover have to say on June 10th?
Dear students, I am taking the rest of the week off due to a family emergency. If possible, my meetings will be reassigned by availability and relevance. If you have any questions, please give our secretary, Alyssa, a call or email. My apologies, Aaron Hoover.
Email 3, the 10th. Could you please tell us the parties to this email?
Email 3 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject matter. Now, in response to that subject matter, please read the body.
Have I been picked up by a different advisor and at what time?
Email 2 from Mr. Hoover, matc@gmail.com to Chandler Halderson.
Radio Ruin says
New
this whole
subject
trial
line
is
here,
part of
meeting time
Chandler's
and date.
elaborate ruse
Would you mind
to
reading the
convince
body for
everyone
the
he
record?
was tried and acquitted.
Good afternoon, Chandler. I'm sorry to hear about your recent trip to the ER. I have scheduled you 2 appointments, so if there's a conflict with the first, there's always a second. July 20th at 2:45 p.m. and July 23rd at 10:30
Bro's
a.m.
pushing these meetings out
If
a
neither
month.
of these work, let me know as soon as possible. In the meantime, you are holding slot number 22 on the wait list.
And number 1. Number 1 is just a Google email that we've looked at before.
Yes, it is.
So the last email in any of these accounts is the 29th of June, 2021.
That's correct.
A couple of the same questions as before, as it comes to Mr. aaron.hoover, matc@gmail.com. He was purporting to be an advisor at Madison College.
Yes, he was.
Did he ever advise any students other than Chandler Halderson?
No, he did not.
And looking at Exhibit 565, The IP address used to create that Gmail account, is that the IP address of the Halderson household?
Yes, it is.
Good video coverage here.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. You can return back to the table. Counsel, it's been 90 minutes. Would this be a good point to break, or do you have something very short?
This would be a fine point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning break at this point then. Thank you.
Well, thank God they decided not to cross-examine that one. I mean, come on. Oh boy. Wow. So that was funnier than anticipated. Razor390 says Bart definitely did not complete how to identify internet scammers, phishing, and spoof fake emails training at his job. BDO is probably happy he's no longer at the company. Ouch. Whatever the reason, Bart was a liability. Damn. I mean, a year.
Anything for the record from the state?
No.
Or from the defense?
No, thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you at 10:30.
But Dad, I've been emailing, bro. I've been emailing him. Come on, Dad. I've been emailing him. What am I supposed to do? I mean, I know it's been a year, but I've been emailing him, Dad. Oh, boy. Ugh. And yeah, no cross-examination at all. At all. The defense is going to go punch a wall? I don't think so. You should maybe punch their client. Let's see. Hey, Nick, is there a limit for a super chat? There's not a limit. I do the $20 ones and up first because so many come in, and then I tend to do the rest of them later. But I might go ahead and start grabbing some of the early ones now. It gets kind of hard to track them as the day goes on and remember where I was. But that's all of them typically get read. There are a couple streams out there where I did not finish. But usually they do get read. So we've got a couple over on Odyssey, a couple chats over there. Great US says, poll, my favorite streaming lawyer is ... Here's a link if you want to share on YouTube, you poll bigot. I don't like sending links that send people away from the show. It's annoying. But I'll do this one for you. How's that? Here's a link to a poll on who your favorite streaming lawyer is. If you want to, I put it in the YouTube chat. If you want to participate, you can, but it is to the strawpoll.me website. So who knows? Mark Gee says Chandler should have moved to India instead of chopping up his parents. He would have been a great call center scammer. Great US says, why don't you watch the true documentary of Lincoln Vampire Hunter? By the way, dear legal men of our time, did you read the $3 tip from last, or did your drunk eyes miss it? I don't know. I think I read all of them yesterday, but Odyssey was inserting them at different areas of my chat window. So some of the timestamps were not actually accurate. Like some of the new ones were coming in at the top and the new ones were coming in the middle. So I think I got them all. I tried to. And then Great US says, raising hand, man. I not know you had poll already. Put me down for Edgecomb lawyer shooting since I'm banned from YouTube. Also, Mark Gee says, great US. I would suggest just expecting not to be read and either donating on YouTube or live with the fact that we are the racist redheaded stepchildren. Well, yes, I mean, that's true. But yesterday, I believe I got all of the Odyssey chats. So I've got a fresh, clean slate today. So these are easy to grab. What else do we have here? What do we got? This Halderson trial. Oh my goodness. I might switch over to channel 3000. Might switch to channel 3000. Oh boy. Channel 3000. Day 8 of the Chandler Halderson homicide trial.
Stand.
Be quiet, you weirdo. Okay. Wait, why is it buffering? Why is everything buffering today? Channel 3000 is buffering for me. What is going on with this? Get rid of that. Bruh, every time I full screen this, it starts buffering again. Wait, there we go. This guy's talking, so I don't know what has to say. He's like the Channel 3000 analyst of this trial. I don't know if he's a lawyer. I don't know anything about him. My hair is unsat. Yeah, probably. Okay, let me read a couple of these super chats and see how things are going. I don't know who sent this one. God, I hate YouTube puts my pinned comment in the super chat window, which doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. I don't need to see my pinned comment in the super chat specific window, but it covers up the first super chat on the screen, so that's nice. Batman's Pet Goldfish says shoe on head got labeled by FBI on Twitter. I saw something like that. I saw something like that. Frankly, the FBI should label any e-celeb who posts nudes anywhere, ever. So I agree with it. Courtney Robb says, clocks aren't science. You're on time to me. I was on time. Sketches or Rex says, hope fried food forever tastes rotten to you. I reached out for support, not more shame. Have had more than enough of that in the last 2 years to want to end it. Wait, what? Sketch Star Rex, what are you talking? Dude, everybody who wants motivation for losing weight on this channel usually asks to be pushed into it. Get off your butt and get to work, man. How do you want me to support you? Like, I can't lose the weight for you. You got to go out and work for it, buddy. Do it. Do it though. Get little. Chicken Nooble says, is that the dad from The Incredibles? Janet Morgan says, I thought Curly from the Three Stooges died long ago. Artigenery says, thanks for the show. What do you think about careers in lawyer adjacent jobs, e.g. legal secretary or court reporter? I'm doing an admin course and they offer law specialization from a UK fan. I wouldn't want to do it. I do not want to sit in a courtroom all day, listening to stuff. That's not my personal thing that I want to do. Some people want to do that. I mean, of course, that's what I'm doing here, but it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. Yeah. I'm still hung up on that super chat about losing weight. What do you want for support, man? Hit me up. What do you want me to do? How can I support you, Sketchsar? And if you don't want to send it in chat, just send me an email. Tell me what you want. Tell me what do I need to do? How do I support you? Because I believe in losing weight. I'm a firm believer that people should be smaller than they are. Anyway, so the lawyer adjacent jobs, I don't want to sit in court and be like a court reporter or a legal secretary. It's not my thing. Other people like that and like doing that, and that's great. It's not for me at all. Chandler is not a weight loss specialist. Chandler is a weight transfer specialist. Patrick Allen says, try El Tesoro single brand añejo tequila, the Lafroig edition. Ooh, I'll have to look for it. I've never seen that, but I've never really looked. Walter Deadman says, seriously, IT cop looks like Alfred Hitchcock. He did. He did do that. Brandon Lesko says, jury selection update. The state is haranguing every POC and the defense is doing the same to all the white people. Yeah, of course. I mean, that was going to be obvious in this case. Especially, I mean, unfortunately, that's where we are right now, is everything is race. Everything is race. Peter Wyszynski, I don't know how to pronounce Polish names or whatever, but sure. He says, does the year-long email chain play into insanity or premeditated? Oh, premeditated. This guy is he's not doing an insanity defense. As far as we can tell, insanity defenses tend to require motions because the jury isn't supposed to determine if someone's insane. If they're insane as a matter of law, they'll be found insane as a matter of law, and they have to file a motion for that. They need to get professional opinions. Chandler is not running the insanity defense. Let's see. Here we go. Where were we? Okay. AA Ron says, defense, and how many guns have you transferred? Witness, that's really none of your business. Mic drop, boom. Charlie Eckert says, my vote is to switch to Edgecomb during the day and highlight Canterbury at night. The legal panel should weigh in on the self-defense arguments. Yeah, if we're covering Edgecomb, it is possible that Andrew Bronco will be able to join us on some streams. And that is kind of the plan right now. I think we're at 4,700 votes. Edgecomb is the poll winner. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll at this point, and we'll wait to see what happens. Poll results should post. There we go. It was closer than I imagined. Attorney Slayer getting 56% of the vote and Halderson getting 43%. But I will continue to cover the Canterbury case. We're down to one viewer again. That's amazing. Amazing. The YouTube must be having a day with their stats or whatever. See, Goody, this was a good witness. This one was funny. The Chandler trial is actually probably really close to over, in all honesty, because the state is going to wrap up its case in chief very soon. And then then Chandler is the defense is going to go. And based on what the defense has been doing, I can't imagine we're going to get much. Oh, goodness. I can't imagine we're going to have much, action from the defense on their case. So I would wager we're not going to have too much stuff going on that. But yeah, I mean, coverage doesn't mean like full on 8 hour, like I can't do 8 hour streams of Halderson and Edgecomb. It's not going to work. So I wouldn't worry about that so much. Poll on how long jury deliberation will take. I mean, it's got to be fast. It's got to be fast. Charlie Ecker read that one. Austin Inglis says, incorporate and I started blasting in any way you see fit in funny voice. So I was doing an email with the government federales, and I'm there in the weed fields harvesting my marijuana plants south of the border in Mexico when I see the Black Hawk helicopters firing overhead, and I knew that Chandler was on to me, so I started blasting. There you go. There's that. Not a banned account says your title should say allegedly he's not convicted. Angela B says it's obvious that the Haldersons framed their son for murder. That's true. That's true. See No Evil says, Nick, there's an interesting case out of South Carolina starting on January 24th regarding Dr. Lazzarini. If you can find the footage, it's an interesting case and should be fun to watch. Well, who the hell's Dr. Lazzarini? John Huey says, I have to search your live streams now every time you're being suppressed. Well, welcome to Ricado Law Life pre-Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse broke the conditioning for a little bit. And now it seems like we're going to go back there. So that's good. That's good. Kelly R says, this judge, is he auditing for the cameras? Charlie D'Angelo says, Nick, what's the penalty for farting in court and getting kicked off of jury duty? Wait, did someone fart in court and get kicked off of jury duty? That'd be amazing. Bob W, thank you for the donation. Long Reach Jones says, your videos are one of a few I listen to on my commute. If I'm not catching them live, that video never popped up in my feed. Looking for others now. United States of Q says, sent email with link to the Cannabro video I made for you. Thank you. Thank you. Henrik Sivertson says, Attorney Slayer sounds like a dope game mode for Halo. Charlie D'Angelo says, sad, his parents gave an arm and a leg for this guy and he tore the family apart too soon. No. Radio ruin says, Your Honor, I moved to change my client's plea to not guilty by reason of insanity. He's clearly in the early stages of Kuru. Questionable says, if everything was run perfectly, legally, would Chandler be found not guilty with the state not providing proof of who caused the deaths? I don't know. Maybe, but it's tough. See, obviously Kurt and I had a little bit of a disagreement about this. I don't know. Maybe there's enough in a perfect world. I mean, there's enough in the current world, obviously. This guy is going to be found guilty. And I think he is. I think he is guilty. I think there's questions about how much, Kat was involved and stuff like that. But I think this guy, is a big part of it. Probably the main part of it. Squally says, toss a coin to your grifter, oh Valley of Plenty. Oh, thank you, Squally. How's it going? Cynthia Jackson sent a donation. Thank you, Cynthia. Caleb Funk says, no, you said it's hard to add more places, but have you looked into Floatplane? Independent platform run by Linus Tech Tips, can live stream there too. Paid, but I sure know I'd pay for you there. I have not looked into Floatplane, never even heard of it. Sage V says, thanks for covering this again, Nick. I know it was up in the air after yesterday, but I've been following this since day one and I'm now invested. Well, I got bad news. The live coverage of this will probably stop in favor of Edgecomb. I really, that whole watching since day one and I'm invested thing, I think that's pretty important. And this has been the longest case for what seems to be an easy one, but I don't know. Jason Semedru says, legend has it the email chain is still going on to this day. Larry Herzog Jr. says, Sony gaming may suck, but Sony Pictures has been killing it. Al Favre says, I had a friend that did the same type of lying about jobs well into his 30s. He'd lie to his parents about not getting paid and borrow money. Scary. Lynn2574 says, last text from Dad was telling Chandler he was ready to go to the meeting. There was no backing out. Dad was done. Lord Cobber says, I don't put this much effort into doing my job as a design engineer as this kid put into art role-playing with himself. Yeah, it's a little baffling. Angela B says, seems it would have been easier to create fake solar certificate. Liz Lightning Ninja says, Nick, how do we know you're not Chandler? You don't know anything of the sort. Mad8 says, I told you about float plane over a year ago. You never remember anything, Lamau. Well, I didn't look into it even after you told me about it. So, I mean, that's true. Both those things can be true. But yeah, I don't remember anything. Again, doing a show basically every day, plus additional videos, plus sometimes 2 shows a day. You kind of forget what happens from show to show a lot of times. Meg says, at what point is it just easier to get a job? Mid hesitation cut. It's been easier to get a job the entire time. I mean, that's the reality. Why is this muted? Oh, it was muted because the weird egg-headed guy was on. A Wonderful Galaxy says, bro couldn't even use a VPN. Shake my head. Jay Liebgott says, this is actually Nick. I made this account so I can super chat myself and prove to my wife that I can make a living. Oh my goodness. Justin R. Oh, I missed this one. He says, I think Alyssa Brandt and Aaron Hoover have something to do with the issues with YouTube. I've set up a meeting with them this afternoon to find out what's going on. Okay, thanks. They canceled, I'm guessing. More Havoc says, the straw poll is rigged. My vote didn't get counted. Angela B says, Aaron and Alyssa should be co-defendants. And Wrestler Town says, Chandler's email chain has become a sentient AI. Oh my goodness. Let's see what's going on over here. Oh, the court audio is so low over on the other case. I have it cranked up to 600 and it's still quiet. Goodness gracious. Marty McFly says, take a shower, Nick. I just took one. Edgecomb update. Judge is making a record of Juror 39 released after meeting with lawyers in chambers. Judge also said jury of voir dire will be finishing up soon. I've got this other jury on. No, someone bloody random. I have the browser plugin and I have it maxed out.
If the state could call its next witness, please.
Oh, we're
The
back.
state calls Lori Snap.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you feel you can comfortably and safely testify without a mask, that would be our
Oh,
preference. at this
stop
time.
testifying without
Sure.
a
Thank you.
mask.
Then I would ask if you would stand and my clerk will administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Could you please state your first and last name for the record and spell both?
Lori Snap, LORISNAPP.
How are you employed, Ms. Snap?
I work for American Family Insurance,
And what is your title?
Employee Relations Manager.
And sometime this summer or into the fall, were you contacted by Dane County Sheriff's Office in connection to this case?
Yes, I was.
And in particular, did they ask you to research whether or not Chandler Halderson was ever employed by American Family?
Yes, they did.
And what did you find out?
I found no record of that person working for American Family.
What about as one of their contractors? Did you research that?
I did as well, and we found no record of that person working as a contractor.
Did they also have you research whether or not Tom Selznick was ever an employee of American Family?
Yes, they did.
And was he ever an employee or a contract employee?
No.
No further questions.
Do any of your employees, as their official email, have a Proton Mail account?
No.
What is like the tag or the ending of the emails from American Family Insurance?
At amfam.com.
And how are your employees paid? Weekly, monthly, every 6 months, something else?
Biweekly.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you. May this
No
witness be
thanks.
excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
I'll recall Brian Schunk to the stand.
Oh, you're bringing someone back to the stand again? Why are we not? Is this the same detective?
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yep, same guy.
Go right ahead.
Good morning, Detective. I know you've testified a couple times. Some things make more sense, obviously, at certain times. Yesterday, were you here when the footwear analyst testified as to shoe prints found on the two tarps, the one that was found in the garbage can near the torso and the one that was found in the barn? Were you here for that testimony?
Yes.
Are you a
And
foot
I
analyst?
think you, like the rest of us, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe heard the testimony that a shoe print consistent with shoes found in the Halderson home was found on the tarp that was found in the garbage can, item C.
Correct.
Those shoes that were entered into evidence and that the shoe print analyst said matched the prints found on that tarp. Do you recall what size they were?
Size 10.5.
And if we all think back to maybe 2 weeks ago now, when we watched that long interview of you interviewing Mr. Halderson, you were involved with Mr. Halderson personally in his arrest
And sexually.
booking into jail, correct?
Yes.
What size shoes was he wearing when he was booked into jail?
He was also wearing a 10.5.
Now, the other tarp, the barn tarp, as we've been calling it, that was in that big brown bag. We're not going to drag it out for right now. But you've seen photographs of that tarp laid out and spread out during the analysis in this case.
Yes.
And I think I've asked others, but I'll ask you, does that tarp appear to be older or newer than the tarp that's found in the garbage can?
It definitely appeared older.
And what makes you say that? Like, how would you describe it?
It was well used. I had, from what I had seen, appeared to be sawdust all over it, just dust in general.
Sure. And yesterday we heard the shoe print analyst testify as to a pair of I think, Ralph Lauren shoes that they thought there was a print on.
Yes.
In the search of the Halderson home, were any similar shoes found that
There
would
were-
match that?
There was not,
And if they were, would you have sent them out to the crime lab?
of course.
In the course of this investigation, have you ever found those shoes?
No.
Do you have any idea whose shoes they are?
No.
They're not
Do you have any idea
Chandler's.
how old that tarp is?
I do not. I know there was pictures that we had found on Krista Halderson's phone that included Bart working and building a table on it. So I know that it was not new.
And unlike the tarp in the garbage can.
No
did
way
that appear
Cat has
to be
10.5 shoes.
It
Those
did.
would be
And
big
is it your suspicion
big
that that is in
behemoth
fact the
woman
tarp
feet.
that we saw Mr. Halderson purchase on July 2nd?
Yes.
for her size.
Showing what's
She's
been
a
marked in
short
this case,
chick.
exhibits number 576 and 577. Briefly, could you identify those?
Yes, these were photos taken off of Krista Halderson's phone of Bart working on a tarp in the garage at the Oak Springs address.
Doing some sort of building project?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 576 and 577 into evidence.
Okay, no objection.
They are received.
I have to publish just briefly on the
They may be.
Omo.
For her size, guys, she's short. If you're a taller woman, 10.5 is not a huge
Looking at
foot or
576.
not a huge shoe.
Is this the
but
tarp?
if you're
that
like a
we're talking about?
5'2",
Yes, it is.
5'3", like she is, I mean, this is
577.
10.5 is a
another
big
tarp, another
foot
photo of that tarp.
for
Correct.
5'3".
And to you, does that appear to be the barn tarp?
It does appear to be the barn tarp.
And Mr. Halderson's not wearing those Ralph Lauren shoes here. correct?
No, it appears he's wearing Asics.
Your sister and mom both wear
We just
10,
heard
10
a
and a
video
half, and
testimony
they're
from
5,
Detective
7,
Sims,
10 and a half
kind of
men's.
reading some of those emails. Did it become important in this investigation to look into whether Mr. Chandler Halderson was going to Madison College or MATC for school?
Yes,
He was purporting to have gone there, telling people he was going there, correct?
correct.
Okay. Did you, in fact, at some point, did the Dane County Sheriff's Department subpoena records from Madison College to try to determine when he was going there or if he was going there?
Yes, we did.
Showing what's been marked as exhibit number 503. Just in general, what is that?
Looks like a certificate of authenticity from Madison College or MATC.
And is that notarized on the last page?
Yes, it is.
And I know we all heard the judge read the stipulation, but I'll move 503 in evidence.
LDs, yes, they did say the Ralph Laurens were 10 and a half.
504 and 505, what are we looking at there?
504 is going to be the Madison College unofficial transcripts of Chandler Halderson. 505 is also from Madison Area Technical College or Madison College. It's an enrollment verification for Chandler Halderson.
And this is an enrollment verification that was requested by the police this fall in preparation for this trial.
Correct. August 9th of 2021.
Okay, I'll move 504 and 505 into evidence.
They are received.
Move to publish.
They may be published.
Gee, I did not. Yeah, get your clown shoes out of here.
Starting with the transcripts, we'll zoom in just a bit. So we're looking at exhibit number 504. But spring of 2018 shows Mr. Halderson was in fact enrolled at MATC, correct?
It's on there, yes.
All right. I took a couple classes, leadership as an art, trigonometry, university physics, and some sort of solar technology class, and actually completed some classes in the spring of 18. Fair?
Yes.
Who drew from physics?
Summer. of
Did he withdraw from
2018,
email writing? Took an
he
independent
enrolled
study on
for
that
a
one.
few classes, general chemistry, basic statistics, and another solar class, and completed some classes there, summer of 18.
Yes, completed some, and it looks like withdrew from another.
Withdrew from the statistics class.
Correct.
Moving to the fall of 2018. There, Mr. Halderson, intro to sustainable design, again, taking basic statistics, intro to renewable energy. And
I won't make the joke
he
about
completed
cumulative
one,
totals.
the design class, got an A, failed the statistics class, and into the renewable energy class. Looks like he withdrew. Is that fair?
Yes.
Going into 2019, spring of 2019, took a couple classes, environmental science, project management, weather and climate, and an electronics class. And looks like there was a C in the project management class, but the rest he withdrew from.
Damn.
Correct.
We see some additional classes now in the fall of 2019. This is on the second page. Microsoft, it looks like Microsoft Word, a couple levels of that, written communication, exploration of
Oh shit.
something in technology, Cisco
Ooh.
networking, IT security awareness, enterprise client.
Oh, no
psychology,
wonder he
human
failed at the
relations.
emails.
And all of these classes, he
Failed that
withdrew from
security
half
awareness
or a little
class.
less than half and failed the remainder, correct?
Correct. The WNA, it's withdrew with no attempt, meaning that the class was withdrawn sometime, I think it's the first 10 days of the course.
And then going into fall of 2020, see some Microsoft Word classes, networking classes, psychology, mostly withdrawn with a couple Fs there, correct?
Ouch.
And that fall of 2020 didn't complete any credits, but that was the last time that he was enrolled at MATC.
Yes.
So after the fall of the fall of 2020, he was not a student there any longer from what you were able to glean from all these documents?
Correct. I believe the end of that semester was January 18th or so of 21.
Sure. And if we look back in 19 and 20, he doesn't earn any credits, either withdraws or fails from all of those classes.
Correct.
Right. And so we'd have to go back to the spring of 19 when he got a C in something called project management to find the last class where any credits were earned.
That's what I'm seeing.
Okay.
And
And then just to maybe a more easy way to view it.
the
they
civilian,
sent
they
you
should have
something
had this
called
guy
an enrollment
testify one
verification.
time.
We'll zoom out just a tad so everyone can see that. But that shows that he was enrolled 3/4 in the spring of 18, half-time in the summer, half-time in the fall of 18, going into 19 in the spring, less than half, the fall, 3/4, and the fall halftime.
Decaf
Correct.
Geek says, gets a D in security awareness, tries to pull techno scam on everyone in his life. Brilliant.
Did you ever find any information in this case to indicate that Mr. Halderson was attending classes or going to classes at MATC going into the spring of 2021 or into the summer of 2021?
They did not have any records of that.
Should interview
Now-
the girlfriend, Catherine. I don't know if she want to come on here.
Talk about a couple of documents that are already in evidence.
Civilian, I don't hate this detective. I hate that they're having him testify
This
multiple
morning,
times.
Detective
That's
Blank
weird.
testified about this small burner phone.
This detective gets to sit and listen to all the other testimony, by the way.
Pulled out. It's not
He's
something
in
I
the
put request
courtroom.
for,
He's
but
not
this was a burner
sequestered.
phone. I think Mr. Selzner testified was found in Chandler Halderson's desk.
Correct. The Alcatel flip phone.
Okay. And he produced a report when he tried to download what he could download there, indicating a cell phone number for that phone.
Correct.
And what was that cell phone number?
608-598-7868.
And earlier in the trial, a couple weeks ago, we passed around this document to the jury. I believe, testified in this case to be a paper found on the desk of Bart Halderson with some written notes on it, giving a phone number for someone Bart Halderson spoke to at MATC. Who was the person he believes he spoke to?
Correct. This is an email that Bart Halderson had saying that he had spoken with Daniel Spieth. At the bottom of, in part of the body of that, he does say that Daniel sounds just like Chaz, who we know is what the family called Chandler, on the phone. The bottom of this email says Daniel's contact information is cell 608-598-7868, which is the same phone number I just read, which is registered to the flip phone.
So the burner phone found in the desk is the same as the email that the jury looked at with that phone number.
Correct.
Okay. There's a name written on this document encircled. Can you tell us what that name is?
Omar Job.
And that became a point of interest for the police in this investigation.
It did.
This cameraman took his classes at the same time that Chandler did, apparently. Thank you.
I don't think we need to hear.
Civilian, I don't like or dislike this detective. I don't care about the detective at all. The witnesses are supposed to be called to the
For the
stand
most part. Many people at sometimes
One
will look at them,
time.
but you do look at some of these.
during
documents.
each,
Yes.
during
Was
examination.
Bart Halderson's cell
then-
phone
or
one of these cell
the
phones
state's
that was
case in
able to
chief,
be
and
accessed
maybe
in this case?
recalled.
Yes,
in
we
the
did
defense.
access that phone.
They're not
And
supposed to be
I'm showing
called
it's been
in
marked as exhibit number
10 times in
497.
the same case.
Just in general, do you know what this to be?
A USB.
Containing the download of Bart's phone?
Correct.
Okay. As we've talked about, those downloads aren't something that you can really look at very easily. So reports are printed off with some of the data
That
that's in those
detective
phones.
looks exhausted
Correct.
just to
There
be
was a
alive.
report printed off with Bart Halderson's messages and call logs and things of that sort that were relevant to this case.
Yes.
Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 498. Could you tell me what that is?
Yes, the title page says that it's the contents are Bart Halderson Celebrate Instant Message Report.
And that's a report of essentially some of the activity on the phone, including some of the outgoing calls and text messages and things of that sort.
Correct.
Specifically, I want to draw your attention to page 16 of this report from Bart Halderson's cell phone. Does it indicate on June 29th, 2021, about 2 p.m, did he make a phone call?
Yes, it shows 2:04 p.m. that
Bill,
Bart
that's
had
the-
made a phone call
that's
to
the attorney's
608-246-6210, and the phone call lasted 19 minutes and 46 seconds.
And so you're the detective in this case. Did you call that number and figure out what that number was?
Yes, that phone number is Madison College.
I'll move 498 evidence at this point, 497 as well.
I can't imagine them putting Chandler on the stand.
Yes.
They've spent this entire trial establishing that Chandler's a liar. So there, I mean, putting him on the stand would be a disaster. Smooth Jazz with WI. Maybe that's Wisconsin. I don't know. Seems like a shit motive. Yeah, it does seem like a shit motive. Now, there are people who have killed people for equal or less motives, but or no motive at all. It seems much for us because we're not crazy. But man, keep watching. Those emails are hilarious, and realize that they're him arguing with himself for a year. This guy's crazy. So. Okay. I'm listening to the other guy here. Let's see. Grab these other super chats here. Stug says, you're going to try and interview the military guy? Maybe. I don't know a way to contact him. Corpus Delecti says, all of these witnesses are in on it with Kat to get the insurance. Clearly Canabro did nothing wrong. Joseph Baca says, Canabro's story is interesting, but the trial is boring because it seems like the defense isn't even trying. Is the problem the lawyers or the facts? The facts, mostly. Distro 32 says, I think the most relevant thing yesterday about the gun was that the parents didn't seem to know about it being in the home. Seems like motive and means. Maybe. I don't know that we can establish that the parents had any idea about the gun being in the home.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
Here we go.
Thank you, Detective. You can return back to the table.
Thank you.
Yeah, Attorney Brown.
State calls Kate Yoakum to the stand.
Quicks DC 614 says Asics the dad shoe. JQ Wynn says, to be honest, as much as a freeloader this guy was, he was still able to pull Poon Poon and not be a cluck like Jack Murphy. Wonder if the ghostly girl and Canathought shared. Ooh. Soul Fiend says, maybe this was all extra credit for security class. Teacher said, if you can murder your parents to get away with it, I'll give you a pass. Arcane's Third Lung, thank you for the donation. And Big Ridge says, is this thing on? It is. It is on.
Good morning. I would ask if you believe you can do so safely and responsibly that you testify without a mask, as long as you're comfortable with doing that under these circumstances.
I will do so.
Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Good morning. Could you please state both your first and last name and spell both for the record?
Sure. My name is Kate Jacomson, Kate, Kate, and last name Jacomson, Jochimsen.
Okay.
How are you employed?
I work for Madison College,
And specifically, what is your title?
the Director of Employee Relations.
And during the course of this investigation, were you and other employees at Madison College or MATC contacted by the Dane County Sheriff's Office in connection to this case?
Yes.
And were you asked specifically if 3 individuals ever worked for Madison College or MATC?
Yes.
Was one of those individuals Aaron Hoover?
Yes.
And were you able to look in a database or some historic information to see if Aaron Hoover had ever worked for Madison College or MATC?
I was able to look.
And was Aaron Hoover ever an employee?
No.
Were you able to repeat the same process with Alyssa Brandt?
Yes.
And you did that, in fact, with 2 different spellings, B-R-A-N-T and B-R-A-N-D-T.
That's correct.
And was she ever an employee for MATC or Madison
She's got
College?
resting patient mom face.
What about Daniel
She
Spieth?
does.
Was he ever an employee for Madison College or MATC?
No.
Can I ask you, what is the end part of every employee's email who works for Madison College?
MadisonCollege.edu.
No one uses a Gmail account as their official Madison College email?
No.
Lies and slander.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be released and excused.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, not much they could cross-examine there. Do you even work at the college? Did you ever receive
Ladies
an
and gentlemen,
email
before
from
we
Chandler?
proceed with another witness, I have to read to you another agreed fact, something that the
An
parties have
agreed
stipulated
fact.
to.
Ooh, very
you
important.
must accept as proven. Specifically, in this case, the district attorney and the defendant's attorneys have stipulated to the following facts. Chandler Halderson has never been employed by SpaceX or sought a job at that company. Please proceed.
Just
This time,
saved
State
us
calls,
a lot of
Stephen
time.
Fair.
Jury of 14 will be seated in the next 20 minutes to half hour. After lunch, they'll start opening arguments in another courtroom. Cool. Very interested for those opening arguments in the Edgecomb
If you
trial.
believe you can testify safely and responsibly without a mask, that would be the preference if you can. If you're not comfortable doing that, let me know.
I can remove my mask.
All right, thank you very much.
Oh, good job, buddy. Thanks for being a bro.
Morning, sir. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Stephen Farr, Farrer.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for BDO
And
USA.
What is BDO USA?
It's an accounting firm that provides tax, audit, and advisory services.
What is your role at BDO?
I am an enterprise support supervisor.
Tell me about that job. What is that job?
So our team, I have a team of 13 individuals, and we are responsible for the firm's large enterprise-wide applications like email, instant message, those kind of things.
Sure. How big of a company is BDO?
We roughly have about 12,000 employees and partners, and
Where are you based out of?
Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Was one of your employees at BDO, I imagine you've learned eventually, but was one of your employees a guy by the name of Bart Halderson?
Yes, that's correct.
And you became involved in Bart Halderson's email and calendar and things of that sort at the request of some sheriff's deputies from here in Dane County?
Yes,
Okay. Did you know Bart before this?
not that I can recall.
Okay. Tell me about, just briefly, the computers that employees of BDO have at home when they work from home.
Yep, so the firm kind of supplies a laptop computer. Most of them
Ooh.
are the same, and they're given to all of the employees.
And were people working from home more frequently than usual since the pandemic,
Yes, that's correct.
including in July of 2021?
Yes,
And Bart Halderson was one of those employees.
yes.
The computer that Bart Halderson had at home, did it have any not ordinary security measures to it, like a retina scanner or a fingerprint scanner?
No, it did not.
In general, it was just a computer that if you
John Lindquist,
you could
I'm
log
not
into
in
with a username
Wisconsin.
and password.
Yes,
Now, in the course of this
I'm in
case,
Minnesota, so
you learned that Bart
every
Halderson
mail in
died,
Wisconsin
and
is
you were asked by
balls.
some police to essentially freeze any of his accounts.
yes.
And at some point, police and myself and others have asked you questions. And one of those questions has been, when was the last email sent by Mr. Bart Halderson?
Objection to leading questions.
Did it?
That's not a leading
Did
question.
I ask you a question regarding the last email regarding Mr. Bart Halderson sending from his account?
Yes,
And did you provide that email to police?
yes.
I'm showing it's been marked in this case,
Okay.
exhibit number 486. And
Glad the defense piped up on
just
that
briefly,
one.
what is the first page of this?
It is an email that was sent from myself to Brian Chunk.
Brian
And
Chunk.
What did you indicate you were doing in this email?
I was attaching some screenshots from Bart's last emails that were sent from his mailbox.
And we'll go to the second page of 486. Is that the email that you sent?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'll move 486 in evidence. at this time.
There you go.
It is received.
This email, did it have any significance
You guys are
other than it was the
terrible.
last email sent from Bart Halderson's account?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. And just what is the date and time of that email being sent?
3:07 p.m. Eastern at July 1st, 2021.
3:07 Eastern?
Yes.
And have you reviewed Mr. Halderson's email account a couple times now in the course of this case?
Yes, I have.
And was that in fact the last email that he sent?
Yes.
So 207 Central.
Yes.
Showing you what's the third page of that exhibit, which is exhibit number 486. What am I looking at there?
It's his calendar, work calendar,
Sure. And what's the time range for that calendar?
June 27th through July 3rd, 2021.
Okay. And was this from Mr. Halderson's account that you locked up
Yes.
from BDO? Move to publish 486. So just looking at that second page, there's no significance perhaps to the email, but what you were referencing was the time and date that it was sent. And that would,
Correct.
all right. And as to the calendar, does this appear to be an Outlook calendar maintained by people at BDO?
Yes.
And so is there any significance to the different colors that people use on their calendar?
No. Yeah, it's customizable.
Got it. And so if we look right here, Thursday the 1st, and scheduled here just around 3 o'clock, and I'll have you read it because it's a little bit hard to see. But on Mr. Halderson's calendar on July 1st, around 3, what does that say?
Krista doctor appointment.
Sorry, you're looking at the 30th. Look at
Oh.
the 1st.
Chaz, MATC.
Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, how?
No further questions.
Oh, whew.
Good
Glad you
morning,
took the
Mr.
time
Farr.
there.
How are you?
Good.
So a couple of questions for you. The state mentioned something about Mr. Halderson's, Bart's laptop. And that is a work issued laptop, correct?
Correct.
So you're pretty familiar with that laptop and how it's used.
Yes.
The state mentioned something about no fancy equipment, if you will, to log into that computer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Not only did you provide the emails shown, but you provided different information to the deputy sheriff that you spoke to, correct?
Correct.
And I believe the contact person was actually Detective Shock.
I believe so. Yes.
So along with emails and that calendar invite or that calendar, you also provided information on Mr. Halderson's login, correct?
Yes.
And with the login information, that's something that's generated. It's not something that Bart himself put in a spreadsheet. It's something that's generated through some kind of computer program that you use.
Correct.
Now, with that spreadsheet that you provided about the logins, could you give us a little more information on what exactly was provided in that spreadsheet?
Do you have a copy of that spreadsheet? Because I
I-
know I sent a couple and I
I
want to
do,
make sure
yes.
I speak
So
clearly.
actually, give me a second to get that ready for you.
Does this, I mean, you have not cross-examined any witnesses. Where are you going with this? I don't have an opinion. However they want to do it's fine. Hot mic.
All right, I'm handing you the Martin's exhibits 1000 and, excuse me, 1101. So go ahead and peruse through that, familiarize yourself with that.
Are you gonna? You got anything? You got anything? Like what?
All right, and
Okay.
what is it a copy of, what is that a copy of?
It's a copy of a couple of emails I had sent to Richard Bennett about some of the login information for Balt Hardison's computer.
And Richard Bennett, was that someone from the Deputy Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
And does that look like a true and accurate copy of the email and the spreadsheet that you provided?
Yes.
Move it into evidence.
Any objection?
No. No.
It is received.
All right, so I'll leave that there for you if you need to refresh your recollection for that. But I believe my question was, what exactly was it that you provided with that spreadsheet?
So the spreadsheet had a record of when the laptop was locked or unlocked.
And for it to be locked or unlocked, was some kind of password required?
A password is used to unlock the computer.
And that password, is it one where you only have a certain number of entries to try before it locks you out and you have to call someone from IT?
Yes.
Do you know how many logs or how many attempts you have?
I do not offhand.
Okay. Was there any other kind of login that a password was required?
There are several applications that we have that you could use a password to log into.
And could you briefly tell us some of those, if they're included in that spreadsheet?
They are not included in the spreadsheet, no. This is strictly just the computer.
Okay, so what else does that spreadsheet have? Does it have anything else about any kind of last login that Mr. Halderson would have had?
No, it just has the login, log off, and computer restarts and shutdowns.
And is it something that you would require your employees to shut down their computer regularly?
We do advise our employees to shut down regularly.
Okay, and based on that spreadsheet, when is the last login for Mr. Halderson, or log out, excuse me?
The last log out would have been July 1st at 8:07 Eastern,
8:07 Eastern time.
8:07 p.m. Eastern.
And that would have required some kind of passcode.
That is the
No.
log off, so there's no passcode when you log off.
You just turn off the computer.
What, your computer will either turn off automatically if you don't do anything for 20 minutes, or you can manually log off your computer.
So then that would mean that at some point, at least the computer was active roughly a little before 8:07 Eastern time.
It would either have to be active, or if you had a video playing at the same time, that would keep your computer from becoming locked automatically.
You got nothing, do you? Where were you even going with this line
Does
of
that
question?
spreadsheet also tell you when was the last login that would have required some kind of password?
Yes.
And when was that?
It's 5:13 p.m. Eastern on July 1st.
So from 5:13 Eastern to roughly about 8:07 Eastern, the computer was active the whole time.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions. And I'll take that back from you.
If you wouldn't mind, you could keep it for a second.
Redirect.
Sure. So 5:13 Eastern, meaning 4:13 Central, was the last verifiable time that that computer was logged into?
Correct.
And we've had discussions about this, have we not?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way that you can tell who logged into the computer at 4:13 p.m.?
No.
Are you able to tell at all what was being done on that computer at 4:13?
Not with these logs, no.
Sure. And have you had conversations with law enforcement regarding trying to figure out what was going on that computer?
Yes.
And are you able to tell?
Not concretely, no.
So the last verifiable time that you're able to determine someone manually was doing something on that computer is that login time at just after 4. Central.
Correct.
Okay. And you said things could be keeping the computer active. What types of things keep the computer active for long periods of time?
So if you,
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
so if you were doing a training and it had a video component to it, that would keep your computer from being locked out. If you're watching YouTube and you had a video open, that would keep your computer from being locked out.
But in terms of verifiable information on the computer, we talked about the last email that was sent. No email was sent when that computer was logged back into at 4 o'clock.
Correct.
And I'll ask it, perhaps I already have, and I hate to be redundant, but just want to make sure I'm clear. Are you able to determine based on any of your programs that you have access to or the data you've looked at, whether anything other than logging into the computer was done after 4 o'clock? Or that time at 4 o'clock?
We weren't able to, no.
In terms of passwords, is this just the normal thing you look at when you unlock your computer? You have your username and you enter a password?
Yes.
Do you know who had Mr. Halderson's passwords?
I don't know.
In the course of this investigation, have I and police provided information to you that Mr. Halderson was a bit perhaps loose with his passwords?
Yes.
In fact, I've showed
Oh,
you
wait, no,
documents in
object to
case.
this.
I'll show you what's been admitted into evidence is 203. You've seen this document before?
Object to
have.
this.
And what does that appear to be?
A list of username and passwords.
And most of these usernames, you're able to tell from the initials and the name of the user who appears to be the user.
Bart.
So if Bart
I would object
Halderson's
to that.
password,
I mean,
for
what are you
instance, was
doing?
on a document, I'm not saying this document, but a password document or a Post-it note sitting next to the computer, you would have no way of knowing who logged onto that computer at 4 o'clock.
Correct.
Okay. So if someone wanted to log on, throw on a
Objection,
YouTube
this is all
playlist of
speculative.
music and listen to music on that computer, you wouldn't know who was on there.
Correct.
Keep objecting to speculation because that was crazy that they just let that go.
Are you able to tell what Bart Halderson's password was from your data?
No.
And I asked you to try, didn't I?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Any recross?
Yes. That spreadsheet that the state just showed you, were you able to determine what the password and the username were from that spreadsheet that they provided?
We tried a few of those passwords and we were not able to succeed.
And you also mentioned that there was how many logins that you were able to try before it booted you out or kicked you out?
I don't know off the top of my head.
But there was a limit.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused
He may.
and released.
So I guess that's
Thank
why
you,
they
sir.
didn't object because they had the question for cross.
And then perhaps Ms. Goro and I should approach real quick to talk about that issue we had brought up a second ago.
Here comes the. Here comes the. Here comes the. Oh, they didn't do it this time. So that's the reason they didn't object is because they had it on cross. Yeah, it wasn't any of those passwords, was it? No, we weren't able to get it. We weren't able to get it logged in from there. But I mean, just raising the specter that Chandler knew the password, therefore Chandler did the login. What, to fake his dad's thing while he killed him? I don't know. I didn't think he's supposed to be dead on the 1st of July. I thought he was supposed to die, after that. But I don't remember the timeline, so I'll take it. So apparently his dad or someone logged in at 4:13 p.m. and then was allegedly killed in the next hour-ish. The 3rd? I thought he died on the 3rd. Well, I mean, that was the 1st. July 1st, 4 p.m. Between 3 to 5 p.m. on July 1st. Oh, okay. There you go. This is one of the problems with the state's case in general. And it's interesting that came through right here. Their theory on when Bart dies, they've got a little bit of problem with because the body's in the condition it's in, because they don't have any witnesses to the actual event of the killing. They don't know if they can put Chandler there at the time. And that seems to be where the defense is hanging their hat. So that's why they had the cross of this guy. I guess good job on the defense doing what you can to try and raise some doubt. It was Bart's ghost. We need the voice of Bart's ghost. Oh my gosh. I don't know. My password was vagina. There you go. Here's the real story. I saw Chandler's transcripts and I offed myself. Like, oh my gosh. Anyway, too silly. Too much silliness. We got to be very serious here. This is a very serious trial with serious criminal acts of murder and mayhem. Let's see. I think you imagine says Chandler didn't work for SpaceX. I call BS. He blew up those Starship prototypes like this blew up in his face. Cynthia Jackson, thanks again for the donation. And potentially criminal says this smells like client directed cross examination. I don't think Chandler was directing the cross examination. Chandler's an idiot. Matt from Tinder said you need Jesus. Yeah. I mean, no argument. No argument on that one. Do Richard's voice and the voice changer? No, that'd be weird. That'd be awkward. So they're paneling the jury over on the other trial. There's no audio. It's just sitting. Oh God. Oh, what is this? What's up, Joe?
What, am I interrupting something? You're a very, very busy person right now. You're very busy. I'm interrupting.
I'm a very busy person always. Literally constantly. I was supposed to have a plumber come to my house yesterday, but they called while I was on stream instead of just coming to the house. I told them just come to the house. But they called me. And so they didn't come out. I didn't answer.
Did you see your audio is like fading in and out on me? It wasn't doing that when I was listening to you a second.
Your audio is fading in and out on me. It's probably just where I'm talking.
Well, so my question for you, because I saw you were doing the whole Holy Spirit thing, which I don't know how you figured out how to do. That was actually pretty cool. But yeah, that was actually great control of your audio. But my question is, you just referenced Jesus, and that inspired me to ask you, did you see that clip with Dan Crenshaw saying that he was talking about different archetypes, and he goes, Jesus was an archetype, Superman was an archetype, and a lot of real people were archetypes. Did you see him say that?
Dan Crenshaw is the archetype of a bitch. No, I didn't see that. I don't pay attention to that Dan Crenshaw guy.
He said that he said that in an interview, and I was like, whoa, that's a weird way to phrase things. That's a very weird way to compare, basically, yeah. He said,
well,
and then he started listing real people like, like Rosa Parks and Ronald Reagan as archetypes. And yeah, what happened to this guy at one point? I really liked Dan Crenshaw at one point. And I'm not even Jewish, and I was like offended by like that comment. I thought that was like,
you're not even Jewish.
I mean, I'm not Jewish. I'm not even Christian. I'm not even Christian. And I was offended on behalf of all Christians by that comment.
I mean, Moses is an archetype, right? But that doesn't mean that Moses is like fake fictional or something. It
right?
Just
No,
means,
but
it means that people have emulated Moses.
Right. No, he said Jesus was an archetype, Superman was an archetype, and then
I just brought it to Jewhood instead of to Christianity.
Right, but then he goes, but the way he worded it was, he goes, and there are plenty of real people who are also archetypes.
Sure.
Like Rosa Parks and Ronald Reagan.
Oh, I see. So he's saying Jesus isn't real. I don't know. Dan Crenshaw's a weird guy. I don't pay attention to him. Yeah.
No, I just thought, I wondered about people who just continually, it's almost like he's like Kamala, where it's like he's just continually sticking his foot in his mouth.
Maybe he's in defeat.
Could be. I'm trying to bring some variety to your perspective here, and you just keep shutting me down.
To my perspective. I don't. What, Dan Crenshaw?
No.
So you want to bring variety to my perspective, and you bring Dan Crenshaw comments?
I'm trying to introduce, like, you're on a break here. You have this like little break thing going on here. I didn't mean perspective, variety to like of topics here. You're trying. You seem like you were desperately looking for something to talk about, and you're just cutting me. You're shutting this one down. You're shutting this one down. I'm going to go through my notes here. I'm going to find other stuff for you to address. Give me
You
a
have
second.
notes? What do you What do you do all day?
I'm kidding.
Yeah, sure. You're kidding. There's Senate hearings today talking about something. What was it? Oh, the Voting Rights Act. They're working on the Voting Rights Act apparently, because that thing will never go away, right? They're gonna hammer on
power grab. If they could ever get it to pass, they know that they'll never lose another election ever again.
Yeah, that's why they're trying to get it, and why they'll always try to get it until it passes. This is progressivism and how it
State
works.
calls, Omar Joe.
Hey, here we go. Omar coming.
Is that cop going to come back like a seventh time later today?
I think so.
It's the weirdest thing in the world.
God. I should get some other audio filters
Feed.
than just my reverb.
God voice.
Good morning, sir. If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference.
Hope he keeps his
if you're
mask
comfortable
on,
doing that.
because that's what I
Yes.
like.
Thank you. Go
Oh,
ahead and
good.
remove the
Thank
mask,
you.
and then if you want to angle the microphone so that it's directly in front of you, that will also help, because the blowers have turned on and they create a level of background noise. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Who's this guy? Who's this guy?
Omar.
Good morning, sir. Would you mind telling us your name and spelling it out for the jury?
My name is Omar Job, Omarjobe.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I work as an enrollment coordinator at Madison College.
And tell me a little bit about that job. What do you do? in that job?
Oh, yeah, this guy's important.
We are customer service that, like one-stop shop that help different departments.
He's the last guy
We
to talk to
support
Chandler's
different
dad.
departments like financial aid, enrollment, records, admissions, and triage order calls in different parts of different departments within the college.
When people call, just give us a sample of last time you worked. What kind of calls are you getting?
We got calls about admissions. We walk them through how to get admitted and enrolled in classes, mostly financial aid, like I said, records, obtaining the transcripts. Those are the kind of calls that we manage daily.
And how long have you been doing this work?
Altogether, 8 years.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Started as a student and transitioned in different positions.
When you do you get a lot of calls?
Yes.
Do you remember all of them?
No.
Or sometimes they recorded?
Recently, we started recording them I'll say 2 years ago.
Last year, you were contacted by the police at some point regarding one of these calls you had.
Yes.
And did you speak to the police?
Yes.
Did they ask you about a call that you maybe had with someone about Chandler Halderson in June of 2021?
Yes.
In fact, the very end of June 29th, I believe.
I remember the date, but
Okay.
yes.
All right. And was that call recorded?
Yes.
Okay. You've listened. Have you listened to that call?
Yes.
And I'm gonna show you just there's a number on the bottom. It's 496. It's a kind of an oddly designed transcript, but just even reading the first little bit of that, does that appear to be the call that you had with this person regarding someone named Chandler Halderson?
Yes.
All right. I'll take that back from you. I will move 496 into evidence, and I'll represent for the record 495 to be the call and move the call into evidence as well.
Any other objections?
No further objection. Thank you.
It is received.
Okay.
I think I asked you, but we played the call for you and you listened to it at one point.
Yes.
Do you have any independent memory of this call at all?
No.
Do you know Chandler Halderson?
No.
Do you know anyone named Bart Halderson?
No.
When you listened to the call, were you able to tell though that it was you on the phone?
Yes.
All right. So if we could have HDMI left, I'll plug my computer in.
All right. Do we get to hear this phone call?
Folks, it's been a little while since we've had just an audio recording. I'll remind you of the
See how
instruction
pissed
that
Bart
what you
sounds.
hear is the evidence. If you don't believe the transcript that's shown on the screen matches what you're hearing, you should go with what you're hearing. The transcript is provided for your convenience. Go ahead.
One viewer, gang,
All right,
gang.
we're
What
gonna
up?
listen to a call. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure we're queued up appropriately and the volume is on.
Why did this guy get? He
Should
gets
appear on the
reverb.
Screen in front of you, sir, Mr. Job. The computer monitor should carry whatever's on the big screen, so you don't have to look.
I can match his version.
The
of
call's
reverb,
about
too.
17 minutes long, so I apologize, Mr. Job. You're going to sit there for a second, but if you need a glass of water, there's one right there. And I'll just
17
begin
minutes.
playing.
Yeah, I want to hear the call. This is the last time anyone heard him.
Can you make sure the volume's up on your end?
Hi. I'm trying to get an appointment scheduled to meet with somebody to maybe just get a copy of a transcript and also a printed copy of a certificate that was earned and other degree verification. How do I get that done?
Okay, for the degree, you have to download the duplicate diploma form and send it in with a check or money or $4 for the diploma. We mail that to you. For the transcript, you have.
All right, I think I'm on.
You are here.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I tried requesting them online and we never got them. And I've spent I don't know how many times doing that and at $8 a piece. So I'm not willing to do that again.
Why is that letting you request your transcript?
It's not my system, it's your system. So don't ask me questions like that.
Sure. I'll pause it at 108.
Remember, Bart's been dealing with this for 11 months at this point in time because of Chandler's lies. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Bronca. How you doing, man?
I'm doing awesome.
I think I have you
Skiing
turned
yesterday
down.
for the first time in 15 years and didn't break anything, so that's good.
Nice. Congratulations. I would never go skiing again because I would probably be dead.
Yeah,
Like
me too.
Sonny, right? Like Sonny Bono or whatever.
A number of people have managed to kill themselves skiing, but I'm not among them yet.
Just like Chandler's parents.
Wait, Sonny Bono's dead?
Yeah.
That's so
Yeah, like several years ago.
Okay, first
Catch
of
up,
all-
Joe.
But it was Sonny. First of all, no one told me. Okay, and second,
I told you, the media told everybody.
A skiing accident. Something sounds very fishy here.
He
Something
hit a
sounds
tree.
I don't know. I think
Oh my
Cher was
God.
trying to get back at him for a long time.
Dude, this was a long time ago. This is not like last week or last year or last decade. I don't think. Anyway,
I have to check this out.
So, Andrew, what we're listening to, well, allegedly we'll be listening to right now, is the last phone call made by Bart Halderson, the dad of Chandler Halderson. He makes it to the school. He's trying to find out why he cannot get a transcript from his kid, who's been lying about going to school for the better part of a year now. And this would be the last contact anybody is known to have with him. This is probably one of the last witnesses in this case. However, the
dad's trying to catch the kid lying. Is that what it is?
I think dad is finally putting it together, but he's also pissed because he thinks the school is boning him over here. His kid had set up a bunch of fake Gmail accounts to pretend that and he argued with himself for months, argued with himself via email about going to school, getting transcripts, getting proofs of a certificate that he never had, and all this stuff. It was it's insanity.
When you consider how much effort this individual vested toward lying and more lying, I mean, literally creating new email accounts of different people he's talking to, wouldn't you think he was invested a little more time toward researching the accuracy of some of the BS that he was sending out, like the fact that there is no scuba, that there's no scuba team for the police? Like it's very weird to me how he could work so hard on some of these lies and at the same time tell such patently stupid lies that anyone would spend 3 seconds investigating would say, I mean, that doesn't add up.
Well, to be fair, I mean, he didn't do that good of a job at lying. Like, they weren't great lies and they weren't great ruses. I mean, misspelling of the he's supposed
person's
to be like
name.
the resource director, and it said recourse director. I mean, like basic errors here, but he didn't work that hard at it, but it was way more work than necessary. But this guy seems like he was consummately lazy, right? So he did the minimal amount to create the fake email chains, but then he just went back to playing Tarkov or whatever, which is a noble endeavor, to be honest. And Tarkov is hard. It takes a lot of investment. But I was going to say, Andrew, the jury is being seated in the Edgecomb trial right now, and then they're going to go to lunch and then come back for opening statements. So I think we're going to be switching over to the opening statements in the Edgecomb trial once that starts up after lunch. So, and I'll be covering this Halderson thing, I think, at night, as highlights happen.
I think it might take 10 minutes.
Our
Okay.
tech person is on his way up.
Okay.
They're trying to fix the volume.
Folks, do you want to just relax here, or would you like to go back to the jury room and come back? I'm fine if you're okay just being here.
Unfortunately, I'll note we may need to be using the screen, so if that matters for your decision on where everyone stays.
Well, let's do this. Let's
Okay.
do this. And sometimes we wing it. I'm going to ask Randy to take you back to the jury room. He'll inform you whether we're taking an early
Joe,
lunch
this guy's
or
got a
not.
better radio
I'm not
voice
gonna
than
bring
you do.
back here if we have to make that decision. I'll just tell you now, if I don't see you before the lunch
And a
break,
far better bow tie,
to
too.
follow the requirements that you followed every day.
Do you wear bow ties?
Not discussing the case with yourself.
Hell yeah.
Or even discussing the frustration about technology. That's tempting. And do avoid overhearing or researching or finding out or seeking any information about the case. If we're able to get this fixed quickly, we'll get you back in here. Otherwise, Randy will let you know if it's the lunch break. Certainly, we'll do our best. Go ahead.
Welcome to the Chandler Halderson trial on 101.3 The Fuzz. Bringing you all
good morning, everybody. This is
Oh,
James
God.
Langer, the digital
Oh, God,
content
I
manager of
no.
channel3000.com.
No,
As you
stop.
just saw there,
I was
Ugh.
kidding about the
Sorry.
bow tie. I never even met an individual who wears a bow tie in my life.
Sure.
I've never
Sure.
met a human who wears a bow tie. I wouldn't have a
Listen.
clue how to even tie a bow tie.
I have only worn bow ties twice, and that's when they were for an event specifically provided by the event. That's so they matched and coordinated with the event colors and everything. Everybody was wearing
They were
them.
stick on.
They were
peel off the adhesive and
no, they had a little a little clippy
Yeah.
string around them. They were not real bow ties. These are not tied on or anything like that. Just
This is like a Chippendales type event, or were you topless wearing a bow tie, or was this like some sort of formal
I
thing?
had a tux on.
Oh, okay.
I had a tux on.
Just wondering.
Adam says, we had a Japanese exchange student get paralyzed skiing in Montana. We also had a German exchange student go snooping around in a random garage and get his head removed by a shotgun. Basically, don't come to Montana if you're a foreign exchange student. Oh my God. See Goody, this is for you, Andrew. He says, Andrew, I bought your 4-class bundle special, Law of Self-Defense. You may want to make sure that page is taken down or removed. I checked yesterday and you can still buy it.
okay.
So
thanks.
there you go. Thanks for the update there.
Well, it'll be a while before I can fix that. So if anyone's interested in getting the sale after it's over, now would be the time.
Kai and Rennell said, did Chandler have a threesome with the 2 BBW lawyers? Oh, you stop it. You stop it. Megan B says, hey, Nick, love you and Joe. This case reminds me of the sicko Joel Guy Jr. who killed his parents and boiled their heads. Have a good day, you guys. Heart. A lot of people kept mentioning Joel Guy. I wasn't familiar with the story, but that
Me either.
sounds kind of great and hideous. Adam says, interestingly, the guy's garage door who shot the foreign exchange student was open, so he went to prison for murder.
No, well, okay. That's one of those cases where the homeowner baited the bad guy into his garage. And when you put out bait, folks, and by the way, he told all his neighbors he was going to do this. So, of course, they all told the cops. So it wasn't really in dispute. If you put out bait, that's not self-defense.
Wait, so you know about this case?
Yeah.
What type of bait?
I covered it at the time. So this was a couple. They had a. Is that me? Do you guys hear applause?
What, you hear a what?
I think that
Sorry.
whenever you're talking, we should hear applause, but I don't hear it right
Sorry.
now.
I
don't hear any
Like an
applause.
idiot, I had another tab open that
Oh, I thought maybe you were just like really, really self-absorbed for a minute, and you're like,
Yeah,
"God,
that's why I was
great!
like, yeah.
Everybody's clapping every time I talk. This is
I do.
amazing."
I do have applause. I can, yeah.
Nice.
No, this was a case where it was a couple. They had their garage had been broken into repeatedly by some. They thought probably college students. Beer was stolen from their garage beer fridge, and they got fed up with it. So they decided they were going to get this person. They put a purse with some valuables in it, which they listed on a piece of paper, so they'd be able to document it afterwards. That also came into evidence. So that's how we know for certain it was bait. They put a purse in their garage. They left the garage door open. And then they waited for someone to come into the garage to take the purse or steal anything else in the garage. And when that person came in, it was a foreign exchange student attending the local college or university. And the husband just basically emptied a 12-gauge shotgun full of buckshot into the garage at whoever this intruder was and killed him.
Damn.
But that's not self-defense, folks. When you put out bait to attract people in so you can shoot them dead, well, that looks a lot like murder. It doesn't look anything like self-defense.
So if you put like a salt lick in your garage and a college student comes up and starts licking the salt lick and you just execute him, that's bad. Don't do
That's
that.
bad. It happens. I always tell people that, listen, defense of your home, defense of your castle is like the hardest use of force situation to F up. I mean, you really have to work hard to be facing criminal liability if you're dealing with a genuine, forcible, unlawful intruder. But there are ways to screw it up. And one of those ways is to actually create the circumstances that you now claim mandated use of force in self-defense. Things like putting out bait. That doesn't fly.
But that's changed in Georgia now, right? I mean, in Georgia, they made it like impossible to defend your home, where everything there becomes everything there is very easy to trip into a felony murder if you stop the guy and he,
Well, that's different.
But are you talking about because of Arbery?
Yeah, in the wake of Arbery, they changed
citizens
the law.
arrest law in Georgia. So Georgia effectively has no citizens arrest law now. There's a very limited provision, shopkeepers laws, we call them, where if a shopkeeper sees someone shoplifting, they have a limited privilege to detain them for police. But there's no generalized citizens arrest law anymore, which literally means that if you come across an intruder in your home, you have no privilege to detain that person for police. So I would not do that. Yeah. Yep. So the pendulum swung the other way, as tends to happen with politically motivated legislative decisions. So yeah, I mean, if you find someone in your home and you need to defend yourself against them, you can do that. But I would
only if you need
strongly
to defend
recommend
yourself.
not detaining them for police. Either do what you need to do in self-defense or get them the heck out of your home.
Right, but you have to be able to show some sort of defense, right? Like you can't. You would have to articulate the elements of self-defense as you would anywhere else.
Well, no, they have special provisions for use of force inside your home. Those would still apply. It's only the arrest component. It's not the use of force component. It's just the detention component that's changed.
I see.
But by the way, that's what you should want anyway. You shouldn't be detaining anybody. It's extraordinarily dangerous. As long as that person is near you or your family, they're a potential deadly force threat. You want them gone. Your job's not to be a cop and arrest people and bring them to trial. The cops hardly do that these days. Why should you do that? So
yeah,
your job is to get them away from you, away from your family. That's how you win that particular fight.
Did you see this this new case that just got charged out yesterday? It's these 3 cops and they're charged with the killing of this 8-year-old girl at a football game.
Mm-hmm. I did. I think I saw the headline in one of you must have covered it yesterday or something, right?
Yeah, I covered it last night.
Yeah, so I saw that headline for your show, and then I took a quick Google look at it later. And yeah, I mean, superficially, I haven't looked closely, so I have to caution that. But superficially, it looks like it could well be grounds for reckless use of force. I mean, you're firing into a car generally in a crowd of people or into a crowd of people. That begins to look a lot like recklessness.
Yeah, that one was confusing because depending on the narrative that you hear about the case, it sounds either like good for the cops or really bad for the cops. But when you get kind of, and you hybridize the two sides of the story, as kind of court is designed to do, you get this idea that there were some people who are bad actors who were shooting, but then they made their way into the crowd as they're exiting this football game, and the cops are trying to shoot them as they're moving through the crowd, and they shoot 25 times and end up killing this little girl and hitting like 3 other people and injuring them, one of them being like her sister and stuff like that. It's really, really awful. And
Especially I heard the people they were shooting at were not actually the bad actors, right? They were shooting into the wrong car.
I saw, I saw something that they, and again, it's hard to discern from the reporting at this point, but it sounds like, they were shooting. One of the statements was they shooting in the wrong direction, even like that the guys were somewhere else in the crowd or a different direction, and they were shooting there. So, seems very, very awkward. There are 3 cops and 25 rounds fired. But I guess they're probably using, 15 stack firearms, right?
Well, I mean, I'm sure they had Glock 19s or whatever the equivalent would be for uniformed officers in that department. They're basically all interchangeable guns. But this is a different scenario than of a cop. Someone's coming at a cop with a machete, and in the heat of the moment, the cop draws his pistol, fires a shot, misses the guy with the machete, and hits an innocent bystander. Arguably, that's not a reckless use of force. But if there's a crowd of people leaving a football stadium behind that dude, or behind someone you can't even identify, it look a lot like reckless.
Come through like they don't send it. Do you request it?
We're back to the call here.
So we have a third party that processes it. It's called Credentials. Did you talk to Credentials? No.
I guess they can't show the transcript while it's playing.
Hello? Well, yeah. I said, did you talk to No, I said no. No. Okay. So we have a third party. Hold on, let me look at your account first, okay?
It's like every customer service call ever.
God, this would be a nightmare.
What is your ID number or social? So I can access your account. No, I don't have that. Okay,
Is
what's
this
your
the
first
Golden
name?
Corral legal team here? What are they
Chandler,
showing?
CHAN.
This is the last phone call that the father
Golden
ever
Corral
had.
LLC.
D as in David, ERSON.
I believe it's the public defender's office of
You said last name is
Madison, Wisconsin.
You can tell who the new employee
HAL
is.
is in Larry, DERSON.
Someone's
Yeah,
telling
what's your
that
address and
lady
your
on the
date of
right, 1,000 calories a day. Those are rookie
4595
numbers.
Oak Springs Circle, DeForest, Wisconsin, 53532. Date of
You
birth
gotta up
is
those numbers.
March 15th, 1998. Okay, so it looks like you owe a balance. You owe a balance of $2,349. So that's why you can't request it. Hello? Yeah. Can I schedule a time to actually come in there and pay all that and resolve everything at one time? With the payment, yeah,
So
the
who is
payment
this
tonight
here
open.
on the witness stand?
You can come
This
in.
guy on the phone,
Somebody.
customer
will be
service for the
there.
college.
You can make the payment. You can pay online too. They can lift the hold. You can talk to student financials. They will lift the hold, and then you can request a transfer. How long can they do an unofficial transcript? Yes. If you have to pay the balance though. You have to pay the balance first. Then you can obtain whatever you want to obtain. Okay. Now, how long does it take to do an unofficial transcript from you guys? Right away. You can download it. It's a PDF that you can download right away.
Has the whole trial been like this?
Is there a person there, an
off
office
and
I
on.
can go to and have them do it?
Yeah, someone can walk you through. They can show you how to obtain it. The same as, if you call, we can walk you through to download your own official transcript. But like I said, the balance have to be taken care of first.
Yes, I understand that part. So, do I need an appointment, or is it a place you can just go at your Truex field to get that?
You can go to the front desk at the Truex campus. You can go to the main campus. We open Monday through Friday now. So you can walk there, and then someone can help you, process the payment, call Student Financial to lift the hold, and then you can view or download your own official transcript.
You said after the payment, you said to lift the hold, you said
Yeah,
call who?
it's a process. So once you make the payment, they can lift the hold right in there.
Are we sure
you
the
can
father
tell
didn't
them,
just kill himself?
you
in the
want to
course of
request
this
your
call?
transcript, so they will lift the hold right away.
So you said I had to call somebody.
No,
Or can they do it if I stop in there?
Yeah, when you stop in, they will do it for you.
Okay. Now, if we've earned a certificate, say in that solar program,
You said
where does that get requested to?
if you earned a certificate?
Yeah.
I don't see that you earned a certificate. There were no
This is where the lies come crashing down around Chandler.
You were
talking?
taking,
Oh, okay.
you were taking IT classes, right? I don't see that you were in a program.
Well, prior to the IT, there was a solar program too.
Yeah, but I don't see that you were Chandler.
Yes, Rob D, I'm going to talk over this
Anderson.
recording from time to time.
And your
What is
date of
trying
birth
to
is March 15, 98?
98.
Okay.
Now, there was an old account that got changed to this new one, so would it be under the old account that didn't get, or did all that get transferred over?
It's soon if they merge the accounts. What was your? Do you have your old account info? Like your.
It used to be Halderson C at Madison College.
Yeah, normally if they merge it, they'll bring everything together. Hold on one second.
You think the father's going to lose it at some point in this call?
I would.
Okay, so the name that was on that account. What was the name of that was on that account?
It's the same name, Chandler Halderson, or do you see it's Halderson C at Madison College at edu.
Yeah, that's your username. That's C. Halderson at Madison College.edu.
No, that's the new one. And the old one said Halderson and then C at. Can you tell if those two were combined or not?
Halderson C. No, I don't see a request for duplicate account. Normally when I type your name, it should bring Halderson C. Let me do it in reverse, okay? If it's Halderson C, then your first name would have been
Oh shit! I have an appointment at 2:45.
your
God,
cousin is Chandler,
think
Chandler.
I'll have to check on that.
I've got a call in 4.5 minutes. So I'll be pausing
DER.
at that point, but I'll hop back in if I can.
I think my appointment's a false alarm. I think it got rescheduled. I'll double check in a minute. Yeah, Mercy Rain's basically, financial aid, put a hold on his transcripts till he pays back because he dropped a whole bunch of
No.
classes, failed a bunch of others just by not
When I
attending.
look you up by name, if it has a duplicate account, it bring all the names that are under that account.
Now, if they canceled one, would that show up anymore, or once they cancel it, would it be like expunged kind of?
It will show up and then it will say deactivate. If you go to, we have a system that will show that a duplicate account was processed. Because the account I'm looking at, there was no.
How far back does that account go that you're looking at? Like when was the first class taken?
All the way.
Okay.
Yeah, these are the last recorded words of the father, 200 watt studio. I'm wondering if this is going to be the final witness called by the state.
Spring of 2018.
Joe, just out of curiosity, is that your grandbaby in the background that we hear?
You actually hear him? I didn't think you can hear
Yeah,
him.
it's fine. I was just curious if it was or if it was on the call.
Yeah.
No, that is my grandson in the back.
I've never.
It's not like a paralegal.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
But I don't see that you were.
I'm a pretty
admitted
strict
in the
boss,
program.
so the reactions sometimes vary.
You said they were, it's the IT degree is in there, right?
No, those are just classes. Like you took general education classes and
His dad thought he had an IT degree.
the IT classes. You might have just took the classes but not be in the program. You have the solar. You took a solar class, physics, trigonometry.
The dad pretending to be the son here?
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yep, you took some solar classes, like I said.
This is dad getting tired of his son's bullshit.
Yep, you took solar classes, but you were not in the
Does the internship from the spring show up in there?
There was no internship.
He might not know.
From the spring of what year? I can go back.
Oh, this year, 2021.
His kid hasn't been attending since 2020.
Winter. Yeah, you do spring.
No.
Does it normally show up in there?
Yes, if the internship is part of the curriculum, yes.
Do you have an Alyssa Brandt that works in that area or anywhere in the campus?
This is one of the names in the email
What is the
chain.
last name?
DRAN. I think it's T or DT.
The dad's got a cork board behind him with a bunch of push pins and ropes going to it, unraveling.
The first name is Alyssa. Alyssa, yeah, Alyssa.
When he was trying to maintain his lie, so he basically created all these different email chains with different people from the school with fictitious names. And Omar Job is the only name that he gave that was accurate.
And is that
I
check
think.
non-teachers and everything? It would be anybody on campus that works there?
It will be anybody on campus. The directory will have anybody on campus.
Okay. How about, does Daniel Spice still work there? His last name is Spice. Yeah, it's
Biggest Dickus. Biggest Dickus.
To the courtesy phone.
no, Speith.
How about Ivana Humpalot?
I am not enrolled.
ITH.
Mr. Hunt, Mike Hunt, please.
No, it's not showing up.
It's not showing up.
Okay, that should have done. Okay, thank you for your help.
All right, you're welcome.
Oh.
No further questions.
So you never lost it.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are excused and released from your subpoena. Thank you very much for your time.
But if the prosecution wants to bring you back 7 more times, they may.
Occur at this point in time. I was hoping to go longer into the noon hour because I'm supposed to go to a judge's meeting, but that didn't work out. So I will make that meeting and we'll take an hour break for the lunch. And obviously, as I told you before, excusing you, follow the admonishment as to contact. Thank you.
Well, there we go. That is.
But they didn't rest.
They didn't rest yet, so they still got somebody else to call.
At least
they may be calling back that detective for the 900th time.
Well, good afternoon again, everybody. This is James,
There we go.
the digital content manager at Channel 3.
Good job, James. Thanks, brother. Glad you guys are covering this. Since your stream seems more stable than Law and Crimes stream.
What happened with you in Law and Crimes? That I saw something you tweeted out that you're banned from Law and Crimes.
Apparently, my name is a verboten word on their chat, so like my chats don't show up. Allegedly, I can't check and see if my chat shows up, but that's what people are telling me, and other people cannot say the name Mercado Law in their chats.
Oh, because they have concerns that people are going to basically be directed to you.
They were apparently very upset that I was using their feed from time to time to cover some of the other cases, which I mean, I guess if that's what you want to be mad about. But yeah, so I don't know. They've never talked to me about it, but I went on there to thank them for the stream because I'm nice, right? So I went on to their chat to just drop a nice thank you for the stream. I think it's a great service that they're providing, bringing those streams out.
Yes.
And then people were saying, yeah, your chat's not showing up at all. So
yeah, I guess they feel threatened. I guess that they feel a little insecure. I mean, I think you probably have like 2,000 views for every one view they have, so I can understand.
No, they're kicking my butt on this trial.
Are they?
But they've been streaming it from day one.
You've been working solo. You need the team. You need the panel.
I've only done 2 days of it is the problem. So people have been, that's they've got their spot. You got to start a trial from the beginning if you want to have like the head count of views, because people get into the chats and they start to form, they start seeing the people that they recognize and stuff like that. And they keep going back to the same place. And so I missed the first week of the Halderson trial entirely, basically. So I was not expecting to outperform Law and Crime on it. I was hoping that I would, because it'd be funny, but I wasn't expecting to do it. But I am, hopefully going to bury him on Theodore Edgecomb if they cover that at all, because that'll be great. But yeah, the the Edgecomb trial is going to be, I think it's going to be a more interesting trial in general, because we've got a judge who's kind of a hothead, very no nonsense and very direct. And he talks like he's angry, as opposed to this judge who always seems like he's happy. He's like, "Oh, this is great. We're gonna go on a little lunch break. I got a judges meeting coming up. This will be perfect."
I got some buttered popcorn. We're gonna pop in the movie. We're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, the other guy sounds angrier, so that's good. And then we've got an activist attorney, right? A literal activist who's the attorney for the defense, and this case is being made about race by some of the interested people. So I think we've got opportunity for good television. The Chandler Halderson trial isn't good television, but it is a good story. And that's what I think people keep coming back, because the audacity of the story. But most of the trials that I've seen has been very dry,
because they've been cataloging their inventory of evidence. And that's basically what they're doing, because you don't have eyewitnesses. You don't have the actual murder or anything like that. You just have, here's a whole bunch of the circumstantial evidence, which if you look at all the circumstantial evidence, it's pretty freaking damning. But you don't have someone who said, "I saw him grab that saw and start shoving back and forth." There's just nothing like that here. But if you actually can have, especially if the activist comes off like some Southern preacher, screaming about the virtue of the black, and how the black community is under attack again, that will be epic. So yeah, there's potential, assuming that. And normally when you have activists, they enjoy the spotlights. That's why they go into activism. They love the spotlight, and they sort of take every opportunity they can to make it about themselves. And that's good theater. So that should be more exciting. It has more ingredients for the type of thing that's enjoyable to watch for an extended period of time, as opposed to this, which is a great summary story, but we're not seeing any of the exciting parts. We're just being told about them and envisioning them in our own minds.
Yeah, because it points to the main problem that the prosecution has in this case. Although I think they're going to overcome that problem pretty handily, is that they can't tell you when he died. I mean, they have a window, but there was a little hole poked in that window earlier, which is kind of interesting. So the dad had a work laptop, and the work laptop logs when you unlock and when the laptop locks, right? Well, the dad was allegedly killed on July 1st between 3 and 5 p.m. That laptop was unlocked at 4:13 p.m. and remained unlocked until 8:30-ish p.m. And it has a 20-minute auto shutdown. So there was some sort of activity happening on the laptop. It could be like a YouTube video. You put a 4-hour YouTube video up and it'll just keep running. And then 20 minutes after it ends, it would presumably shut down, or if it ran out of battery or something. But at 4:13 p.m., the dad or somebody using the dad's login credentials had logged into that laptop.
They should be able to find search history and figure out what was happening during its last usage, shouldn't they?
You'd think they could do something like that, but they couldn't get into the laptop. They didn't have the dad's number, or password, which weirds me out, because you'd think IT would have a backdoor into the laptop for an enterprise computer. Usually they're able to, when I worked at Thrivent and we had laptops for remote access, we would go into the IT department, and if we needed the password updated, and they forced this like every 6 to 8 weeks or something, but you would go in physically and then go down to IT, and then they would force in a new password, right? And then you would enter the new password, and then that would reset everything. So you'd think IT would have a way to force the password or force some way into the computer, but they allegedly did not retrieve that report of activity. That report was not gathered. Just the log activity of the unlocking and locking was gathered.
During the Maxwell trial, they had an FBI IT guy go in there talking about going into Maxwell's computer that she had down in Florida, and they were asking about whether it was password protected, and he said, "I don't know. We don't use the operating system. We just backdoor behind that. So we would never know if there was a lock on it, and I'm surprised that they didn't do a similar thing here. Clearly,
Yeah, well, I'm thinking they clearly could do this. Again, it's an enterprise computer. You should have no expectation of privacy in what you do on your work computer. They tend to have all of that, access that they need built in whenever they need to do it. But for whatever reason, it wasn't requested, and it was not brought by the witness at trial. So, and I guess the defense didn't request it either. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you would think that one side would have. It's always weird to me when you have something. I guess maybe the defense wants to leave it murky, and the prosecution may have just missed this potential hole.
The prosecution seems to be aware that this is an issue because they had some mitigating argument about it, but not much. But this, going back to, I guess, where we got to this point is this is one of the holes in the case in general, is that no one can definitively say when Bart Halderson was killed, and they can't definitively put Chaz in the same room as the same place. They can't actually. I think they've figured out that he was probably killed in the basement, but they don't know. And the other thing with the mom, they don't even know how she was killed. They don't have cause of death because all they have is a leg and a foot from her, and all of the injuries they said were post-mortem injuries on the leg and the foot, from the dismemberment.
Yeah.
So it's a mild oversight in the case. They don't actually know, or they can't show it, but I think they've got enough circumstantial evidence to convince a jury for sure at this point. That he did it, but that seems to be the defense's case. Basically, you can't prove that he actually killed him. You can only prove that he chopped them up and distributed their bodies around. I don't think that's going to fly with the jury.
Yeah,
if I had to guess, I don't know.
And maybe it's possible. The best hope you have for this trial taking an exciting turn is if there's basically.
If Chandler takes a stand,
defense.
He's not gonna. They spent the whole trial establishing that this guy's a habitual liar.
In Wisconsin, you have to take the stand.
Yeah, but no, he said that for self-defense cases.
Oh.
There's no self-defense allegation here.
Oh, okay.
But there probably needs to be, because I bet his dad was about to whoop that ass when he found out about the line.
That would have been a great defense.
Could you imagine, like, you find out your kid has been lying to you for over a year about attending college, that and to get answers about it, you have to pay a couple grand that's on hold.
It's not just that. I mean, we can understand a little bit about the temperament of the parents and the fact that he felt the need to create this web of lies. Some parents are real pushovers that, even if he's 30 and living at home, they'll let him get away with it and say, now Chandler, you better start, being serious about looking for a job, and just do that for like a decade. But, other parents are like, no, get the hell out of the house if you're not going to be lazy. And Bart certainly seems like more that type, where he was tolerating, some difficulties that he believed his son to be having, but that he was certainly not, but that he was sort of demanding accountability, like a good parent should, like any good parent should. But
not applicable. Says the problem with the self-defense is the bullets went into Bart's back, not his front.
Well,
look, he was just doing a turning side kick at the time. Chandler saw the kick coming, backed off, and fired the rounds. They just struck his back because he was in the middle of the turn before the kick, lashes out into the background. So that's what happened. I can't believe we still have to discuss this in 2021, that still today you bigots are out here denying the reality of superior Korean kicking martial art, Taekwondo, with a turning side kick that Bart Halderson was obviously doing when Chandler fired. He turned his back to him during the attack, and that's why the rounds went into his back. I mean, come on. Oh, goodness gracious. But no, so this case is a disaster. And we've got quite a quite a break here on both of these cases. 1 p.m. on the Halderson case and somewhere before 1:15 on Theodore Edgecomb. And I'm not sure which feed Theodore Edgecomb is going to be on now because it's they're going to a different courtroom.
So I just picked up a feed. I'll send you the link.
Oh, you got
and
it?
it's showing I think so. Opening statements at 1:15 p.m. But it says court
Yeah.
in recess resumes in 42 minutes. Would that be noon? That would be 2:00, right? Eastern time. Oh, but it's 1 p.m. Right. Sorry.
Is it like a YouTube feed, like Court TV
It's
or
like
something?
a YouTube feed. Yeah. Hold on. I'll send you the link.
Hopefully they'll have better
I guess we
audio
can-
than the courtroom audio. You sending it on Twitter or?
On Twitter. Yeah. Sorry. It's on a different computer, so I can't just put it in the private chat here.
Oh, no worries. I have the technology to pull Twitter up, so that's good. Let's see. Okay. Oh, it's this guy. Yeah. The Lockhart TV Media.
I never
Yeah,
heard
I'm
of him. I just Googled, or searched on YouTube, and that's the only live one that came up.
Yeah, they've been trying to stream the whole trial. I'm curious what courtroom feed they're going to pull. I hear Court TV is going to cover it. If Court TV covers it, they probably won't pull the court feed. They'll probably have their own camera set up like they have in these other cases, and we might get better audio out of that. So we'll have to check closer to the start time. Because the court's audio stream has been exceedingly quiet. I have a plugin that boosts it 600% and it's still quiet. So, Fox 6 News Milwaukee is going to stream the Edgecomb trial. Oh yeah, I bet they will. And they had pretty good coverage of, I think Rittenhouse. Law and Crime Channel B will have a feed. Oh, maybe that's the one I'll use.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. Yes, one viewer gang is back. YouTube is having an issue with live view counts right now where it is routinely dropping from whatever your view count is to one viewer and then kicking back up. But we have about 5,200. Stephen Oglesby says, did Wednesday email you about the appointment just now? Yes, it did. Actually, I need to probably go make a phone call about this appointment and verify that I don't. Joe, you're muted. You probably know that. But I have to go make a phone call and verify that I don't have an appointment this afternoon. So if you guys can bear with me a minute, I got to go do that, but it shouldn't take me too terribly long. Let me get everything chambered up to do that. Let's see. I've had this appointment rescheduled like 50 times, so I'm guessing this is an old calendar entry. But I'll be back in just a moment, guys, if that's okay. And to the chat, I mean, we're just going to be hanging out, or I'll be hanging out, and my guests are welcome to hang out as well until the stuff picks back up in a few minutes. But I'll be back in just a bit.
And now it's the Andrew Branca and Muted Joe show. Well, welcome everybody to the Law Self-Defense / Muted Good Logic show. Thank you. You could all be here. Yeah, pitch time. We are actually running a sale today, folks. If you'd like, you can get your state-specific law self-defense course of instruction for whatever state you like at a big discount, free shipping at lawselfdefense.com/state. Just pitching stuff, Joe, while we're on pause here.
No, that's good. That's good. You do it, and I'll
always be selling.
I'll be pitching for you guys. If you have a gun and you don't know law of self-defense, you're basically a prison sentence waiting to happen. So why would you want to put yourself in that situation?
Instead of going to prison, you could get the hard copy of the Law of Self-Defense at lawofselfdefense.com/get-hard.
Nice.
Getting hard's better than prison.
Yeah. And if you were a fan of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, See, so you know how Mac he wanted to get hard. He was determined. He was gonna get. Were you a fan of Philadelphia?
I actually never saw an episode, so
Oh.
I'm aware the show exists, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, no, there was like this one episode where he was trying to join up with the mafia, and he just kept going in there saying like, "I want to join you guys. I want to get hard. I want to join." And like he was always like ambiguously. He would make these unintentional, ambiguous references repeatedly, and yeah, I think he was the inspiration for the character from Arrested Development. Although I'm not sure technically which show preceded which. Yeah. So while I'm here, I'll pitch Good Logic, where we cover law and humanities and a lot of politics. Right. And I sometimes it's my goal is either make you laugh or to scream at you, and I do that fairly regularly. So yeah, you might want to check out Good Logic. It's probably not in the description yet, but I don't want to judge him unfairly. Maybe it isn't. What do you think? You think it's in the description?
Whether you are, I don't know how all that works.
Nah,
Are we supposed to be in a description? Oh, I guess right on the YouTube version.
Usually he's very good. Usually he's very good at updating his description as soon as any of us join, but we're not in there yet. So you'll never find me. You'll never find me. He's working for Susan. Susan's goal is to make sure you never find me. And apparently Nick has switched sides and he's sort of fallen to the dark side where he's like, no one's ever going to find law of self-defense. They're never going to find Joe. But yeah, I have supposedly a YouTube channel, and we do good things there. I stream nightly from 10 p.m. till midnight Eastern, sort of like as a lead-in. It leads in very nicely to Nick's show, which starts at midnight my time. So I urge you to check that out. Have you have you ever had to run Nick's channel before? Because the last time I was here by myself, I was people accused me of trying to take his channel down.
Oh yeah, I'll take it down. I'll take this whole damn thing down. Hey, I can always answer some questions. I see a question here from somebody called Colorado Culture. Would you say Colorado is a match force with force self-defense state? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but every state is a proportionality state. Proportionality, one of the 5 elements of self-defense, folks. Get your free infographic at lawofselfdefense.com/elements. Proportionality, the elements are innocence, eminence, proportionality, avoidance, and reasonableness. Proportionality really means force falls into one of 2 buckets. Either you're dealing with non-deadly force, in which case you can only use non-deadly force in self-defense, or you're dealing with a deadly force attack and you can use deadly force in self-defense. Deadly force attack meaning force likely to cause death or serious bodily injury, or some statutory equivalent like forcible felony, kidnapping, rape. They all fall within the deadly force bucket. If you're in the deadly force bucket facing a deadly force threat, you can use deadly force in self-defense, assuming the other elements of self-defense are also satisfied. That's if that's what you mean by force, match force, that's the answer. If what you mean is you can only defend against a punch with a punch, that's not what proportionality means. It's the degree of force, the intensity of the force, not the specific nature of the force. And if you're in the deadly force bucket, nobody cares what you're using for deadly force to defend yourself. If you're facing a deadly force threat, you could use a gun or a knife or an anvil or a piano thrown off the top of a building, or it doesn't really matter. Once you're in the deadly force bucket, all the force is essentially equivalent. It's all deadly force.
So
your deadly force.
There we go.
Sorry, I'm back.
All right.
Turns out my appointment was a false alarm, and I don't have to worry about making it there. So that's good. That's good for me. That's good for me. I don't have to abruptly end the stream in an hour. Woo-hoo. So what are you guys, what were y'all talking about? Some sort of deadly force stuff?
Yeah.
I was about to ask him if I end up having to use my gun to kill someone in self-defense. So my question for you is, outside of Texas, what state would I want to be in?
Well, most states, their self-defense law, the black letter of the law is actually pretty similar. It's about 80% the same. So the underlying principles are more or less the same. It becomes a matter of politics. How do those institutions tend to treat self-defense situations? Are they going to put you to the test and drag you into trial? In which case, what is that smoke coming out of your head?
This is
you're vaping.
I vape. Yeah, I vape.
He's really angry right now, Andrew.
I'm like,
He's fuming.
I'm a constant VR tuber, a very lifelike looking VR tuber. So every time I get upset, there's smoke coming out from all directions. But
oh my
God. I quit smoking 2 weeks ago. So
Oh, good for you, man.
Good
thank you.
job.
Thank you.
When are you going to quit doing heroin?
It's not a good week for that.
Yeah, seriously.
Picked the wrong week for that.
Why don't you, sir, why don't you ask me to like bend time, please? I can bend this spoon with my brain faster than I can quit my cocaine habit. So yeah, go on. You were telling me this about
Yeah,
how
so it's
all
really a
states
matter
are-
of the politics, and the politics varies by state. You use a gun to defend yourself in Massachusetts, you're almost certainly going to trial. They hate guns in general. They wish they could keep you from having one, and so maybe it was self-defense with the gun, maybe it wasn't, but they're going to make you, as effectively prove it to a jury, at least put you in front of a jury. But how they would treat that exact same fact situation in Oklahoma or Texas is just completely different, and that's just up to the discretion and decision-making variance of the people in authority, the police, the prosecutors, and ultimately your fate, the judge, the jury. I mean, in Massachusetts, most of the people look at a gun like a live rattlesnake. So the mere fact that you own guns and used a gun is going to be a black mark against you. In other parts of the country, guns are normal. Everybody's walking around with a gun. So they just figure, well, that guy shouldn't have started nothing if he didn't want to get shot. So it becomes more almost a social cultural distinction rather than a black letter of the law distinction. Now, there are differences in the law. I mean, the biggest is whether or not you have a legal duty to retreat. There's 11 states that impose a legal duty to retreat. New York's one of them, with very rare exception, at least in the context of deadly force. Massachusetts, it's most of the states you would think of, most of the blue states.
I'm in New Jersey. Do I have a duty to retreat here?
Yeah, you do. You
But
do.
not
Unless
not my own home, though.
They have one exception. Not so. Normally, generally speaking, the castle doctrine relieves you of a duty to retreat if you're in your home, but there's different flavors of the castle doctrine. I don't remember the exact flavor that New Jersey uses. In every state, if you're dealing with a genuine intruder, a forcible, unlawful intruder, you have no duty to retreat in your home. But it gets a little sketchier if the person's lawfully present, like they're a co-dweller or they're an invited guest. There's someone, they're there by license, if they're a guest or a repairman or somebody and quite a few of the cases I deal with are people get in disputes with repairmen. And then the legal question is, well, was the person lawfully present in the home or not? And they really were, because they were invited in until you tell them to get out and they don't get out. And then they're no longer present by license. So that's how fact sensitive these cases get. If the homeowner was smart enough to tell the person to get out of the house and then the fight happened, it's a completely different legal scenario than if they didn't first tell them to get out of the house, or it can be. Also, the castle doctrine varies in terms of how far it extends. So it always applies if you're like inside the four walls of your house. But what if you're on your front porch? Then it varies by state. Some states recognize curtilage around the home for castle doctrine privileges. Some states don't. So on the margins, self-defense law varies. The general principles are really the same across all 50 states. And those little marginal differences really can make or break a case entirely. I mean, I consulted on a case where a guy got in dispute with a garage repairman, and frankly, the homeowner went to the gun way too early. But the repairman he was in the garage when the fight started, and the repairman was angrily stomping around, and he walked out of the garage and then came back into the garage. And the second time he came in, he was no longer there by license. And that changed the entire case, and we got those charges dismissed against that homeowner. But if the repairman hadn't made the mistake, of course, he didn't know it was a mistake. He had no idea about any of these legal issues. But if he hadn't stepped out and then stepped back in a second time, he would have been present lawfully by license of the homeowner. It would have been a completely different legal outcome, or at least a different legal argument.
Joe, as your lawyer, I'm going to tell you to stop listening to Andrew right now with all this legal mumbo jumbo. What you got to do is, if you happen to shoot someone in
shoot them all, like God sort of
self-defense, first you got to take the body immediately. You got to hose down the entire area with hydrogen peroxide so the luminol doesn't work. Then you have to take the body, you buy a wood chipper, and you get a boat, and you get on the boat and you wood chipper them out into the water, right? And then you throw the wood chipper. You got to take the wood chipper far away from where you do this. But you take the wood chipper, you pitch that thing overboard. Then you take the boat somewhere else. You crash the boat, and you cast away like Tom Hanks, and you come back 6 months later with a long beard. Everybody thinks you're dead, but you're a hero for returning. And then no one even cares what happened to the electricity guy, right? Like at that
Please.
point, they're like, well, that guy
Please.
just disappeared. It's weird.
I have fully plasticized kill rooms. You guys are rookies.
Yeah, well, you know, till you leave a boot print on that plastic.
Most
you leave
homes
a
have
boot
black
print.
water and gray water, and Joe's got red water drainage.
the Dexter kill room. You know how long that shit would take to set up every time you're gonna kill someone? Just hours and hours of
It
duct
seriously
taping
would.
off plastic all over the place. Make sure you get everywhere on the floor. You can't let a drop of blood go anywhere else. I don't
It's like the person who thought of that's never actually painted a bedroom, right? With drop cloth. Like doesn't know it takes 2 weeks just to get that job done.
Let me tape this fucking baseboard. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, here's your white pill for the week. My wife of 10 and a half years and I just brought our first child into the world, Daniel Andrew. 115-22 at 8:17 p.m. 7 pounds 0 ounces 20 3/4 inches. Mom and baby are healthy and at home. Hey,
That's awesome.
11 Bravo Charlie, congrats. 11 Bravo Crunchy, congrats, brother. Good job bringing a kid into the world. Now you get the fun job of making them into a hilarious person. And you should do that for sure. None of these humorless hacks that are running around right now make your child into someone who can see the world with levity and with wisdom at the same time. So Mandy Kravitch says, we've had a pretty big flu spike here in Texas. Tell Joe that the Dallas Cowboys are immune to it because they can't catch anything.
Well
Wait, are you a
played.
Cowboys fan?
I am a Cowboy fan.
Why aren't you a fan of the New Jersey?
That's why. That's
their
why.
names?
I grew up. Okay. Yeah, this is how much you know about football. You're like, wait, the New Jersey Bills, yeah, whatever. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so I grew up when I was a youngin'. I was young enough when the Jets were playing in Shea Stadium, and Richard Todd, New York Sack Exchange. It was a phenomenal team. If Andrew was a football fan back then, I'm sure he remembers that. That was back in the early 80s. And I had some classmates who were Giant fans, and I used to mock them that they're rooting for a New Jersey team, and because they played in the Meadowlands in New Jersey. And then sure enough, when people realized that Shea Stadium was like basically a collapse waiting to happen, so they ditched that place, and instead of building a new stadium, they decided, hey, let's go to New Jersey and join the Giants there. And I felt really like backstabbed by them. I was really bothered by it. And I said, F them. I'm done with them. And my best friend was a Cowboy fan. So I started following Danny White and the Cowboys, and I stuck with them for the last, 35 years or so. And for some reason, ever since the Troika retired, they can't win a playoff game. It's really kind of frustrating. They'll have great seasons of racking up wins, but when they get to the playoffs, there's a great deal of choking that happens, and it's very.
The Meadowlands is it really New Jersey? You can almost throw a football from Battery Park into the Meadowlands.
It's not the point. It's not
not if you're a Cowboys quarterback.
You're either from New York or you're not from New York. Okay, it's that simple. All right. So, and who knew I would ultimately move out here to New Jersey? I didn't know that when I was like 14.
Sam Welter says, from a Packer fan to a Cowboy fan.
By the way,
translation.
Yeah. By the way, Mandy, like she's ever since she heard this, she's been like taunting me and like all over me about this Cowboy loss this past week, and I can guarantee you're about to make like at least $300 in super chats now of people basically ranking on the Cowboys, and I am going to demand that I get my fair share.
Yeah, I'll give you every dollar you deserve.
Oh yeah. All right, I'm out of here.
He leaves. No, I had so many more questions for him. Let's see. Gene Jeffries says, have Joe explain light speed to Bronca. Which now he can't do. Joe is gone and he can't explain light speed to Bronca. Fred Piedmonte says, Joe is not a Jew. Charlie Eckhart says, I know how to tie a bow tie. It actually hurt to do so because your hands are in a different position. Wore one every day. Every day? Why would you wear a bow tie every day? Fair Frozen 55 says, as Kermit, joggers get shot around this swamp. Dennis Pettit says, at Bronca. Well, I'll wait till he's back on that one. Charlie Eckert says, I should say it hurts when you first learn to. Okay, when you first learn to tie the tie. I still can't figure out why you would be wearing a bow tie every day. Why that would happen. Oh, I guess I could add these panelists into the description.
Sorry about that.
No problem. We're at this is the chill land of legal live streaming. There's no rules. There's none of that. No pressure. But there is a question for you.
Okay.
Dennis Pettit says, at Bronca, Coleon Noir put up a Lyft driver shot 2 carjackers. He didn't shoot until the jacker was in his car. Legit shoot. Are you familiar with this case?
I'm not, no. But this is one of those, so defense of self is pretty standard across the country, and defense of persons. So defense of self, defense of others. Defense of property gets more varied. In many states, they treat an occupied motor vehicle just like they would treat your castle. So
they do that in Colorado, right?
Yeah, that's right. So it depends on how you define the scope of highly defensible property. That always includes your home, may include business, may include occupied motor vehicle. Unoccupied motor vehicle is just personal property, folks. But if it's occupied, they may treat it like your castle. And then if there's a forcible, unlawful entry into your car, it's just like if it was into your home. And there's a legal presumption that you had a reasonable fear of imminent deadly force harm. And that's a pretty hard self-defense scenario to screw up. Now, when I say that, it doesn't mean you won't be prosecuted. I mean, you could be put to the test of having to make that argument in front of a jury and spend a couple $100,000 and have a greater than zero risk of being convicted anyway, despite being in the legal right. Innocent people go to prison. But normally that's about as sound a use of force justification as you can have, is the use of force in defense of highly defensible property. So if in that jurisdiction the car falls into that category, and they're in the car, I mean, frankly, you could make the argument even before they're in the car, they're obviously attempting to breach the car. But definitely if they're in the car, I don't see how you would screw that up. I would caveat by saying, as always, if you have the option not to shoot people, then you ought to take advantage of that option. But if you don't, defense of highly defensible property is about as secure a position, legally speaking, as you can be in.
Right. And in case people misunderstand what you're saying, because I think people miss the distinction here. When you're saying, if you have the opportunity to not shoot, you should probably take that opportunity. That doesn't mean you have a legal duty to retreat or to not shoot in that particular circumstance. It means that that's the better option for you to make sure that you don't get prosecuted for killing someone, right? If you have the opportunity to get away and you take advantage of that opportunity, the ideal scenario is you don't die and you don't have to defend yourself in court subsequently to that.
Yeah, and I should caveat that. It's always implicit in my mind, but I mean consistent with safety. So don't increase your jeopardy to do this. So don't risk death or the death of somebody you have a duty to protect to do this. But if you can avoid the use of force consistent with safety, that's generally going to be the smarter decision. I saw someone ask where they can get a mug. You can get a mug at lawselfdefense.com/mug, folks. So always be grifting, right? So
always be grifting. ABG.
Made in the USA. I would show you the stamp on the bottom, and then I'd pour my coffee all over myself.
Alec Baldwin would agree. Always be grifting. Always.
Oh my God, that guy! I just saw another video of his.
He just keeps putting stuff out. It's like, dude, you need to shut your mouth. You need to stop talking.
It's unbelievable.
I can't stop talking.
Imagine having him as a client. I mean, you'd have to quit. Right? Well, I guess if he's paying enough money, maybe you don't quit. But
yeah, at least you'd be
for sure.
You'd probably be getting paid. That's the good news. Is he seems to be a man of means, you would assume, and would have the ability to pay you a very large upfront retainer. And every time he did another news conference, you would increase the retainer. Like, look, I'm going to need you to go ahead and drop another 30 grand in that coffer, please, to cover for this one.
Just build that into the retainer agreement, right? Every consultation on another media presence. That's another 50K, my friend. Do them if you want.
There's also going to be an additional $10,000 in non-recoverable liquidated damages for my therapy bills after every single appearance that you make. Patrick Allen says, saw that the prosecution might be finished today. Yep, I saw either today or tomorrow. They're expecting to be finished in this Chandler Halderson trial. Corpus Delecti says, Omar here sounds like he's going to ask Bart for Apple Store cards to pay off the balance. Medicare's Lunicorn Archive says, listening to the call recording made me feel like the father was about to start impersonating an old lady talking about redeeming Google Play cards. Koi 540 says, kind of sucks realizing that if trade school was more acceptable, this might not have happened. This kid might have just been a normal, productive person. You know, maybe, I don't know if I can blame the liberal arts college for Chandler Halderson being a useless pile of trash. This guy, look at how much effort he put into not going to school, but pretending that he was, rather than just like manning up and saying, you know what, I'm not going to go to school. I'm just going to go get a job at Walmart or wherever, you know, a bank or something like that. Depending on where you can get one without a bachelor's degree. And there's lots of places you can get one without a bachelor's degree. Go get a sales job. You don't need a bachelor's degree. You just need to be personable. The funny thing is, I mean, Chandler seems like he's probably a personable guy. I mean, he's had consistent, fairly attractive girlfriends. You know, he seems to have friends. He convinced some weirdo in wherever, Kansas, to drive up to Wisconsin and give him an SKS for free just because he played Tarkov with him or whatever. So it seems like he could do some sort of job that didn't require him to go to college and not lie about his entire life. I don't think a trade school was going to fix this kid. Maybe the military, because you know, he probably just would have lied about being in the military, but they could have, if they would have gotten him in, maybe they could just beat it out of him.
Imagine if he went to trade school, became a plumber, and the next time you call a plumber, you get this psychopath in your home.
I totally fixed your toilet. It still doesn't work. Well, what'd you do to it? Well, when did you fix it? Oh, that time I was over at your house like 2 weeks ago. You were never at my house. Yeah, you don't remember?
I have the emails.
You misspelled my name, asshole. Patrick Allen says, if I had a homicidal son, he would look like Chandler, quoting Joe Biden. El Gonzo 1000 says, Andrew, this is clear-cut self-defense, right?
Well,
Patrick Allen says, muted Joe is the best Joe. 2D Harem King Jack says, Nick, ask Joe about Dollhouse Phil. Why? That I don't understand. I'll have to get him on a different show and ask about that. Mawman says, hey, Joe, is court assistant a good job in New York? I have no idea. Someone was asking me about, you know, those sort of legal adjacent jobs, court clerks and, well, I mean, I guess legal assistants and like court reporters and stuff like that. To me, I would not want to sit in a courtroom all day and do that. I don't know. Do you have any opinion on that type of?
Well, it's not for me. I mean,
yeah.
But there's, you know, lots of people have jobs that I'm not temperamentally suited for.
Right.
I mean, jobs where you're sitting around a lot, not doing much is, I'd blow my brains out. I mean, I have to be going 100 miles an hour all day long pretty much, but that's just my temperament. Some people like those kind of jobs.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's it. And that's what I was saying. For me, it's not good. But if you want to sit in court and absorb kind of what's going on, and you know, maybe you're a stenographer or you're a court reporter or the court tech guy, you know, that could be a great job for someone who wants to do that. For me, I would not want to. Cash chats about everything says, I quit law school after listening to your group of YouTube lawyers. Oh,
well, that might have been a good decision. I mean,
you're welcome.
Law's not for everybody.
Says, I wrote a book instead called Tales of the SS Nowhere. Wish me luck on my new path. Well, good luck, brother. Yeah. Keep writing. Hopefully it takes off for you.
Yeah, I often say that, you know, a gun is rarely the answer to a problem. When it is the answer, it's usually the only answer, but it's very rarely the answer. Becoming a lawyer is rarely the answer for a human being. It's really not.
Bria Z says, can one of y'all explain Hawaii self-defense laws? Because I need clarification because it sucks here when it comes to our laws. I don't know that you have. Can you even? It's really hard to have a gun in Hawaii.
Right. Well, I would call that weapons law, different than use of force law. But yeah, the weapons law in Hawaii it's among the most restrictive in the country. It's terrible, of course. Their self-defense law is very traditional. There's nothing really unusual about it in terms of use of force law. But again, how they apply that law within their prosecutorial discretion can be rather heinous, depending on the facts. They can certainly put you to the test at a trial, and if they do that, you could be the most innocent person in the world and still have a risk and go into prison for the rest of your life. And you may not run that risk in other states. But the black letter of their self-defense law, I haven't looked at it in a while, I have to confess, but I recall that when I did, it was very traditional, standard, straight up use of force law, nothing really weird about it.
There you go. I would
It is a
imagine
duty to retreat state, though. It's one of those 11, if I recall correctly.
Mike Schlinkert says, remember the 3 S's: shoot, shovel, and shut up. Charlie Eckert says, Jets crossed the state lines, unforgivable. Intermediary Joe says, under what circumstances could a woman use a firearm in self-defense against a purse snatcher? Texas. Texas is the circumstance.
Maybe if you meet all the conditions of that, Texas Penal Code 9.42, which if you're interested, you can find at lawselfdefense.com/942. But there are a lot of conditions. A lot of them are subjective. There's a lot of reasonableness, no alternative means to recover the property. These are all judgment calls that are going to be made by other people after the fact. So you've killed someone over a purse, and now whether or not you spend the rest of your life in a cage is subject to their judgment on whether you checked all those boxes. I wouldn't want to be in that place over a purse.
The other reasonable-ish answer to the question, rather than the meme of Texas, is, are you actually in danger? Are you in reasonable fear of imminent death or serious bodily harm? It's the question that is always the question in a self-defense case. Right. Are you actually in fear? And are you reasonably in fear objectively? Would someone else in your situation be reasonably in fear of that? So if you're being armed, robbed with a gun, and someone's trying to take your purse that way, then, you're in reasonable fear. If someone's running past you and snatches the purse out of your hand and then runs off, you're probably not in reasonable fear at that point. So,
right. I mean, you really shouldn't. So the proper hierarchy to think of these defenses is, if you have a defense of self argument, that's the one you want to make. Then the next one would be defense of others argument. And the very last one would be defense of property. I mean, you're only making a defense of property argument if in the absence of a threat to persons. If there was a threat to persons, that's where you want to be. So if it's a combination of they threatened you and took your purse, it's not really a defense of property case. It's a defense of persons case.
Right. Steve Animatrix says, what constitutes a castle? Does a tent on a public sidewalk / land qualify?
Yeah, it could.
It's going to be state by state on that, but it's how the state defines domicile typically, or whatever. I mentioned Colorado because years ago when I was in Colorado and had my carry permit, I was asking, I do not believe at the time Colorado had reciprocity with Minnesota carry permits because Minnesota sucks with their reciprocity. But I called up the local sheriff of where I was going to be, and I asked him about different things, and he mentioned that the domicile includes typically your hotel room, and it also includes the car in Colorado. So it's gonna depend on the state definition of castle or domicile a lot of times, and they'll lay that out. So if you're gonna go into a state, what's up? With what?
I need to print out my speech script.
Okay.
I don't know how to do it. I have it on
I'll be right back. Sorry. got a dad thing to do. Won't take long.
All right. No worries. I would caution folks that you would think that you can get reliable legal information on this kind of stuff from your local sheriff or law enforcement officer or cop neighbor down the street. I would not assume that to be the case. You cannot assume that people actually know use of force law. I'm not saying they're deliberately giving you bad information. They're generally not. They're giving you the best information. They have the information they believe to be true, but they are so often mistaken. They're often repeating bad information they received from other sources. And nobody cares if you're in court. Nobody cares that your local sheriff told you it was okay, or you should do this or that your cop neighbor down the street or the lawyer who did your real estate closing said this would be lawful or not lawful. Nobody cares about any of that. They only care about what the law actually is. So I would urge you to learn what the law actually is. And again, you see my little URL there. We have a sale on our state-specific courses right now for any state you want, all 50 states if you want, at lawofselfdefense.com/state. The actual law, the statutes, the court decisions, the jury instructions on all aspects of use of force, defense of self, defense of others, defense of property for your particular state. So you know what the law actually is. And you can get that, I think it's about a 35% sale today only. And get that online streamed, instant access, or have a DVD of it sent out to you, or both. Up to you. You'll be presented with those options. And you can get that today on sale at lawofselfdefense.com/state. See if there's any super chat I can pick up that might be directed at me. Well, Nick has a much more efficient way of this is impossible. Let's see. Yeah, someone asks me to do a fast. I guess FF7 must be Fast and Furious 7 remake. I don't know what that is actually. FF7 in both tie and no tie settings. They want me to condemn the horrendous FF7 remake in both tie and no tie settings. The no tie is tough, folks. Nick does that stuff late at night for me. I'm an old dude. I have to get my sleep. I get up early in the morning. So these stay up late at night things are going to be exceptional events. Mostly having to do with jury verdicts being rendered. And he is back.
Sorry about that. We had a printer issue. So, what were you just talking about?
First, I talked about being cautious about taking legal advice from law enforcement officers because they sometimes know what they're talking about and sometimes don't. So I encourage people to actually learn what their state's law actually is by going to lawofselfdefense.com/state. They can get our state-specific course there. And then I read a super chat having to do with somebody wanting me to, I don't know, condemn a remake of FF7. I don't know what that is.
Yes, you should condemn it. Absolutely.
Okay. But they want me to do it a tie and no tie versions. And I was cautioning everyone that the no tie ones are tough because you do those late at night and I'm old and I need to get my sleep. So the no tie stuff will be only exceptional events. I certainly can't do them on a nightly basis like you do, Nick.
No, I look. I have
Final Fantasy 7. That's what that is. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought it was Fast and Furious 7. See, that's how old I am,
well,
folks.
it's fine actually for both of those. You just go ahead and condemn them both. Yeah, no, I have severe problems. That's why I'm able to do the late night live streams every night. Okay. Z Michael Gelke says self-defense is ABCs, avoid, barricade, confront. Adam says, I just got hard, and boy, Andrew goes hard on the upsell. I respect the grift. This message was censored by Susan. Dang.
Lawselfdefense.com. Get hard, folks.
Nice. Charlie Eckert says, I like a pop of color. Bow ties stay clean if you need to handle dusty things like boxes, etc. In my case, pediatricians wear them. Messy kids. I'm not going to argue with you. I just hate them. J.K. Wynn says, if a manlet like Rekieta was attacked by a sweaty sumo man, 500 pounds plus, and went to sit on his face after a night of sushi and Taco Bell and a handful of laxative, can someone step in or should we laugh and film?
Well,
You should
I'll
immediately
leave it up to
step
your
in.
Personal discretion. I'm sure Nick would appreciate you stepping in, I would imagine.
Stop this man. Stop this man from doing this. Alex Medley says he's too young to join the military when they still had wall-to-wall counsel. The guy from The Place says, I refuse to buy Andrew Branca's program until he condemns the horrendous Final Fantasy VII remake in both tie and no tie settings. And Nancy Dugan says, we had a plumber here in the 80s that murdered a couple and hung them on meat hooks in the garage. Damn.
That's hardcore.
If you're going to go, I mean, you go all out, I guess, is the theory there. I don't know why you would do anything different.
That's one way to put a lien on them.
Oh, that seems a little bit. That was harsh. No, it wasn't. That was good. That was good. Let's see if Fox News 6 has an upcoming stream. Not yet. I'm still looking for the stream of the Theodore Edgecomb popping up.
Did you get the link I sent you? Because
Yeah,
it's got a timer counting down.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That guy's been pulling the court audio, which, like I said, is really,
Okay.
really low. The other concern I have is that they're switching courtrooms. So the court feed that they were using, court feed 12, is not going to be the same feed for the new one. Now, he may know the new feed. I don't know. But yeah, I've got that one up. But if they have an in-court reporting like Court TV, they typically have better audio than the court feed does. And so that's what I'm hoping that we have. But yeah, his countdown is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So very, very excited for
Tension
that.
builds.
Doom, doom, doom. There are 4 people watching his jury selection. I feel bad for that. Oh, I should change this title of this show to The Trial of Theodore Edgecomb, live opening statements. Save. Okay. Let's see. Changing the description. It's like I feel like I'm in 1984 right now, rewriting the past. What was this stream? Oh no, this was definitely not Chandler Halderson. It was Theodore Edgecomb the whole time. We've always been watching Theodore Edgecomb's trial. Theodore Edgecomb's jury is seated and opening arguments begin around lunchtime. Here we go. Okay. So we've got about a minute left until the court is supposed to come back from lunch. I don't know why he's got a minute. That would be 12 minutes. That would be 12:58 or whatever, which is an odd time for that to happen. So we'll see. Maybe that's just his timer on this thing. But I am still looking for the alternative in-court coverage because I think that will have superior audio. And audio is key. Audio is key. You did a show today, right? A live stream.
I did. Yeah, we're kind of experimenting with it.
Sure.
I mean, I'm not sure anybody showed up. I think only a couple hundred people showed up. So,
I mean, a
We'll see
couple
what
hundred
happens.
people is a pretty good live stream if you haven't been doing it forever.
Yeah, I guess so. We're trying to get on a regular schedule, and we'll see what happens. I mean, all I do is talk about this stuff anyway, either recorded or So I figure I may as well do the same thing live, basically.
Yeah. Well, and people can find that at Law of Self-Defense on YouTube, right?
Correct.
And that is in the description of this video. You can actually hover over Law of Self-Defense and click on it, and it'll take you right to the channel. So
That
you can
is
check that out.
Very kind of you, Nick. Much appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. So someone is asking what our opening thoughts are on this case, on Theodore Edgecomb. Do you want to go first or should I go first on that one?
Well, I mean, superficially, it looks like murder to me, mostly over the element of proportionality. So obviously the lawyer was shot in the face, dead. Where was the deadly force threat there? Maybe there's one. I'd like to hear that narrative. I'm certainly open to persuasion because I feel like I've seen so little of the actual evidence and not really heard legal arguments yet. But just on a little bit of video I've seen, that would be my primary question is, where is that reasonable perception of a deadly force threat from the lawyer that would justify shooting him in the face? I'm not sure I quite see that here. And unfortunately, there's, as always, or often with these cases, there's a lot of noise about it, right? There's that earlier confrontation, the road rage thing. And so there's a lot of ways for people to get misled about what the actual relevant legal facts are in this case. Probably most of that stuff doesn't matter. Unless there were, threats of death, threats of the lawyer saying, I have a gun, and then reaching for his waistband. I mean, things like that could easily change the analysis. But that's the kind of stuff I would need to see in order to feel like the shooting would be lawfully justified.
Right, because we have a couple issues here. We do have that initial provocation sort of question. However, it seems like the provocation is an alleged punch through the passenger side window where the lawyer would be sitting. And potentially something before that is that all seems like it's going to come into evidence. The video of the punch is apparently going to come in. They tried to have that removed in limine, but there's a prior incident that may or may not be on video, but to my knowledge, the video has not been located at this point. So we've got this, but I think, and I think you mentioned this and would probably agree, the provocation is kind of a weak sort of argument because the guy makes the punch and then he leaves.
And he
Like
leaves, right? So
Yeah.
it clearly wasn't, there's really, two kinds of provocation. One is really more of a mutual combat situation where you start a fight to get into a fight. The other is provocation with intent, where you provoke the other party with the intent of then having an excuse to use more force against them. Or you're the initial aggressor. And all those things could be true of the punch thrown through the car. But the moment the parties separate and the defendant here is riding his bicycle away from the car, well, then that first fight is over if he was the initial aggressor. If he was a mutual combatant, it's also over. So anything that happens then is a second fight. And it clearly wasn't provocation with intent, because if you're provoking with intent, you're sticking around to take advantage of the other person's response, to use that follow-up force against them. And in any case, you would recover innocence again by having withdrawn from the fight. So I think all that stuff that happened earlier is really irrelevant to the ultimate use of force in this case, the firing and the gunshot.
Yeah. And so the question becomes, was there sufficient deadly force to justify the shooting?
Or at least the reasonable appearance, right, of a deadly force threat from the lawyer. It could have been not a real threat, not a factual threat. It could have been a falsely claimed threat or something. You could imagine the lawyer was angry and gesticulating and pointing with his hand, with his cell phone in his hand, and maybe that was perceived as a weapon of some kind. Those are all narratives the defense may try to raise. It would be nice if they had some evidence to support those narratives. But again, that's the kind of thing I would want to see if I were a juror trying to decide, was that shot justified? Because absent a reasonable perception of a deadly force threat, I don't see what the justification for the shot would be.
Right. And there's allegations of a knife, but to my knowledge, that allegation has only come from the defense, and the knife does not appear to have been recovered by the police. That's just my impression. I can be wrong on that. But I'm not aware of the knife being recovered. But the defendant has alleged that there was a knife that was used or as part of the threat, and that is why he was responding. If he can establish that credibly, then he moves a lot closer to a deadly force threat because of the proximity of the attorney with the knife. If a guy's within 5-10 feet of you with a knife coming at you, you're pretty good on justification. That's deadly force.
Sure.
Yeah. But
part of the problem here, of course, is that whatever this narrative is going to be, it appears to be largely evidence free. I mean, we haven't seen, video of the lawyer doing this, theoretically reasonably perceived deadly force threat stuff. At least I haven't seen a knife. I haven't seen, so there's little objective evidence.
I've seen a picture of the knife on Twitter from the defense team.
Whatever that means,
Yeah.
But a lot of this is, because the physical evidence, corroborative evidence for the defense is either doesn't exist or is ambiguous, to say the least. You're really going to have to rely on the credibility of the defense. I mean, do you believe this narrative they're telling you that's not well supported by evidence? And of course, the credibility of the defense is in the shitter because of all this consciousness of guilt evidence, the lengthy flight to another state, the lying to officers when encountered. I mean, everything was being done to avoid being held accountable. Well, I think a reasonable person would say being held accountable for this particular crime. The defense appears to be that no, he was really trying not to be held accountable for some other crime
crimes,
that he committed, which doesn't really buttress credibility very much anyway.
Yeah.
So I think having a very weakly supported defense narrative, if it's supported by evidence at all, in combination with all that consciousness of guilt conduct that undermines credibility, it's just not a great place to be in.
Yeah, and Ryan T says, so being pursued doesn't rise to self-defense. It may, but the question has to be answered. So a lot of people are comparing this to Rittenhouse for a couple different reasons. It's in the same state. Judge mentioned the Rittenhouse judge. It's a self-defense claim. They've hired John Black as their use of force expert, or maybe video expert, or both. I don't know. For this, because they saw him in the Rittenhouse case. So you have you have this attorney allegedly pursuing this guy. And I mean, he does seem to be following him and getting close. For what purpose, we don't know. The difference that we have with Rosenbaum is we had testimony from McGinnis, and this was evident from the video, which is a very different video, that Rosenbaum was pursuing at a very high speed and made reached for the gun of Kyle Rittenhouse. That is deadly force. We don't know if this guy reached for the gun. We don't know if this guy was aware that Mr. Edgecomb had a gun or not. This is a handgun that is presumably concealed versus a rifle that Kyle is open carrying. We have a lead up altercation in the Rittenhouse case where, he's throwing a bag at him while he's chasing him. All of this stuff kind of
Rosenbaum
happens.
had threatened to kill Rittenhouse earlier, right? At least
Right.
that was Rittenhouse's testimony. I think it was buttressed by another witness.
Yep, there was another witness who testified to that. I believe Ryan Balch testified to the death threat, or Grambo, one of the two, had done that. But in this case, we have a different story. So, but here's the deal: whether or not it rises to self-defense is a different question than whether or not it rises to deadly force self-defense. Because if someone's pursuing you and they've got their fists out and they're just gonna beat you up or whatever, or push you or punch you, your proportional response is typically a push or a punch back. That's your self-defense. Unless you can show why in particular you are in reasonable fear for imminent death or serious bodily harm. Do you know that, is this person like breaking, boards with their bare hands on the way to catching you? Are they busting through wall? Like, are they juiced up? Do they appear to be on some kind of drug? What is bringing you to the thing of, I'm going to get punched versus I'm going to die? And that's a question that the defense will have the job of articulating if they're going to just base it on the pursuit. So it's a big difference here. And that's one of the reasons I'm interested in this trial, is because, the Rittenhouse trial had so much video evidence, and this one has very little video evidence. It's very grainy. I think it's probably a much more typical style self-defense claim, because you don't have this trove of data to go to. You're stuck with testimony and credibility, which is how a lot of these cases end up playing out, or have ended up playing out, prior to the proliferation of all the video that's been going on lately. So that'll be good. Play the baseball bat clip. No. Oh my goodness. Thad the man says, sorry I tuned in late. Did you hear that the whole jury in Edgecomb was dismissed? It was yesterday, but they have paneled a new jury today. So opening arguments are going to start somewhere in the next 10 minutes.
I'm looking at the Law and Crime website. Those people. And it has a header that says, live coverage, road rage trial, watch now. But when I click watch now, it just says, go to your cable provider.
Oh, I've got this right here from Law and Crime.
Oh, okay.
So I've got it queued up. If it starts, we'll be on it. Or I shouldn't say if it starts, when it starts, we'll be ready to go. But they have another 7 minutes on their countdown. I assume if the court actually drops into session, they'll probably start it up sooner. But yeah, so that's this one. This, and again, I think the things that make this a potential entertaining watch, as opposed to the story that's going on in the cannibal, well, I call him the cannibal case. But the story that's going on there is interesting, but the court proceedings are not. This one, we have a judge who seems to be no nonsense and very stern, and a defense attorney who is an activist who has called for the judge to be recused, or at least someone associated with the defense. I don't know if it's a lawyer specifically, but has called the judge to be recused as a bipolar white supremacist. There's recipe for fireworks here. Oh, and also during the motion in limine, the prosecutor had actual passion in his voice and delivering his arguments. So it seems like there's some personality here that might make for an entertaining watch, whereas Chandler Halderson is very, very dry. Shocking. I mean, they probably don't want to sensationalize that kind of trial, is, on the prosecution side, but yeah. So, whew. Let me read some of these other super chats that have come in. There's a couple more. Stogies and Boomsticks says, ask Bronco what he thinks about the Russian dude that made his daughter's rapist dig his own grave before nixing him with no charges pending. Did you hear about this?
Well, you're asking me as a lawyer or a father? I mean,
Well,
I
it's under
certainly
Russian
understand the
law.
sentiment.
I don't know. I don't know how
Did it
much
happen
Russian
in
law you
Russia?
know. Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, it's probably fine.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know what the law in Russia is. That
Sick-
wouldn't
I
be
think-
self-defense here.
I think the daughter was 6 years old or something.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, how did he get caught?
Probably with a giant heroes parade. Oh, he is being charged? Oh, that's too bad. I don't know, man. You sexually assault a 6-year-old child. I'm having a hard time finding a problem with
He applied for his
vigilantism at
medal.
that
That's
point.
how they found him.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. Ola Kyle says, Andrew, can I buy the state course for someone else?
Well, certainly if you get the DVD, you can. If you want to do that with the online stream version, I'm sure we're happy to do that. But I would suggest you contact support at Law Self Defense to set that up.
Kick Jack Smurfy says, you missed my super chat 2 days ago during the stream. Can you check it? I mean, not super easily. How come your kid's boomer using printers? Lol, just like that. No, I don't know that my kid's laptop has ever been hooked up to this printer. So I had to go help make sure that this printer we have a network printer and that it was discoverable and all of that stuff. So that was the idea. Their intermediary Joe says, if you are facing an unarmed robber who is in a fighting stance and demanding that you hand over your wallet, could you legally draw your firearm?
So, I mean, if you're just drawing it and not firing it, arguably that would be a defensive display. But how defensive display is treated in different jurisdictions and even within a jurisdiction by different prosecutors is very subjective. So one person's defensive display is another person's brandishing, is another person's assault with a deadly weapon, good for 10 to 20 years in prison. So once the gun comes out, you're taking your chances and how other people are going to interpret that conduct from a legal perspective. I suggest my recommendation, and by the way, there are lawyers I respect who are much more aggressive about this than I am, but my recommendation is that the gun does not come out unless you're prepared to actually use a gun. Now, when the gun comes out, circumstances might change, and hopefully they will, and you won't actually need to use the gun. But for me personally, my plan is that my gun's not coming out unless I think it's appropriate to make loud noises and flashy lights.
There you go. I am seeing that the Russian dad found out about the incident because the guy had saved the video of the assault on his phone. So, that's very, very horrifying. And I'm not gonna get me on that jury. I'm not gonna have any problem saying, you know what? When it's like people get very uncomfortable about vigilantism, which is the reasonable position most of the time. But man, when you've got someone who knows for sure, like when you can show that they were right because they witnessed something, they walked in on it, or there was a video of some sort, you're gonna have a hard time finding any sympathy from me.
The trouble is, would you even get that video admitted into evidence?
Yeah.
Because it's not actually a legal justification for the killing.
You could maybe bring it into dad's state of mind, right?
Maybe if you're trying to mitigate, if they charge him with murder and you want to try to mitigate it to manslaughter.
Yeah.
Maybe
you'd say, well, this goes to dad's state of mind.
Passion killing, right?
Now a shrewd judge might try to put that to post-trial, post-conviction, and say, no, you can bring that in then, but it's far too prejudicial at this point.
Right.
But yeah, well, if you could get it in, if you get it in, you definitely try.
I mean, Benjamin Crump would make it work, right? He'd make sure everyone on the face of the earth had seen it 50 times before a jury was even selected for the trial.
Yeah, and then you'd have jurors lie to get on the jury. I've never seen a single video. Who is Mr. Crump? I've never heard
Never
of
heard
him
of it.
before.
No.
He sounds like a wonderful ice cream salesman. Revenant 465 says Han Solo and Greedo in the cantina, self-defense.
Oh, I've written about this one extensively. That was a lawful shoot every day of the week and twice on Alderaan.
JK Wynn says, all right, same question with Sumo Girl, but it is Attorney Tom. We wouldn't know if he's enjoying it or not. He seems to like women dominating him on top. No, yeah, you let that go on Attorney Tom every day. He's a weirdo. Jeff Rock says, is the corruption of law of self-defense still happening? Yes. Don't tell him. Steve Donahue says, kind of torn on the Edgecomb. He killed a lawyer. Any man with an ex-wife would/will know how I feel. He was an immigration attorney, though. It wasn't a family law attorney. If it was a family law attorney, this would never have been charged. KS says, does proportional force change if you have a male attacking a female?
Well, I mean, no, the underlying principle doesn't change, but the facts change, right? So things like what comes to the proportionality, I presume we're talking about a barehanded attack. When would a barehanded attack qualify as one that is likely to cause death or serious bodily injury? It tends to be when the parties are of dissimilar size, strength, or fighting ability. One is much larger or stronger than the other, or has an exceptional fighting ability. The other doesn't. I mean, Mike Tyson punching me in the face is probably a different experience than Nick Rekieta punching me in the face.
Rude. Yeah,
and those
Mike's
factors
punches are weak compared to mine.
Oh, of course, that's what I meant. And of course, all those factors tend to be baked into the cake when we're talking about a male aggressor and a female defender. The male aggressor tends to be, not always, I mean, we saw that defense crew from the other trial, but the male aggressor tends to be larger, stronger, and more comfortable with physical violence than the female defender. Not always the case. I'm going to get hate mail from the ladies out there who are martial arts experts and all kinds of stuff. And I get it. It doesn't apply to everybody, but it tends to be baked into the cake. So those are the factors you would look at.
Believe me, if you're a lady martial arts expert, you want in a self-defense situation, you want the male to be the bigger and more scary than you. Take that W every day of the week. Ladies, when you're in a self-defense case, you should be intimidated and scared by any slightly large man you come across, because that'll give you a massive advantage on that one. And while you have it, take it. So do you remember, it would have been a couple years ago, there was a dad and his daughter was being accosted by a group of youths at a mall. And he goes out to kind of confront this crowd, and they're all like 12 years old or something. And he ends up shoving the one girl, and she runs back at him, and he throws the meanest left hook he possibly could and hits her square in the face while she's running full on, and she drops. I mean, it is a brutal hit. Did you ever see that?
I don't think I have. But of course, if it's often in those situations, what the threat is actually not just the individual, but whatever the crowd is who's with the individual. So it's the cumulative threat of the organized, coherent group,
right?
Not just each individual in turn. This is not a martial arts movie in the theater, where they come at you one at a time and you defeat each one of them one by one. When a mob attacks, it's going to be a mob attack, and there's no way to defend yourself against 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. It's impossible.
It's a rather great video. I can maybe pull it up real quick because we have a minute before this thing gets started. If I can get it pulled up in time, we'll take a peek. I had a video age restricted from when I covered it 2 years ago. I had it age restricted yesterday, the 2-year-old video on it. So that was good. Good job.
I would love to do these. I used to do these analysis videos, much like John Correa does on the internet, where there's violence, and I do a legal analysis of the violence. But YouTube is such a bitch about those that you never know when years later you're going to get some cumulative series of strikes because somebody gets offended at you for some reason. That I still cover those, but only for our members on our members only video site. I don't put those up on YouTube anymore.
Okay, so this is obviously only of the incident, like as it's happening. Hold on, got the wrong Wrong screen share up.
How many screens do you have, Nick?
I have 3 monitors because it makes it a little easier to manage everything. No. Come on. Here we go. All right. This is only 20 seconds long or so. Here we are. Oof. This is not the way. Whoo. The way he drops. This guy, he ended up pleading this out. It sounds like he got a 60-day sentence, but suspended out for like a year or something. So he
Okay,
took yeah.
I mean, better not to be in that position, obviously. The prudent thing, if safe retreat was possible, I would have taken advantage of that. It's never going to look good. Even if it's 100 12-year-olds who are going to swarm you over, it never looks good when you punch them in the face, put them on their butt.
He's absolutely destroyed her. It's like those horrible videos. If you ever see someone like moving really fast from like a car or whatever, and the person hits like a cement or brick wall and there's no give. I mean, it's just done, right? Like that's what happened to her. She met an immovable object, and she was not an unstoppable force at that time. It was, wow. It was bad. Okay, we've got Mo. Mo says bare hands are pretty dangerous, to be honest. Yes, bare hands. The claws get very, very freaky. He also says, so that's what the dad fights like hell t-shirt means, or this dad fights like hell t-shirt means. Let's see. Bryant McCracken says the Russian guy is charged with inciting suicide, allegedly made the rapist kill himself. Was the dad's friend, saw the video on the phone. You know what you need to do. You know what you need to do here. Whew. Joey Smith says, could you make a video sometime about jury nullification? Like, how does that come up during voir dire?
Well, it wouldn't.
It doesn't. If it does, a lot of times they may dismiss any jurors who are present to hear about jury nullification in any way. Judges and courts do not like jury nullification being mentioned because it is not a legal standard. That's the argument anyway. It's not a legal standard. It is a short circuit of the judicial system. And so they don't like having that brought up in any way.
I mean, it's a real thing in the sense that a jury can just do it. I mean, nobody controls how a jury returns a verdict. If you just decide you don't want to convict, no matter what the facts or law is, I guess you can do that. Nobody would know. You don't explain your verdict to anybody. But if you start talking about it and the court overhears you talking about it or learns that you talked about it, they will not like that one little bit. As far as the court's concerned, jury nullification does not exist.
Right. So the trick is if you believe that a particular thing needs to be nullified, right? Like you disagree with weed laws or something. That's a very common one. You disagree with weed being criminalized. So you get paneled on a jury and they start asking questions about marijuana. You do not say, look, unless you want to get off the jury really quickly, you don't say, I believe in jury nullification. But if you want to nullify that because you believe that is your principled right as a citizen, and you keep quiet and you're the person who hangs the jury no matter what the outcome. But know that you're going to be in a jury room with a bunch of people who are going to pressure you, and you have to be able to stand that sort of peer environment that you're in. Like you have to be able to do that. And that's a hard thing for a lot of people to do. So I'm not advocating that anybody do that, but people are always asking about jury nullification and what that is like. And that's what it actually is. So the Dragon's Treasure says, random question for you lawyers. Someone breaks into your home and your dog mutilates them. Could you be in any legal trouble? Yes, you can be. It's going to depend on the state, but yes. Depends on if you would know that your dog was a danger, if you posted warnings about whether your dog was a danger. Now, you might not be in criminal trouble for that, but you could be in a lot of civil liability. Dog bite cases can get very, very serious and very, very costly very fast. Dogs,
And there's
especially
some weird dog laws out there too. I mean, like if you certainly if you know your dog is dangerous, I mean, then the liability is explicit. But there are some states that have gotten tired of. I'm not even going to mention the breed of dog because I get nothing but hate mail. But there's some breeds of dogs that are infamous or believed to be particularly dangerous. In some states, pass laws about those particular breeds. Then you're an owner of a dangerous dog, and the legal standard for you is set higher because of your decision to own what's perceived as a particularly dangerous dog.
And in a similar vein to guns, especially because you're in civil court, a lot of times on dog bite cases, in a similar vein to guns, everything you do, buy, video you make, everything about your dog is going to be used in the most negative way possible against you once someone gets bitten, right? Bitten, whatever it is.
Right.
Once,
So if,
once
if your dog's name is Killer, that'll be admitted into evidence.
Right. If your dog has like an AR-15 stenciled into his fur, like you take your little trimmer and draw an AR-15 on the side of your dog, they're gonna do that. If you use a particular training program, if you call your dog a guard dog or something, but they're not properly trained as a guard dog, guard dog service animals can cost quite a bit of money, for example. And if they're not actually a guard dog, if you have videos of your dog like hanging from one of those ropes and you spinning them around or whatever. Hi. What's up, lady? I am back from Violin. You're back? Okay. I'm on a show. I'll see you later. But yeah, all of that stuff that may involve your dog becomes a liability very quickly, even if it's completely innocent and harmless when you're doing it. That type of stuff can, yeah.
And by the way, if you sick your dog on somebody, especially if it's a dog of a size and strength capable of causing serious bodily injury, you're using that dog as a weapon. And if they're capable of causing death or serious bodily injury, you're using that dog as a deadly weapon. And you would need the same justification you would need for any other use of deadly defensive force.
Right. I was going with the idea that the dog, someone broke in and the dog bit them kind of on their own, like maybe you're not home and you actually could still potentially be in legal trouble. Dog bite cases can get very, very serious and very, very expensive because dogs can do a lot of damage. So, Quicks DC 614 says, law of self-defense. I'm a member on Locals, but also alt platforms like Rumble and Odyssey are great bastions of free-ish speech. Well, Locals is an alt
It's
platform.
so administratively complicated to juggle all these things. And I find Locals to be a huge pain in the ass because until you have at least 500 or whatever it is, paying supporters, they give you such limited upload capacity that I upload 2 videos in a week and I've used up the month allowance that they give me, which is so what's the point? And then I can only upload podcasts after that. I already have a podcast. You can go to Spotify, get the Law of Self-Defense podcast. I don't need Locals for that. So it's, I don't know. We try to experiment with different things every once in a while and see what might work. But so far I'm deeply unimpressed with how Locals helps me get my message out.
I might be able to assist you with that.
Oh, I would appreciate that.
So yeah, I'll see what I can do on that front.
I mean, I see people using it all the time, like Viva Fry and Robert Barnes do tons of stuff on there. But the first week of January, I was maxed out already on my account there. I know that's pointless to me.
Yeah, it's there's some flexibility on that stuff. I mean, I don't know what criteria they apply, but yeah, I mean, Viva and Barnes have a very big Locals presence, right? They have a huge one. You can follow me, by the way, recadalaw.locals.com. I do exclusive live streams over there sometimes, and we have good fun. Joseph Baca says, how much did the state spend prosecuting Canabro? Oh, a ton of money. They have several experts going on. We've got a multi-week trial happening with him. We have We have, I mentioned all the experts. You've got digital evidence that needs to be done. You've got forensics that are there. You've got a bunch of stuff unraveling his lies. Even just the search of the farm, the multiple searches of the farm and the house, very expensive prosecution. Okay. They need some package deals over on Locals. Some creators want package deals on Locals and some creators don't. Like they want a bundle thing. Oh, you can do that. But it gets really complicated because like, let's say you bundle 3 creators together and one of them stops producing for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And then the other people are like, wait, I mean, you're bundled in, but now you're just taking from us, and the proportionality of stuff like that gets to be a mess. To me, if you really want to bundle, the best way is to do what Viva and Barnes do, and theirs is together, and they deal with it on the back end. But the bundling aspect gets kind of weird. Now, maybe they have like multiple signups, they get some progressive discount. I don't know how they would do that, and how because of the way they pay through. So, I know there's some stuff on that. But yeah, My Locals is free to join for one very important purpose. All right. If you join me on Locals, I post every stream, on Locals, and the notification goes out every time I post it. So you don't have to pay a dime to get that notification. And actually most of the videos I post on Locals, you don't have to pay any money for those either. You can watch them. If you want to interact further, that's where the $5 a month comes in. So that's that. But most of My Locals content is free. And you know, the main thing I tell people is that's where you can always get a notification. YouTube doesn't always send the notifications out, so it's a great place. And the links that go up get pinned for like 12 hours. So even if, you know, you get the notification and it stays there, you can find it typically throughout the entire stream. So Trevor R says, people's kids kill and eat more people than dogs ever have. Wait, what? People's kids kill and eat? Oh, like, bro. Also, check out Doug Stanhope's stand-up built on jury nullification if you haven't seen it. Morgan Babcock says, I have a pit bull and I always worry about him to some extent because he will bark at people he doesn't right up until they pet them. Doesn't know, I guess, right up until they pet him. Then he's their best friend. I think most just get freaked out. Yeah, I mean, there's a stigma about pit bulls. Whether that stigma is justified or not is a different question. The stigma is real. And that stigma has made itself into some state laws and national laws. And, you know, I think some, maybe Canada, I seem to remember some country implementing laws about pit bulls or something like that. I know someone with a pit bull hybrid or whatever, and it's a very nice dog. You know, I don't know anything about it. But it doesn't really matter what kind of dog you have. Dog bites are a potential huge liability. They just are. So if your dog bites someone who is legally in a place that they have an ability to be, you're in a lot of trouble unless they've somehow provoked the dog specifically. And yeah, and heaven forbid it bites and hurts a kid or kills a kid or something like that. It can be a very bad situation for you. Blue-eyed Roof Curry in the base says, I'm assuming self-defense applies to physical threats only. I think of no better reason than to preemptively Minecraft bankers, feds, and politicians. Yes. Salty Old Guy says, say you had a holdout on a jury and other members assaulted that member after an argument. Would the whole jury be dismissed? Ever heard of that happening? So a fight in the jury room. I don't know. I don't know if the jury would be dismissed at that point. It's going to be up to the judge, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not really an easy way to know how that would be handled, but okay. Lawrence, this is over on Odyssey, says, just testing Odyssey payments. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you. Big Daddy Mac, question from a stream a long time ago. First live stream I've caught in a while. In your opinion, how does the Twitch reality TV show streamer differ from what EFAP is doing with shows like Batwoman, Mandalorian, Boba Fett, etc.? obviously, other than the whole season versus single episodes. Here's the question. If you watch EFAP, that's every frame of pause, Andrew, if you're not familiar with them.
Okay.
If you watch them, are you watching the show? And is that a replacement for the show that you're watching? When they watch an episode of Batwoman, which is what like a 30-minute to an hour long show, it takes like 8 hours for them to get through it because they're pausing it constantly to add commentary. What they're doing is fair use, right? They are adding a massive amount of commentary and critique into this thing. What people like Hassan and the reality TV show streamers are adding is, oh, and that's a completely different thing. Plus, they're playing these episodes straight through in their entirety. It's a replacement for the show, and that's where you start to run into copyright. You have to add significant commentary. It's possible to do it while it's playing straight through, but it becomes much more difficult. EFAP. I mean, to watch a show on EFAP and to ignore all their commentary would be mind numbing. It would be impossible.
Well, it's like when we did that Binger interview, right? I mean, I only ever I think I was involved for like 2 whole nights for hours and only got through 15 minutes of the interview. And then you guys finished without me.
Yeah. I think I finished it alone.
But it takes a long time to work through these things if you're adding commentary and having fun.
Yeah, the trial is not started. It was supposed to start at 1:15. We're now 20 minutes past trial start time. So good job, Judge, on that one.
Hey, Nick, can you send me that link you have? Because I like to set it up on a different laptop and record it.
Absolutely. I'll send it on Twitter. Is that the best way to?
Yep. Perfect.
Okay. Here we go. If they decide to go ahead and, turn on the court.
Yeah.
I checked the other link and it's still closed too. So the court is taking its time.
It's not a very favorable photo of the defendant.
What are you talking about? He looks perfectly reasonable. No problems at all with this gentleman.
I guess they didn't have a picture of him as a 12-year-old available.
So the other trial, Chandler Halderson may be going on. I guess I could pull it up. Hold on. Why this other one is not oh my gosh. I forgot it was on. Let's see what's happening over here. All right. I'll pull this up for now. Then when the other one starts up, I'll switch over.
Jury, what are we looking at in 498?
This is a Bart Helderson Celebrate report.
Okay. And I think we had talked about looking at some data starting at page 2,530.
No. Sounds very disco.
Last testified. What were you testifying about? What happened at 2:04 p.m. on the 29th of June, 2021?
At 2:04 p.m. on the 29th of June, phone number 608-246-6210 was called for 19 minutes and 46 seconds. That was the call Bart made to Omar Job.
Okay.
This is so weird. This guy has testified like 9 times in the case in chief. He keeps getting called back to the stand.
Just walk through. What is entry 111 on that phone?
111 is just it's showing the source of that phone call. Once again, showing.
Oh my gosh. This is not.
You have to up your internet game, Nick.
Dude, I have the maximum internet. I don't know.
Yeah, me too.
Message sent. Who's it sent from and who's it sent to?
Correct. On June 29th, still at 3:27 p.m., Bart Helderson sends a message to Chandler. It's listed as Chaz Helderson in his phone contacts. It's an instant message that says, "I spoke to Omar Job."
Then the next item
Game's up.
analyzed in your system is 113. It's a web history. Is this exactly what it sounds like? Internet history?
It is.
Okay. And what does that show and at what time does it show it?
At 5:39 p.m. on that same date, Bart Helderson Googled Madison Area Technical College.
And 114?
114 is just showing that the search was completed through Safari.
115?
115 is just the mobile Safari cookies that are attached when you Google Madison Area Technical College.
And the same with 116?
Correct.
What about 117?
117, Bart Helderson is Googling contact Madison College. This would be like a contact list that is on their website.
And in
I guess.
118, do we see the same source code?
You don't know that that's what he's actually attempting to find.
And the same with 119 and 120?
119 is different. That's actually the web history showing employee directory for Madison Area Technical College. So Bart Helderson Googled the employee directory at that time.
Thank you. 120?
120, the associated cookies when you type that search in.
And line 121, could you give us the date and time and then what was done there?
Line 121 is June 29th, 5:40 p.m. Once again, Bart is still in the employee directory.
122?
122 is
He
listing
Googled,
employee
"It's a cookbook."
directories results, and that's at the same time on the same date.
123.
123 is an activity sensor data. This comes from the health app on Apple phones that shows July 1st at 2 p.m.
In your experience or knowledge, what is this?
So people that have the health app on their Apple phones, every hour, Apple will document, steps traveled, distance traveled, among other items that you can select to be shown in the app.
Line 124, if you could give us the date and time of that and what happened.
Line 124 is an instant message. It's July 1st, 2021 at 2:10 p.m. This is an instant message from Bart Helderson to Chandler Halderson.
What does it read?
Bart wrote to Chandler, "I'm ready whenever you are."
The next line, 125.
125 is just a duplicate of that same.
And the very last line here, labeled as 126. What is the date and time of that and what happened?
126 is July 1st, 2021 at 3 p.m. It's also an activity sensor data. That's also just the iPhone health app reporting that there was the last activity at that time.
And that's when it was uploaded at 3 o'clock?
That was when it was uploaded for the previous hour, correct?
In your review of the records, does it appear that the uploads happens periodically on the hour basis, perhaps?
Every hour.
After Bart Halderson's phone updated the health app at 3 o'clock on July 1st, 2021, was there ever any activity on that phone again?
There was not.
Judge, if you could just turn the UMO on, I just want to make sure I can display the relevant messages.
Mm-mm.
And so again, we're looking at exhibit number 498, and we're going to start here. Is this that phone call to Mr. Job that you were talking about?
Yes, it is.
And so we have the date, time, June 29th, 2021, and then the duration of the call. You mentioned the text message shortly thereafter, June 29th, 2021, 3:27, the parties, and then that's the body, correct?
Yes.
And then we start talking about looking up Madison Area Technical College. I'll just display down that page on page 2539.
Do I think he made a chili? Maybe. I don't know if he had time to slow cook them.
Page
frankly.
2540.
Instapot.
This is what we talked about. Some of these are things he's Googling or clicking on, and some are cookies. And we get to line 123. This is the health upload that you're talking about at 2 o'clock.
Your parents
Correct.
fresh in 1 hour.
And shortly after that, we see this message at 2:10 on July 1st, 2021 from Bart to Chaz. I'm ready whenever you are.
Yes.
And that was his last message ever sent.
Correct.
And then just as we saw at 3 o'clock, we see another health upload,
Yes.
and then the page goes blank.
That was the last one.
So just so folks know, in any, especially a killing prosecution, a manslaughter or murder case, the first thing they do is issue subpoenas for all of this, everything. and they get everything, whether it was deleted, not deleted, clean, scrubbed, whatever.
No further
If
questions.
they want it, they get it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's that? Oh God, again with this connection.
Is there a free dessert with this meal?
So you just talked about the ones that you and Mr. Brown determined relevant to this investigation, correct?
To this specific point, there's been other references to that attachment.
To this specific point, correct?
Sure.
Now, in looking at Bart Halderson's phone, it's fair to say your investigation
Oh my gosh.
looked as much as you possibly could on that phone for.
I don't know
dessert
why.
menu says cheesecake. Does that mean I get the whole cheesecake?
I don't know why I'm having such internet problems. A Minnesota viewer did say there's outages in Minnesota right now, so that could be part of the issue.
I'll call Stacy Sadoff from the Department of Justice.
So I think the cross exam was basically there are other messages that you didn't bring up here that existed on the phone. Good job.
Hi, good afternoon. You can follow that gentleman right there.
This is infuriating. I don't understand why it keeps kicking over. I don't have a bunch of stuff open.
It's
just
probably on their end.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
If you believe you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference.
Sure.
Thank you so much. And as you discovered, the chair doesn't move, it's bolted to the floor, but the microphone can come.
We had
closer
problems
if you
with
need
people stealing it. This is Milwaukee after all.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Stacy Sadoff, Stacey Sadoff.
And what do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner
With who?
with Wisconsin Department of Justice.
What does a digital forensics examiner do?
We do several things, but to make a long story short, we
Please.
will look at electronic evidence.
Spare us.
So cell phones, computers, thumb drives, tablets, and pull information from those devices and then conduct analysis.
What type of specialized training do you have in the area of digital forensics or phone analysis, things of that sort?
Yes, so I have done training through multiple softwares, digital forensic software specifically, that I've done on and off since I started in 2013.
I'm showing it's been marked in this case, exhibit number 466. Is that your CV?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 466 in evidence.
Objection.
It is received.
Allow
Were
it.
you asked to become involved in the case of Mr. Chandler Halderson and the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
What types of things did you do in the investigation?
So in this investigation, I was asked to do cell phone extractions.
Sure. There were a few cell phones brought to your attention in this case.
Yes.
Were you able to access all of them?
No.
What goes into whether you're able to access a phone or not in your job?
So with forensic software, newer phones, we oftentimes struggle with getting into them if they're password protected. So
Protected.
in this case,
Very-
some devices were newer than others.
Very Midwestern.
The older the device, the more likelihood that you're going to be able to get into it.
Yes.
Do you stay up to date with the newest technology and trying to break into these iPhones?
Yes, I try.
And it's fair to say Apple is constantly combating privacy issues with their phones and trying to develop phones that can't be broken into.
Yes.
Okay.
God, I want the other trial to start.
Correct.
Okay. So amongst the phones that you were able to access in this case, was one of them the phone of Krista Halderson?
Yes.
So I'm showing you what's been received into evidence as exhibit number 385. And what does that appear to be?
One of the phones that was submitted.
All right, and that has a sticker on it, in fact, indicating that you looked at it or someone in your department.
Yes.
And I'm showing you it's been marked and the received in evidence is 387. Found with this phone, what does that appear to be?
Driver's license
Of who?
of Krista Ray Halderson.
Got it. So with Krista's phone, were you able to perform any sort of extraction?
Yes.
Okay. And you place that on some, it's transferred electronically essentially to prosecutors and defense attorneys and things of that sort?
Yes.
Okay. Just showing you 374. Does that seem to be labeled the extraction of Krista's phone?
Yes.
Okay. I will move 374 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
In this case in particular, as you extracted the phone, did you provide that data back to the detectives who were working on the case?
Yes.
Sometimes you review all that data yourself and look for things?
Correct.
But in this case, a good deal of that work was done by the detectives.
Yes.
Another phone I'm going to ask you about.
Oh, man. It's amazing, like when you don't sleep enough, how much your neck starts to hurt.
Is a phone belonging, or that was purportedly Chandler Halderson's old phone. Were you able to review something that you believe to be one of Mr. Halderson's older phones?
Yes.
And why do you think it was an older phone, or what gives you that impression it was an older phone?
The phone was an older make and model
Had a hand crank
as
on the
compared to another phone that was submitted that was a newer make and model.
Okay. And in the course of I think what the jury's heard, but if that phone was found in a desk drawer with other phones, that's consistent with people where they just put their old phones.
Yes.
And did you download that phone as well?
Yes.
Okay. Particularly, I ask you, when you download a phone and when you develop information related to those phones, are you able to see what the passwords are?
Sometimes.
In this case, were you able to see what Krista Halderson's password was?
Yes.
And were you able to see what Chandler Halderson's old iPhone password was, the phone that was found in his room?
Yes.
And what were they?
I don't recall the number off the top of my head, but they were the same.
They were the same password?
Mhm. Yes.
And for the record, does this appear to be that phone, the old Chandler Halderson phone?
Yes.
And that's your lab sticker on it? The white
Yes.
sticker?
Yes.
Okay, Edgecomb's up. Sorry. We're gonna get onto this one. This is the one. Been waiting for this to actually show up. Here we go. Okay. I think it is muted at present, but I'm not going to let that stop me. I can't take that lady in the Halderson trial anymore. Too Midwestern on this. But see, look at this judge. This is a stern-looking man. This is a man who looks angry to be where he is.
No bow tie on this guy.
Nope. His tie goes all the way to the floor, anchors him in place, holds him to his principles of justice.
Say jury nullification one more time. I dare you.
Mandy Karavich's, I don't have any issues going to sleep. I just haven't been going to sleep because I'm streaming and, doing all this stuff. So the chat bullied me into watching a movie last night, and I punished them for it by making them watch the worst movie I could find. So take that. Can we unmute you boomers? We'll have to see.
It's so important how the mask is. Up, down, up, down, up, down.
Stephen Oglesby says, did he use 100 ways to walk your ma? Let's see. Here we go. What do we got? Couple chats in the thing here. So Mo says Locals has no chat replay. Sacks dick like its founder. I'm pretty sure Locals does have a chat replay. I thought the chat replay was fully accessible on locals. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll have to check. If they don't, I'll tell them they should. Revenant 465 says pit bulls are marshmallows that went to the gym. Baron's guy says I will join Law of Self-Defense locals if he promises to cover Ronnie O'Neill III's self-defense case. Catherine Rux says sad story about my childhood dog named Bullet. One day he ran out in the street and bit another dog. That dog belonged to a police officer. We had to get our dog euthanized. He was a dachshund. Yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Blue-eyed Roof Curry in the base says, would self-defense apply for someone opening fire on a heavily armed so-called FBI agents that burst into a home early AM asking for a friend? Kinda. It depends on if they announced, if they were clearly identifiable as officers. You know, it's a reasonableness question.
Right.
Were you
So, I mean, if you didn't know they were law enforcement, if you reasonably perceived it as a home invasion, then you treat it like a home invasion. But you better be able to convince people that your perception was reasonable.
Yeah. There is sound now. I'll turn it up. I might have this too loud.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That seems pretty good.
Let's try that again. Welcome back, everybody. As I said before lunch, as the jury in this case, I'm going to read you the preliminary jury instructions. During voir dire, both sides discussed on multiple occasions the law that's going to be given to you by the court. This is one of those instances. These instructions at the start of the case are relatively short. You'll receive similar instructions at the end of the case in a few days, whether that's Friday or Monday. You'll receive similar instructions. I would ask that you pay attention to the instructions. After I read you the instructions, both sides will make opening statements, and then we'll start with testimony. Ladies and gentlemen, before the trial begins, there are certain instructions that you should have to better understand your functions as a juror and how you should and must conduct yourself during the trial. Your duty is to decide this case based only on the evidence presented and the law given to you by the court. You are not to let any personal feelings of bias or prejudice about
Andrew, can you hear this okay?
race,
Well, I mean, it's about 1/10 your volume, so I can make it out. I'm in a quiet environment wearing earbuds, but it's
okay.
You're not
Here.
to begin any deliberations.
Okay,
or
chat.
discussion of this
You guys
case
suck.
until
I'm going to
all
prove
the
this to
evidence-
you. Look.
This case
Well, that was a little better.
among yourselves
That's way better.
or with anyone
Like, is this
else
better now?
until your final deliberations.
That's better to me, yeah.
You've already seen, we will
Okay.
stop or reset
The volume
the video
booster,
is messed
time
up.
during the trial.
the
You
volume
may be
booster
excused
doesn't work
from
if I'm
court
sharing
when
the
it's
tab.
necessary
Only
for
if I'm
me to
sharing the
hear
whole
legal
screen.
arguments
Stupid.
or discuss matters with the attorneys.
Oh, you can share a tab?
If
Yeah.
during the trial you come in
Is that a trick?
contact with parties,
What?
lawyers,
I
witnesses,
don't have that option.
you are not to speak to them, and they are
I'll-
not
I'll
to
show you
speak
how to do it.
you. As I've also already said, you are not to listen
I
to
don't know
any
why
conversations
it's
about
now
this case.
cutting out. Just a second.
Please do not.
Fucking-
You are not to listen to any conversations about this case. Please do not read any newspaper reports or listen to or watch any reports on radio or TV about this trial. You are
Why
not,
is it?
not to investigate this case on your own or to visit the scene. You are not to engage in any experiments or research relating to any issues, facts, or persons
me just-
involved.
I'm gonna bring
As
it
you've
back.
already also heard, you are not to consult dictionaries, computers, websites, or other reference materials for additional information. Anything you may see or hear
Oh my
outside of
God,
court
I'm
is
gonna
not evidence.
Shoot the
You are
internet.
to decide this case solely and only on the evidence offered and received at trial. Evidence. Evidence is first the sworn testimony of
Hold on.
witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who calls a witness. Second, any exhibits the court receives, whether or not.
I have an alternative solution. Give me just a second here. This is
We could just lip read it and
we
provide the
can't.
audio ourselves.
The video is so bad that I don't know what the hell is up with this. It got real sketchy there. So that was great. I have an idea though. Just a second.
Whether evidence is direct
Okay, let me
or
turn it up.
circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense before you may find the defendant guilty. Transcripts. You will not have a copy of the written transcript of trial testimony available for use during your deliberations. That means you need to pay careful attention to all the testimony because you must rely primarily on your memory of the evidence and the testimony that's introduced during the trial. Credibility. It's your duty, the duty of the jury, to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of the witnesses and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is the believability of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness,
We don't need
these
to
factors.
rewind this to hear the judge
Whether
give
the
these
witness has an
instructions to the
interest
jury,
or
guys.
lack of interest in the trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the stand, the clearness or lack of clearness of a witness's recollection, the opportunity a witness had for observing and knowing the matters testified about, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the apparent intelligence of a witness, any bias or prejudice, if any is shown, any possible motives.
The witness
for
is a
falsifying
dummy.
Testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend to support or discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe.
Like if a 1920s Chicago gangster became a judge. Hey, Bugsy.
There's not a magic way for you to evaluate testimony. Instead,
Not a magic
you need
way.
to use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things that people say to you, and you
Well,
should do
somebody
the
went to
same
Men's
thing
Warehouse.
here.
Spud Gun, this is the actual trial. Opening arguments are about
As
to
you know,
start.
in this case, the defendant is charged with first-degree intentional homicide. It's alleged that on or about Tuesday, September 22nd of 2020, at 1750 North Holton Street in Milwaukee County, the defendant did cause the death of Jason Clearman, another human being, with the intent to kill that person, contrary to the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt. The definition of the crime: first-degree intentional homicide, as defined in the Wisconsin Criminal Code, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. The burden of proof: before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. The elements are: one, the defendant caused the death of Jason Clearman. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. And two, the second element is that the defendant acted with the intent to kill Jason Clearman. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose.
Yes, he got a
to take
haircut,
the
by the
life
way.
of another human being, or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. Intent. While the law requires that the defendant acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exist for any particular length of time before the act or action is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent
59
to kill
seconds,
may
baby.
be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. Deciding about intent. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances, in this case, bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to
You
a
think this judge is so bitter because he's actually married to Judge Chu for the last 15 years?
motive refers to a person's reason for doing something.
I think he's worried he's going to have
While
to dismiss
motive
another
may
jury.
be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not, by itself, establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances.
This is part of my disagreement with
Your
Kurt yesterday.
decision, if you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Jason Clearman with the intent to kill, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The information in this case alleges not only that the defendant committed the crime of first-degree intentional homicide, but also that the defendant did so while using a dangerous weapon. If you find the defendant guilty, you must then answer an additional question. That question is, did the defendant commit the crime of first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Dangerous weapon means a firearm, whether loaded or unloaded. A firearm is a weapon that acts with the force of gunpowder. Before you may answer this question, yes, you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime while using a dangerous weapon. If you are not so satisfied, you must answer that question, no. The burden of proof. In reaching your verdict, you are to examine the evidence with care and caution. You are to act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty unless, during your deliberations, you find it is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of proof. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is on the state. Before you may return a guilty verdict, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you should do so and return a verdict of not guilty. Reasonable doubt. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based
which
on
is
reason
reasonable.
and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or to hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt based on guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from the fear of returning a guilty verdict is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is also not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of making a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt, you are to search for the truth. In just a minute, both sides will make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I will caution you, however, that opening statements are not evidence. At this time, I'll ask both sides to make opening statements, starting with the state. Mr. Hubner.
All right. I'm looking
Got
forward
it in
to
your
this.
face. That's
There
all.
we
What the
go.
fuck? What the fuck?
Long
Are
crime.
you serious?
Joe,
Is this long crime?
what did you do, Joe?
It's my fault. I'm sorry.
Are you kidding me?
It's me.
Oh my gosh. Let me see if I can find an alternative to that. I don't know what happened right there.
Someone tripped over a cord.
Video unavailable. Video unavailable for everybody right now. No idea what's going on. The video is completely unavailable on any stream. Long crime is down.
You're welcome.
I mean, that just amazing.
Do you want me to leave? Will that fix it?
Yeah, it's not you.
I know.
You're too full of yourself if you think it was you. I can't. I mean, this is amazing. There are only 3 live streams up right now. Mine and the 2 other little ones, and they both have the same issue going on right now. That the what the hell?
Well, of course, the state's opening is just going to
No.
be. He shot him in the face. That's all we have to say.
Yep. Waiting for the video to come back.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Right as we sit through all the BS and right as the state's about to give its case. Oh, you know what? Nope. Not going to do it. Not going to happen. What about the court feed? I was looking for the court feeds earlier and I couldn't figure out which one it's in. I'll go through them again. The problem is in Milwaukee, there are 47 branches. And so you have to go through each one to see if the court feed is on there. It was in branch 12 before. It's not now. This is amazing.
Look at that super chat from the Redneck Ram. That's pretty funny.
I can't. I'm trying to find a court feed. Joe.
Yeah, I'll get in touch with my Jewish contacts and see if we can fix the media.
You know, it would be really nice if you would do that. Do us all a solid, Joe, for once.
I'll make some calls. This one is okay.
The timing was phenomenal. I wonder what happened. Like, why did long crime go down?
Maybe they're trying to punish you. Maybe it's not me. Maybe they're like, no, we're not going to let Nick stream from us because he's going to get more views than we will. And we just, we're not good with this.
I mean, here's what Law and Crimes page looks like right now, by the way. so they're clearly not having a
That's
good
it.
time either.
At least they got a monkey with a hammer on it. You know,
Video is
I like
unavailable.
doing
Video
that.
is private. Oh, I wonder if Law and Crime is very salty. I have no idea.
That's what I
don't
said.
know.
Like maybe Long Crime is like, no, if Nick's going to restream us, we are not streaming anything.
We will cut our audience down to 0 before we let
Doesn't
Nick
make-
Riccata stream us.
I think they may have privated the video after it went down, though. I think that's what actually happened. Is that they privated it because the stream broke. They privated it afterwards.
It's not personal, Nick. It's just business.
Hey, wait a minute.
We will cut our audience down to 0 before we let
Listen
Nick
to this
Riccata
shit.
stream us.
I think they may have privated the video after it went down, though. I think that's what actually happened. Oh God, sorry.
That was really painful.
Let's see. Well, I mean, there's I have no idea what to do. Don't know why it went down. Don't know why Milwaukee isn't covering it. Fox 6 Milwaukee. Don't know why anyone else isn't. You see it somewhere? Yeah, well, you got to tell me where. You're watching it now? Where? Where would you be watching it now? Tell me where to watch it and I'll go there. Fox 6 Now website has the live stream, but you have to go to their website to view it. Well, I can do that. We can make that happen. Fox 6 Milwaukee. Let's see. Live now. God, I'm so pissed. I can't rewind it. Oh, son of a bitch.
Mr. Clearman has no weapon in his hands. And he's got a knife in his pocket, but there's nothing in his hands. And the defendant pulls out his 9mm handgun.
So I guess there was a knife
And he
In
raises
his
it,
pocket, yeah.
in his pocket.
and he shoots the victim in the face. The bullet's going to go in above the left eyebrow. And it's going to remain in his head. Where an autopsy
We'll rattle around.
The firearm is so close that there's actually stippling and burned particles on the victim's face. And you're going to see in this video, yes, it's at a distance. It's not as close as when you see the defendant punch the victim right in the face. It's a little further off. And we'll do the best we can to zoom in. You're going to see the victim die.
Pinch and zoom. Hocus
He's going
pocus.
to literally drop in front of your eyes. He walks up to the defendant and then he goes down, and he goes down hard because he's just been shot in the face.
Hey, Nick, can you send me the link to that?
Yes,
Yep.
in front of his wife,
Well,
in front of other witnesses. And then the defendant picks up his bike and either steps over the victim or walks right by him because the victim is falling down onto the stairs. You're going to see how his blood is literally pooling and going down the stairs. He walks right by this man. He never checks on him. He never gave him a warning. He just pulled out a gun, shot him in the face, and then he leaves. He goes down the stairs. He gets on his bike. He bikes down to the east and eventually gets to home. You're going to see video showing him going to these locations, past a number of different places. He never stops. He never stops till he gets home, where he places the bike down in the basement, a place he normally doesn't keep it. And then he walks out. And he's not seen again for months. He gets home, he doesn't call 911. He doesn't do anything. He goes on the run. He runs from his house. He runs from his scene to his house and from his house to we don't know where. He is gone for months. And the gun, we don't know where it is. Maybe we'll find out. Months later, in March, a Kentucky State Patrolman has an encounter with the defendant. The defendant lies about his name. He gives a fake name, trying to get away. He says he doesn't have a driver's license, says he's got something from the Bahamas. And when the Kentucky State Patrolman or trooper finds an ID card in the defendant's name, the defendant claims him. He won't say who he is. And that's how he's found. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next couple days, we're going to walk you through this case. We're going to walk you through everything that has happened, the good and the bad. A horrible, senseless incident that begins with a swear word and is escalated to a punch and it is ended with a bullet into the brain. You're going to hear a case that the defendant did everything in his effort to make certain you would not hear. Because he took off and he tried to make certain people wouldn't find him. And when this is done, ladies and gentlemen, I will come back up here and I'll ask you to find the defendant guilty because we will have proven it. Thank you.
Short and sweet on that opening statement.
Defense.
That's much appreciated.
No hour-long rambling statement.
This is what we came for, though. We want to hear a defense statement.
Yep.
This is...
And this judge initially expected this case to be done by Friday. Now he's amended it to being done by Monday, but this is a more typical case than we've been seeing. These cases tend to be very fast. You don't need weeks to prove most murders.
1, 2, 3 days is pretty typical for a common murder trial. Because normally they're not complicated.
That is a gold tie.
Do you see my hand? Do you see my whole hand? Or do you only see the side that I'm showing to you? For over almost 1.5 years, there's only been one side of this story that has been advanced by the government, by the media. But today, members of the jury, this week, you will now hear the other side of the story. There's been many interviews by alleged victims in this case, but there's one victim who has not said one word yet, and that is Mr. Theodore Edgecomb.
We're going to hear from him?
You will hear from him.
Oh, okay. Well, Mark Richards said in Wisconsin, you have to take the
The
stand.
prosecutors, my colleagues on the defense side, to the Clearman family, who our condolences remain, and to the Edgecomb family. Good afternoon, members of the jury. I'm attorney B. Ivory Lamar, and I am joined by co-counsel in this case, if you wouldn't mind standing, Mr. Attorney Anik Ahmad, and the defendant in this case that we so are delighted to represent in this case, Mr. Theodore Edgecomb. It is our pleasure to represent Mr. Edgecomb in this case. It is an honor and a privilege to give what we call our opening statement. If you've had an occasion to go to a movie, you know you see what's called previews of the coming attractions or sneak previews of things that are to come. This is supposed to be a guide or a roadmap, if you will, as to what we believe the evidence will show in this case.
That's not what sneak
As an
previews and
officer
movies
of this
do.
court, in the course of my remarks this afternoon, I would expect to tell you as honestly and as forthrightly what we believe the evidence to show. As the court has so appropriately indicated, what I say is not evidence. It is just used to aid and guide you as to what we believe the evidence will show in this case. Now, we started this process yesterday through a process called voir dire. And during that process, you heard a lot of talk about justice. And just 2 days ago, we celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King.
Uh-oh.
And I don't think anybody that said it is better than him as we talk about justice. And he said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So we are now embarked upon this search for justice, this search for the truth, this search for the facts. Each of you made a number of promises during the voir dire process, and all sides of this case are extremely happy to have you a part of this jury. Abraham Lincoln said it best when he said the highest act of citizenship is jury service. And you're embarked on that jury service today. And it doesn't just stop with you coming down today, taking a few notes, and listening to the evidence in this case. It only stops if you can and will reach a verdict in this case. A verdict that is based off the evidence and devoid of any type of likeness or bias or anything that you might have for the defendant. A verdict that is devoid of sympathy or passion against Mr. Edgecomb or any party that is a part of this case. Now, you made these promises, and we are mindful of those promises, and we expect that you're going to keep them. Now, we know that you're going to keep these promises and be fair and keep an open mind and decide this case, not on speculation, not on conjecture, not on surmise, but based upon the facts. You then, jurors, are the consciousness of this community. Your verdicts set the standards. You have this rare opportunity, as it seems, to be participants in this search for justice and for the truth. And during the course of this trial, you will likely reach one of the most important decisions of your life. And within that decision, people all across the world can say, this system works. This was a fair trial. These were fair people. So again, thank you for your time, your consideration, and the verdict that you're likely to render in this case. Now, the state came up here, and again, they gave you one side of the story. And at the onset, we want to make a couple things very clear right at the beginning. The defense in this case will be straight shooters with you. We're going to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, Mr. Edgecomb is not perfect. He makes mistakes like any other person. And there's three things that we want to talk about right at the beginning of this trial.
Criminal
Number
charges.
one, Mr. Edgecomb, at the time of September 22nd, 2020, was in possession of a firearm that he was temporarily restricted of based off of a bail order that he had in other cases. We want to go ahead and get that out at the beginning. That's a fact. You will not hear any dispute about that issue. Number two.
That is a squeaky shoe.
Mr. Edgecomb, on September 22nd,
I thought it was
did
you.
in fact punch Mr. Jason Clearman. And that punch was as a result, and you'll learn in the evidence, was a result of racial slurs that came from Jason Clearman. Number three, you will hear evidence, and it will not be a dispute in this case, that Mr. Edgecomb did not turn himself in, and he was not apprehended until almost 6 months later. Let's just get that out the way. Now,
Wow, that is
This
squeaky.
might be a long list of stuff to get out of the
I'm
way.
trying to convince you that that was because of consciousness of guilt based off his actions on September 22nd. The evidence in this case is going to show otherwise. Now, the state has talked about several parties to this case. And we got Mr. Edgecomb's dirty laundry out the way now. Now that's done. But the other participants in this incident that occurred on September 22nd, let's talk about it. What the state has done is they've shown Jason Clearman in the best light. They've showed Miss Evangelina Clearman in the best light. They've also shown the Milwaukee Police Department in their actions in investigating this case in the best light. Well, members of the jury, here's the other side. Welcome to the dark side.
Wait, what?
Welcome to the side
You flip your hand
for a
around.
woman who is married to her husband for over 25 years, where she sees her husband laying on the ground, never tries to save his life, never tries to apply pressure to stop any bleeding.
What?
That's
Never
his
even
defense?
So in this case, she never administered
It's
CPR.
her fault.
She never took one physical
The bitch
act
did it.
whatsoever to try to save the man she claimed and purported to love.
Wow. It's going to be a hard sell,
So
man.
in this case, that the same,
Maybe the big hole in his
the
shirt.
same wife never even called 911 to try to save her husband's life. That's what the evidence is going to show.
Did she flee for 6 months and get picked up by Kentucky State Troopers?
The state just came up and they talked about video evidence as it relates to this case. Video evidence is very important in this case. As you are aware, there are 3 incidents that took place on September 22nd. You're going to learn of the first incident. The first incident where, in our view of the facts, obviously differ, but you're going to learn in evidence that the Clearmans were out drinking heavily, as they often do. You're going to learn that Jason Clearman, at least, had a blood alcohol level of a 0.12, which is almost 1.5 times the legal limit. You're going to learn that he also had THC in his system. If you're not familiar with THC, oftentimes associated with marijuana, weed. You're also going to learn that the Clearmans get into a vehicle after drinking.
What was
They
the
don't
wife's
call
BAC?
Uber. You're going to learn in the evidence they don't call a Lyft. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're going to learn they didn't even call a taxi, if you will. But they decided to get into a vehicle and
Are those his shoes?
I think so.
lo and behold, they come into Mr. Edgecomb. Where was Mr. Edgecomb coming from that night? Well, the evidence is going
The
to
orphanage.
show that the last thing on Mr. Edgecomb's mind was first-degree intentional homicide. The evidence is going to show that Mr. Edgecomb was engaged in trying to prepare what he will refer to as daddy-daughter date night. You're going to hear evidence in this case.
It's when he
that
steps on
Mr.
the cable
Edgecomb
guard
has
on the
5
floor.
children.
Oh,
He has a special relationship with each one of his children.
don't do that, man.
And he has one night that he designates for each one so that they can further their relationship, so they can get closer. On this night of September 22nd of 2020, his daughter wanted to have sushi. So Mr. Edgecomb gets on his bicycle. He goes to a
Drives to the
place
gas
called
station.
Dynamite. He places the order for sushi for himself and his daughter. He actually placed that order. He paid for that order. Now this is during obviously the beginning of the COVID, and a lot of restaurants and businesses at the time would not allow patrons to come inside the restaurant, so you had to wait outside of the restaurant. They told Mr. Edgecomb it would likely be 30 to 40 minutes before his food would be ready. So Mr. Edgecomb says, well, trying to use time efficiently, I'm going to now go try to pick up dessert. I'm going to go to a place called Folio, go grab some yogurt so that they can have dessert to go along with the sushi for daddy-daughter date night. Well, his plans changed when he ran and came across the Clearmans. The evidence is going to show in this case that as he's riding his bicycle along, he was not coming in direct, going the opposite direction of the Clearmans. He was riding his bike along. The Clearmans, just leaving from drinking at a bar, operate the vehicle, they're going down the street, and there's a vehicle that's parked. There's a vehicle that's parked, ladies and gentlemen, that has their right turn signal on waiting for a parking spot. Well, the Clearmans grew impatient. So what did they do? They come over and they go into the opposite lane of traffic, coming into direct contact with another vehicle. Then they swerve over.
Direct
They came in
contact?
contact?
That's
They
when
had a
they
collision?
struck Mr. Edgecomb. Mr. Edgecomb lands on top of another vehicle. And that's not the end of it. Pardon my language, members of the jury. They did not say, however, quote, as the state has argued, what the fuck? That's not what they said.
Here it comes.
The evidence is going to show in this
Brace
case
yourself for the
that
hard
the
R.
Clearmans, well, specifically Jason Clearman, yelled out, "Get the fuck out the road, nigger." And it's at that point that Mr. Edgecomb got very upset. It's a very offensive word. Now, Mr. Edgecomb will testify and explain that as a bicyclist, this is not the first time that he's almost been struck by a vehicle. That is not what bothered him. Mr. Edgecomb is going to explain it's the use of that racial slur which set him over the top. So he's not just going to get food and just find a car and just go punch somebody. He goes to the car, he asks Mr. Clearman, "Were you talking to me?" Mr. Clearman says, "Yes, racial slur, I was talking to you." And that's when Mr. Edgecomb punches Mr. Clearman. Now, we make no justification for that. No doubt about it, Mr. Edgecomb should not have taken matters into his own hands. He should have called authorities for them to handle the situation. There's no qualms about that issue. We don't deny he should have handled that matter differently. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Edgecomb is charged with first-degree intentional homicide. You're going to learn in this case that Mr. Edgecomb, after he makes the punch, he gets back on his bicycle immediately. He gets back on the bicycle, he's done with it. The way he handled it with the punch was not the best way. We see punches in basketball games, we see them in baseball games, and we most definitely see them in hockey games. Doesn't justify it, but Mr. Edgecomb gets back on his bike.
There's a little bit of a difference.
He's done with it. Back on the daddy-daughter date night. Time to go get the yogurt, come back to Dynamite, get the sushi, continue on with his night. Nope. The evidence is going to show the Clearmans had different plans. The evidence is going to show that the Clearmans also did not call 911. The Clearmans could have went straight after this incident. They could have, got a description. We've clearly seen Mr. Edgecomb being here today. The technology existed through video to capture him, but instead they went straight. They didn't go straight. They didn't make a left turn. They didn't make a U-turn. Instead, they didn't just follow Mr. Edgecomb. The evidence in this case is going to show they chased Mr. Edgecomb. The evidence is going to show in this case, Mr. Clearman says to his wife, "Follow him." And Ms. Clearman, no objection. She does exactly what her husband says, and she follows Mr. Edgecomb.
So she was driving,
Comes down the
not
street.
drunk.
The evidence is going to show she's in the middle lane, and she's making a legal right turn in the middle lane. The evidence is going to show in this case that she turns the vehicle, the motor roars on that vehicle, and she's now turning that vehicle not into the two lanes that are completely available to her. She turns going directly in the direction of Mr. Edgecomb. And she accelerates aggressively and violently directly toward Mr. Edgecomb. That's not following. Members of the jury, the evidence is going to show they were chasing Mr. Edgecomb. The evidence is going to show in this case that before the vehicle even stops, Mr. Clearman is almost already trying to get out the car already. The evidence is going to show He didn't just get out to go for a nice jog. As Ms. Clearman has told many media outlets, the evidence is going to also show he wasn't getting out to go talk to Mr. Edgecomb either.
I mean, she told the media he was getting out of the car to go for a jog.
That Mr. Clearman was violently pursuing Mr. Edgecomb. Now, we talked about video in this case. We now know, members of the jury, you can expect to hear evidence that there were 3 incidents in this case. However, only 2 of those incidents were caught on video. Well, let me correct that. Only 2 videos were provided from the government in this case.
What are they hiding?
There's video evidence.
Great strategy.
You're going to learn that there's a video at Casablanca, which would have captured the first incident. We believe, members of the jury, the evidence is going to show that that incident would have occurred at 7:45 p.m. Does the government give us video showing us 7:45 p.m.? No. You're going to learn, does the government give us evidence showing the videos at 7:30 p.m. from Casablanca? No. The video that the government provided in this case begins at 7:47 p.m., 2 minutes after which time we believe the incident would have occurred. No explanation.
Did you get the video?
Members of the jury, the second incident, obviously where Mr. Edgecomb now punches Mr. Clearman, you might guess the government has the full video of that incident. You'll see it in evidence. You'll see the full video. Let's talk about the third incident. As Mr. Huebner just came up and he talked about the poll cams that would have caught both incidents. They have 2 different cameras going 2 different directions. Well, you're going to learn, members of the jury, that the incident, when the detectives arrived, when the medical emergency individuals came, that they were on scene approximately almost 5 hours. I mean, this is a homicide. There's unfortunately a deceased man that's laying on the ground. You're going to learn, members of the jury, that out of 5 hours of potential video, you're going to learn the government doesn't give us the 5 hours of video. You're going to learn, members of the jury, that the government doesn't even give us 4 hours of video. Not 3 hours, not 2 hours. Members of the jury, not even 1 hour of that video showing the investigation in this case. You're going to learn, members of the jury, that the government only provided 1 minute and 34 seconds. 1 minute and 34 seconds of video. We're missing the other 5 hours. That's what the evidence is going to show.
I'm frankly glad that they're missing the other 5
Now,
hours.
You might ask, what is the significance of the rest of the video? Well, members of the jury, as we talked about, we've only talked about one side of the story. Well, let's start talking about the other side. The evidence is going to show in this case that immediately after Mr. Edgecomb leaves the scene, within 6 seconds, see, the media has been showing one part of the video of that 1 minute and 34 seconds. The part that has not been released is the other half. And the evidence is going to show in the other half, Ms. Clearman, 6 seconds after Mr. Edgecomb runs off, she gets out the car. She runs over to the body. She's not running over to the body, as the evidence is going to show, to save his life. She reaches down and she tampers with something. The evidence is going to show it. It's going to be on video. See, this is the other side of the story. This is the other side of the hand. She runs back to the vehicle and she closes the door like nothing happened. Members of the jury, you're going to have to figure out why.
That's your defense?
The jury, immediately after that, you're going to see a vehicle come into frame. you're going to see a red SUV. This red SUV comes in the frame and it pulls alongside Miss Clearman at the time. This is right about the 1 minute and 34-second mark of the video. And all of a sudden, the video cuts off immediately as this red SUV gets aligned with Miss Clearman. And it cuts off. Why it cuts off, I don't know. The evidence is going to show that that video did not cut off coincidentally. They only cut the video off at 1 minute and 34 seconds for a reason. You're going to learn what that reason is.
What is it? Tell me what it is now.
I thought you were laying out the
driving that
preview.
red SUV? Well, the lady in the red SUV, her name is Stephanie Trotter. She's going to be a very important witness in this case. You're going to learn that there's 3 people that called 911 on September 22nd. You're going to learn that one of those individuals was Stephanie Trotter. You're going to learn that when Stephanie Trotter, she observes Ms. Clearman on the phone, not with 911, you're going to learn that Ms. Clearman is on the phone with Anna. So instead of calling 911, the evidence is going to show Ms. Clearman called Anna, whose boyfriend or husband is a police officer. Now, you're going to learn that Ms. Trotter got in contact with the defense in this case. She called the state. She called the police officer. She called 911. She talked to a detective on that evening. And the detective said, well, if you have any other information that you want to tell us, let us know. Well, Ms. Trotter is going to come on the stand and she's going to explain that what she saw that evening was Ms. Clearman getting out the car, running over to the body, which would be a second time, not to save Mr. Clearman's life, not to administer CPR, not to apply pressure to a wound, but she's rummaging through Mr. Clearman's pockets. The evidence is going to show Ms. Trotter is going to come on this stand and she's going to explain to you, members of the jury, that Ms. Clearman was running through Jason Clearman's pockets immediately after this incident.
Okay.
Members
That's
of the jury,
peculiar, but it doesn't seem like
Trotter
that's the cause of death.
contacted
The
Milwaukee
more
Police
likely
Department
cause of death
homicide
would be
unit
the blood
on the
gushing
evening
out
of
of his
September
skull.
22nd of 2020. And she informed the Milwaukee Police Department what took place and what she observed. In the Milwaukee Police Department, you know what they said? Thanks for the information. Have a good night.
The bastards.
Thanks for the information. Have a good night.
Are they supposed to say something else?
Maybe.
Now, you're going to learn, as in voir dire, you heard the state talk about witnesses that they expect to call on this case. Well, you're going to learn that there's 3 people that called 911. You're going to learn that 2 of those people that called 911 is on the state's list, but one of them is not. And that one that's not, you're not going to see the state call Stephanie Trotter in this case. And you, members of the jury, have to figure out why.
Why don't you call her?
He is.
Members of the jury, it doesn't stop there. 43 minutes after Mr. Clearman is laying on this ground, the detectives are on scene now. The police department is on scene, medical is on scene, the Milwaukee Fire Department is on scene at this time. You're going to learn that there was, a witness that one of the officers said, you know what, I seen him standing there. I believe he has information related to this case. I need to go over there and talk to him. Sounds reasonable. Part of the investigation. You're going to learn in this case, members of the jury, that there was one officer that said, and excuse my language, as I quote, "Fuck that. We got enough. We got the wife. We got one person that called 911. We got enough." And then you're going to learn, members of the jury, the body cam cuts off. Members of the jury, This case is about this.
Anything but the time of the shooting, apparently.
I'm confused. What? How is this defending him? Like, how is it?
We'll talk about it in a minute, apparently.
Members of the jury, that was 24 seconds. I know it might seem a little bit awkward. That was 24 seconds.
No, you clearly
The evidence is
described
gonna show in this
significantly
case
more than
a
24
video
seconds. You said the
of Mr.
timeline on
Edgecomb
your own.
Trying to evade the violent, aggressive
Oh, his
aggression
pause.
of the Clearman
Got
for
it.
24 seconds. That's just on the video. That's what the video is going to show.
So wait, so she's rummaging
That's
through
what
the
this case
pocket
is
for
about.
the knife?
Well, wasn't the knife found in the pocket?
The decision that Mr. Edgecomb
Which
Which
made
doesn't help his case at all
at a
anyway.
particular day,
Yeah.
at a particular time, at a particular moment. You're going to learn Mr. Edgecomb describe Mr. Clearman getting out that vehicle. You're going to learn Miss Clearman yelling out the window as well.
You're going to learn
You're
today.
going to learn him getting out, not just going for a jog, as the state alleges. He wasn't just going for it. You're going to hear in evidence that Mr. Jason
Now
Clearman,
being a jogger is
Jason.
incredulous.
Mr. Edgecomb, yelling out more racial slurs. I'm
Not
getting
being a
ready to
jogger
kill you,
was
nigger.
Definitive
I'm
proof is
getting ready to
innocent.
kill you. I'm getting ready to kill you now. That's what the evidence is going to show in this case. The evidence is going to show from Mr. Edgecombe's standpoint that Mr. Clearman has something in his hand at the time he gets into a boxer stance. Mr. Edgecombe is going to describe what he was feeling. He's going to describe what he saw in his perception at that very moment. The evidence is going to show that it just wasn't a boxer stance that Jason Clearman got on, but it was a lunge. A lunge that took Mr. Clearman almost 4 feet when Mr. Edgecombe backs up to avoid being tackled by Mr. Clearman. The evidence is going to show, you're going to hear from the medical examiner in this case. And you're going to learn that Mr. Edgecombe the gunshot did not go off in this case 5 feet away. This will be 5 feet, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You're going to learn Mr. Edgecombe there was no shot that went off at a 5-foot distance. The evidence is going to show from the medical examiner that at most, the gunshot in this case went off at 2 feet. 2 feet. This was the maximum distance. The autopsy report says that it was from 2 feet as the max to several inches. Members of the jury, this is 6 inches. The evidence is going to show. The gunshot goes off at the minimum of several inches. Mr. Edgecombe, when he testifies, he's going to explain to you that the last thing he was thinking about when a gunshot goes off, when he's trying to avoid being tackled by a man that's over 60 pounds heavier than him, was what he's going to do a month from now, or what he's going to do 3 months or 4 months from this very moment, or as the state talks about the 6 months, this was the last thing he was thinking about what he's going to do 6 months at this point. That's what the evidence is going to show. He was thinking about how he's going to get home to his family at this time. That's what the evidence is going to show. You will not hear evidence in this case that during the time frame of 6 months that Mr. Edgecombe was not apprehended, that he was somewhere on the beach drinking mimosas. You're not going to hear that. You're not going to hear that he was having some grand vacation or having a grand time.
Why would they argue that? That would be open and
you're gonna
obvious. That wouldn't be hiding.
That Mr. Edgecombe was actively seeking legal representation. You're going to hear that Mr.
States
Edgecombe
away.
He was driving on his way to his lawyer's
all
office.
across this state to try to find representation Because one of the reasons that he ran,
That's what you always do, right?
to tell you,
Try to get a lawyer 6 states out of the jurisdiction.
he was scared not only of the police department, who might I add labeled him immediately as the Brady Street killer. Mr. Edgecomb is going to tell you
Technically,
that he contacted
true.
lawyers, he contacted organizations, and that he was on a quest to try to raise money so that he could afford legal representation in this case. You're gonna have it. You can get the evidence in this case.
No, that's good.
That's what the evidence
Let's
is
get
gonna
to it. Wrap it up.
Members of the jury, I want to thank you at this time
Thank you.
for maintaining an open mind. I want to thank you for your attention. I know that this jury pool will take great notes and that justice could be rendered in this case equally, impartially, and without bias. Thank you.
Let's talk to lawyers at a sidebar real quick before we get to the first witness.
That was all over the place.
It was, I mean, it's a bold opening statement. He's doing a lot to raise doubt in several areas. The problem he has is if the evidence will show that the wife rummaged through the pocket to tamper with the knife, then the knife was in the pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand the whole rummaging thing or the whole like what the 5 hours of police investigation. I would think he would have at least like primed us with like explanations as to why it is that the state's trying to hide that evidence and what they're at least speculating.
They're trying to get that N-word,
was
Joe.
being hidden. No, I understand. I mean, they got the N-word, but you're saying what
that's what the police want. I mean, I think that's the sentiment he's going for, right? They're trying to get this man. They're trying to get him.
It's a racist police force.
Notepads. I am going to allow you to take notes during this trial. Over the course of the next few days, you are allowed to take notes. You do not have to take notes. If you do take notes, I would encourage you and implore you to not let it distract you. I'm the kind of person, I don't take very many notes. Some people take lots of notes. Either thing is fine, but the main job you have is to listen to the evidence, view the evidence, listen to the testimony. So don't get caught up in your notepad. Take notes to help you potentially refresh your recollection at the end of the case. Again, you don't have to, but make sure you're listening to the witnesses. State's first witness.
Oh, wow, that's good.
I see people
Fine.
saying that the wife put the knife back in the pocket. We'll see if someone actually testifies to that. That'll be interesting. But if this lady pulled up in 6 seconds and had already called 911, did she tell the wife she called 911? Explain why she didn't.
I can't believe she would have had the presence of mind to pull the knife out of his hand and stick it in his pocket. That'd be it's an interesting thought.
Thank you.
It's because she really wants to punish him. That's their permission.
ES. Detective Esther Kremzerova, spelling ESTER, last name KREMSEROVA.
Take and proceed.
Thank you. How are you employed?
Currently, since September of last year,
I've been stationed at a Taco Bell.
detective for the Milwaukee Police Department, but I've been employed with the Milwaukee Police Department since December of 2014.
Okay. And prior to becoming a detective, how were you employed?
As a police officer.
And where were you assigned?
District 1 during this incident.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to September 22nd of 2020. Were you assigned to District 1 back then?
Yes.
Okay. And on that date, were you, along with other officers, dispatched to kind of that area of Holton and Brady?
Yes.
All right. Why were you sent there?
For shooting.
And
I
when
guess these two prosecutors go to the same barbershop.
what, if anything, did you see?
I saw that the Milwaukee Fire Department was on scene, and I also saw the victim.
Now, I want to draw your attention specifically, and I'm just going to get this ready here. Your Honor, I have evidence control.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, the long crime people are
For the
accusing
jury, as
me
you can see, there's two screens. You
of
should
violating the
be able to see
judge's
either or
order.
both of them.
Like,
Need
I'm not in
really true?
Wisconsin
lean forward,
or
lean
in this
back,
case.
adjust so you can see the
So,
screens. Please do that.
Good luck.
Are they?
Yeah, on Twitter.
This is great.
They're talking to you on Twitter or about you
Yeah.
on Twitter?
Yeah, I'll talk about it when this winds down.
Yes.
She sounds just like Alec Baldwin's wife.
I'm going to place 31 on the big screen. And if we're looking at 31, and I'm just going to kind of zoom in for a little bit. If where we're seeing right here is Brady, and then this is Holton, and kind of goes over Water Street, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is this location that we're referring to, is this in the city and county of Milwaukee, state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
All right. Now, you indicated that when you arrived on scene, you saw the fire department doing something. What was that?
They were conducting life-saving measures on a victim.
Can you just say it again?
They were doing life-saving measures on a victim.
Cucumber?
That's later determined to be Jason Clearman, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did he survive his injuries?
He did not.
All right. So when you first arrived on scene, where was he situated? How was he laying?
He was actually positioned towards the top of the stairs.
And you were referring to the stairs, are we talking about this kind of like little ladder thing where we can see the 1, the 2, the 3, kind of in that area?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was he situated near the top of the stairs, officer?
He was face down.
Now, while you were present and he was face down, did the fire department or anybody do anything?
Yes.
What did they do?
They moved the victim on a more level surface of the concrete, and they turned him over on his back so they can do CPR.
Were those successful?
No.
He died.
Yes.
Okay. When they turned him over, could you see if he had any injuries?
Yes.
What was it?
A gunshot wound to at the time to the face, to the head.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
Okay. And I'm going to, just for one moment. Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit number 83 currently set up into the system. The court will bear with me since we have antiquated equipment. I'm moving from the Elmo to my computer. Hopefully this will work. One moment. For the record, I've been told just picking it up and putting it back down sometimes clears it. And it does. Now, detective or officer, when we're looking at this, you watch your body cam, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as we can see, there's 20 minutes, 46 seconds that was on your body cam, right?
Yes.
Now, going to approximately 1 minute and 2 seconds into your body camera. You've watched this, is that correct?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the recording of what had happened when you went to the scene at that moment?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I will be playing the portion of Detective Kremservoa, her body cam, which is labeled Creme Cerveau IR 202-660171 for purposes.
Would be funny if he accidentally played the Money Power Women clip from Scarface.
Into the recording. And I'm going to put the volume on.
Ugh.
And pausing at 1 minute and 43 seconds. Does that portion reflect and show them both the manner in which the victim was first found and then the fire department moving?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move those portions of State's Exhibit number 83 that were played into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
I'll be curious what the sidebar on this would be.
About the blood?
I mean, I guess it was incidentally shown. They didn't focus on it. It was a couple frames, less than a second. Yeah, so Law and Crime alleges that all of the live feeds were cut off because the judge ordered that this would not be streamed on social media. However, it is somehow still able to be streamed on news sites, like news websites, just not on YouTube, Facebook, etc.
Go ahead.
But of course,
one of those common First Amendment exceptions for just news media, but not anywhere else.
Yeah. But of course, the interesting thing is their cameras are in the courtroom. I'm not there. I'm not under the judge's order.
That railing area and watching what occurred. We could see that when they turn him over, like what was in his pocket, in the victim's pocket? A cell phone. It appeared his cell phone was there, right? Okay.
A hunk of brains.
Additionally, officer. Sorry, detective. I keep demoting you.
Very
Did you
disrespectful.
observe any other potential piece of evidence that you kind of made sure that people
Later, I kill you.
Yes. I
Just
found
wait till we get home.
a 9mm casing, spent casing on a sidewalk near the victim.
And made sure that that was where it was, and detectives come in, they take it from there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Okay, detective?
I love a frowny face Eastern European woman. That's my favorite.
Oh, Andrew's here.
What's going on, Joe?
Hold on.
Responding officers, right?
Yes.
Who were the other officers that responded with you? Were you the first one on the scene, or were there other officers?
Is he questioning the witness sitting down?
There were other officers.
Is he paralyzed?
At the same time. And my partner.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
That happens in the other trial too, the Halderson trial.
It's because that's where their mic is.
Officer Darren.
He was there as well.
Anybody else?
I believe Officer Michalik was there, and I wouldn't.
Officer who?
Michalik.
You know how to spell that?
Yeah, it's Michalak.
The Slavic squad.
All right, now, we had a chance to just see the body cam on the screen over there and over here. Did you review your body cam before you came to court today?
Not today. No, I didn't.
Have you seen it before?
Yes.
All right. And there on the body camera, we were able to see that it was pretty dark and there was flashlights being used, right?
Yes, I was one of the people that used the flashlight.
Okay. Do you remember what the lighting situation was in terms of the, I would guess, the actual city or street lighting?
About the same quality as your audio.
Okay, but we could see on the camera that that staircase was dark, right?
It was nighttime.
Okay. And in order to illuminate anything, you had to use your flashlight.
I'd say he didn't see if the guy had a knife. Is that it? It was hard to see, I guess.
When I arrive on scene and it's dark outside, we tend to use flashlights to, look around the area to potentially find evidence, etc.
Okay. Now, as far as your scope of investigation, were there any other tasks you had that night?
Then I remained with the evidence, which was the casing, and with the victim, which was nearby in the general same area.
Okay. All right, thank you, nothing further.
State of anything else? You can step down, Detective. Thank you.
Imagine getting through a witness that quick.
That was glorious.
Trying to also find the actual courtroom feed still from this one.
I was so when you were struggling with that, I was looking for it behind the scenes and I couldn't. I was going through the branches and couldn't find it.
Yeah. He might have shut it down because the whole juror getting doxxed thing, that was the court camera that doxed a juror yesterday. It was not a media camera that did it.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Please be seated. State your full name, spelling first and last for the record.
That's Alexander Klabundi, Alexander. Klabundi is Klabunde.
Detective, you can take your mask off if you're comfortable with that.
Thank you.
State and proceed.
Thank you.
And just like that, COVID stops working.
Unemployed, sir?
As a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the police department?
This is going into 18 years now.
How long have you been?
In
10,
terms
Ash.
of your assignment, where are you currently assigned?
The homicide unit.
How long have you been with the homicide unit?
Over 3 years.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the homicide of Jason Clearman that occurred on September 22nd of 2020. Did you work on that? And the area of around 1750 North Holton, or basically Holton and Brady. Is that where you went?
Yes,
Is that in the city and county of Milwaukee and state of Wisconsin?
it is.
Are you familiar with the term scene detective?
Yes.
What is a scene detective?
Scene detective's responsibility is the scene investigation, documenting evidence recovered and observed at the scene.
And we're all bald.
And when you are looking at it,
Every detective in Wisconsin.
attempting to,
Stop being racist against bald people.
is there anybody that assists you regarding that investigation?
I typically have a partner assisting me, yes.
And what about photographs? Is there anybody that assists you with that?
Yes, typically a police officer or forensic investigator assigned to the investigation, or, I'm sorry, they changed their name off in the identification division.
And basically they assist you out, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you are doing your scene investigation, do you wait until every witness has been talked to, or do you kind of get in there and start trying to investigate that scene?
I typically am investigating the scene almost immediately after being briefed the basic information of the incident.
He doesn't wait to get in there.
Do you know always what is and what is
That's what she
potentially
said.
not involved in a homicide when you're doing your scene investigation?
Not always during the initial scene investigation.
Do you err on the side of caution sometimes when trying to find certain evidence?
Yes.
Now, detective, when you are doing your scene investigation, and you see various potential things in an area, what do you do?
I would document them, where their location is. We have numbered markers that we will place for items that are going to be collected. And there are also stickers that can be used for different items, evidence that are being collected, as well as letters in certain situations. Typically, letters are used for blood sample collections or other sample collections.
Okay. Now, detective, I want to draw your attention to State Exhibit number 31 that we see here currently on the big screen. I'm going to kind of fill that up there. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
I do.
What is this?
This is a diagram of the scene, a computer-generated diagram of the scene.
And if we're looking at the scene investigation or the scene map is what we're looking at here, was this created based on your scene investigation?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And in terms of what we're looking at here and based on this, is this a fair and accurate kind of representation of where things were and where you found them?
Yes, it's not to exact measurements. It's just general area where the evidence was located that day.
Now, detective. Or at this
Well,
point,
the
you're
detective's gone all casual here.
31 into evidence.
So relaxed.
Any objection? Fine, received.
Your Honor, I have
He's in action mode, man. He's forward hunched. He's ready to pounce.
jury, if I may hand them out.
Fine. Any objection?
Gage bald squits. Doesn't look
Oh
like
my
Gage.
God.
I actually thought like he looked like a bald Charlie Day.
Well, a lot of people are saying he looks like the guy from the Canterbury case, the detective from Canterbury.
They all, yeah, all the detectives on the Canterbury case are also bald.
With the beard.
So racist. We baldies will unite.
Jim over on Odyssey says, not a huge gene pool in Wisconsin.
Isn't the bald gene dominant too?
Probably.
Oh God.
And did you screen capture that tweet from Long Crime before they delete it out of embarrassment?
Kind of want to go
a good
walk
idea.
through this scene in just a little bit as regards to some photos and talk about what we have here, but just so we orient ourselves. If we're looking here on Holton and
Just a second.
Brady, Water, Pearson, is this kind of how these streets all interact?
Yes, and it should be noted, Holton Street, as it starts north of Brady, becomes a bridge crossing the Milwaukee River. So where Water Street is, it's actually running below Holton Street.
Okay. And just kind of like, what's underneath Holton or kind of in this area by Water Street that we see underneath the bridge?
Once you go past North Water Street, there's a park called Swing Park. It has a bunch of suspended swings hanging from the bridge, and then there's what's termed a marsupial bridge that's a footpath bridge below the Holton Street Bridge that continues to the opposite side of the river.
Okay.
And supports many koalas.
Because not on the scale, right?
Correct.
And then the N with an arrow pointing north, what does that show us?
It indicates that north on this map is towards the top of the map.
Okay. And just so everyone can figure this out, but if north is to the top of the map, east would be to the right as we're looking at it.
Correct.
West to the left, south to the bottom.
That's all correct.
Okay. Now, detective, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a photograph taken during the scene investigation. This would be taken from Holton Street, and the angle would be southeast.
So when you're saying southeast, if we kind of look beyond where these trees are, kind of in there, is that looking towards that intersection of Holton and Brady?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 2. Do you recognize that?
I do. Another photograph taken during the scene investigation. This one is looking generally east.
That's the lawyer's car.
kind of just from the same different general area, but just at a different angle. Is that
Right,
correct?
I don't do immigration work.
In particular, we're gonna come back to this, but this vehicle that we see that is kind of by the bike lane area off on the street side, is that going to be the victim's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. We'll come back to that in a minute. Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 3. What is that?
Another scene photograph, again, from a closer viewpoint towards that sidewalk near where it's a Kia that we had just indicated in the previous photo.
And then I kind of want to just talk a little bit about what we're discussing here. First of all, we can see what appears to be a yellow tarp covering something. What is that?
So that's a yellow tarp covering the body of Jason Clearman.
And if we're looking at this, we can see the sidewalk.
Is that his foot sticking out?
Like this little wall here, right? Separating the street from the sidewalk.
Yeah, it looks
Correct.
like
It's a concrete barrier that
Oh,
is
weird.
designed to prevent vehicles from striking any pedestrians on the curve of this bridge.
And if where the victim's body is, what's that?
So where you can see that there's a metal fence along the edge there as the bridge begins, and there's a inset where the victim's body is. It's a landing towards the top of a staircase that then leads down north towards Water Street below.
Now, additionally, these are going to come into play here, but we see this little yellow marker number 3 kind of stacked on a bunch of them. What happens with these yellow photo markers as you start getting into this case?
So those markers are set where items of evidence are observed in order to mark for the photographs for them to be easily seen.
And this is just kind of, it's being pre-positioned, getting ready to go. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 4. What are we looking at here?
This is another photograph of Mr. Clearman's body. The tarp was partially removed from his body in this photograph.
Now, I want to be very clear about this, detective. When you arrived on scene, was he already in this location?
He was at that location with the yellow tarp over him, laying on his back as he's depicted in this picture.
And so this is the manner in which you encountered him?
Yes.
Okay. So if he had been down, kind of face down on the stairs or anything else, people had moved him by the time you got here and started having pictures taken?
That's correct.
Okay. And I want to kind of draw your attention just for one moment. We can kind of see some discolorization on the stairs. What is that, detective?
That appeared to be blood stains that collected on the top of the landing near Mr. Clearman's body.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 5. What are we looking at here, detective?
This photograph is closer to Mr. Clearman's body, looking downwards towards the stairs that lead down towards Water Street, and there was additional blood on the top of those stairs, and then the top 2 stairs that led down.
In those top 2 stairs, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 6. Can we actually see how that blood was kind of pooling on the second stair down and going down? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibits numbers 1 through 6 into evidence.
Any objection? They're received.
Now, where do those stairs go?
They go down towards Water Street. I believe there's a sidewalk that leads at the bottom to Water Street.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 7. Do we see those stairs continuing kind of down towards that area down south by Water, around by Swing Park?
Yes, this is just further down the staircase, looking back towards Mr. Clearman's body.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 8. And does that show us kind of going all the way down to underneath that bridge?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibits number 7 and 8.
Any objection? Fine, received.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And in particular, we can see a photo marker.
That phone ringing was probably long crime.
In this area.
What was that?
You can see
That phone ringing in the background all that time was probably a long crime. Your Honor.
They're violating the order. They're violating
That
the order.
marker number 3 was positioned next to a
We just want to let you know, Your
cell
Honor.
phone in a black case.
Okay. And if when we see from an officer or an officer's body cam that camera had been in the victim's front pocket, by the time you get there, it's already off to the side.
This phone, yes, this is the position that I encountered the phone in.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the defendant's left hand, showing you State's Exhibit number 10. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What are we seeing there?
There appears to be blood on his left hand in this photograph.
Yes, Mr. Clearman. I'm showing you Mr. Clearman's left hand. I'm also going to show you Mr. Clearman's right hand in photo marker number 11. What do we see here?
There appears to be blood on this hand as well.
And as we're looking at 10 and 11, there appears to be blood in both hands.
Correct.
Okay. But specifically, if we're looking at at 11, the victim's right hand, this one appears to have more blood on the palm. Is that accurate?
Yes, there does seem to be a larger amount of blood on this hand than the opposite hand, and it seems to be concentrated on the palm.
Okay. Right hand, maybe if there was something or holding something, could explain how you get blood in the palm. Is that correct?
Yes.
Overruled.
This judge has such a disappointed father voice. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
I believe that's possible, yes.
Could also be blood from being shot in the head, though, right?
I agree.
Okay.
He
Now,
just trolled the
detective,
shit out of the defense with that. That was amazing. They objected to the lack of foundation. I can lay foundation. You ever had a bloody nose? You ever wipe your nose with your hand? That mean you got blood on your hand from your
on the
nose?
inside palm, but in this case, the blood appears to be on the outside of the hand. Is that correct?
I agree.
Also, we're seeing things around kind of the thumb and around his hand. What does that look like?
It seems to be smaller droplets, similar to something being sprayed almost.
Sometimes referred to as blood spot.
Sure. Yes.
But in fairness, you don't know how any of these blood got on any of these locations on his hands or on his body.
They were just there as you are seeing them when I arrived.
Fine. Received.
Now,
Fine.
detective, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 12. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the sidewalk just to the west of Mr. Clearman's body. There's two evidence markers, number 1 and number 2. Number 1, there is a 9mm casing next to. And number 2, you can't see the item, but there is a plastic juice bottle that had been left there.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 13, kind of from a different angle. Again, what was that photo marker number 1?
That's a 9mm fired casing.
And as we can see where the victim's shoe kind of is?
Yes, that's Mr. Clearman's shoe.
And then, as we're seeing, photo marker number 2 is the bottle?
Yes.
All right. Now, detective, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 14. What is State's Exhibit number 14?
That's a closer view of evidence marker number 1 in the 9mm casing that I had located.
I now want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 32. Why don't you take a look at that? Tell me if you recognize it.
I do. It's a 9mm casing and the original packaging that I placed it in when I took it back to the Milwaukee Police Administration building and inventoried it.
Now, you just mentioned a number of different things there. I want to talk about how we can tell that this item of evidence came from the location we're talking about, and it's here in our hand. First of all, you mentioned inventory. What's an inventory number?
An inventory number is it's a number assigned to a report that is just documenting the Milwaukee Police taking custody of the item.
And is there any markings or anything on here that lets us know you're the one that was basically inventoried?
There are. I initialed the tape where it was sealed.
And the inventory number lets us know item number 1 is photo marker number.
That's correct.
So we can see literally AK and then the inventory number and the date is written on this manila envelope. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, this manila envelope, is this what you originally packaged it in?
The manila envelope, yes.
This plastic, does this let us know that another agency, for example, the crime lab, is taking a look at this?
Yes, I recognize that as the manner that the state crime lab repackages items after they examine them.
And then takes 20 minutes to open them.
The evidence will show that this has been
You
repackaged.
found this cartridge casing and we've seen photo marker number 1. Can you, based on everything we discussed, it has all the hallmarks of this being, in fact, the 9mm cartridge casing you recovered?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move
Imagine if this guy would have just picked up his cartridge casing and drove off.
Any objection?
Thrown it in an ocean or something.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state would also move state's exhibits numbers 12 through 14 in that.
Received.
Now, I guess just briefly, looking at state's exhibit number 15, what was it, photo marker number 2?
It's a plastic juice bottle. I think the brand was Juiced.
Don't know if it's
Objection.
It is, maybe it's
Speculation.
not inventoried, it photographed, it put it on inventory.
Correct. It was one of the few items that were close to Mr. Clearman's body at the time.
Your Honor, the state would move state's exhibit number 15.
Received.
Detective, did you also have the opportunity to look through and see if Mr. Clearman had anything in his pockets?
I was present when the forensic investigator from the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office did go through his pockets.
For example, in state's exhibit number 16 in the back pocket, what if anything was recovered?
Those are some U.S. currency.
And showing you what has been marked in state's
bullion.
exhibit number 17.
A set of keys.
Okay. And in state's exhibit number 18.
It was a set of a pair of earbuds and then a folding knife.
The state would move state's exhibits number 16, 17, and 18 into evidence. Now, Detective, I want to just kind of go back for one moment to the vehicle. We spoke a little bit about that. I'm showing you what's been marked as state's exhibit number 19. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a view of the front of a Kia Soul that I knew that Mr. Clearman had exited from.
Showing you what has been marked as state's exhibit number 20. Do you recognize that?
The passenger side of that same vehicle.
And staying on that side, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's exhibit number 21.
That's a closer view of the front passenger side of that vehicle.
Now, if we're looking at the front passenger side of the vehicle, specifically, I want to draw your attention to the front passenger door as well as the window. What, if anything, do you see there?
So I observed that the window is almost completely down, but still partially up, and there appeared to be blood on the top of the window. It seemed to be on like both sides and the top of the window.
Okay. I'm going to show you also what's been marked as state's exhibit number 22. And we see that with a little bit better relief now of what appears to be blood, kind of in a little spot there by the door, and as well as on the window.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state would move state exhibit numbers 19 to 22 in evidence of this thing.
No objection.
Received.
Received.
Turn down the gain on that mic.
Staying on this vehicle,
Their
going
mic,
to the
mic control is so
driver's side of this vehicle. Showing you what's marked
It's weird because StreamYard's really great generally with audio.
I do.
Stop
It's
it.
the same Kia Soul we've observed with the driver's door open.
And if we're looking at state's exhibit number 24, what do we see there?
A closer view from the open driver's door towards the passenger door.
And just so we kind of have a little bit of it, when we're looking at the passenger door now from the inside, Detective, what can we see what appears to be on the window and then also on the interior of the driver's side door?
I can
the
see.
passenger side door.
I'm sorry. On the passenger side door, I can see on the top of the door above the armrest near the window, there's some blood as well as still blood visible on the window.
Okay. I now want to show you what has been marked.
I guess from getting
as
punched?
State's Exhibit number
Damn.
25. What are we looking at here, Detective?
It's another close view more towards the floorboard of the driver's side, like front seat of this vehicle.
And in particular, Detective, is there going to be anything of note that you observed down by the driver's side kind of area between the seat and the door well?
A pair of eyeglasses.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 27. What is that?
That's the pair of eyeglasses.
Okay. And then showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 28. What does that show us?
The same eyeglasses with evidence marker number 4 placed.
Did he punch the glasses across the car?
Yeah, that must have been.
Holy
He must have really
damn.
landed.
I will say, when I had glasses, you can sometimes have them fly.
But I mean, he punched him hard enough to make blood splatter onto the window.
Yeah, that's
right?
hard. Yeah.
That's a meaty punch.
It's the combo that makes it bad.
Yeah. I mean, you can see people get absolutely wrecked in an MMA fight, right? And no blood at all.
Just so everybody's aware, gave defense counsel the numbers of all of them.
Well, they're all staged, so that's why. Nick.
Previously seen all these.
Yeah,
photos.
there you go. That's true.
Fine. There's no objection. No received.
I want to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 26. What are we looking at here?
It could be it fell down.
Driver's side door opened. in
That's
the
driver's side, yeah.
Driver's side passenger compartment of the vehicle.
State moves 26 in evidence.
Must be rough being an immigration attorney in Wisconsin if you're driving a shitty Kia Soul.
It's not like Wisconsin has a lot of ports of entry from Mexico, you know.
In this vehicle,
People flying in here from the Middle East aren't coming into Wisconsin.
No.
now, Detective, additionally, I want to show you when you had the forensic investigator with you, did you also have them attempt to see if they could look at the front passenger door for any possible latent evidence?
I did. I requested that they examine that area for latent fingerprint evidence.
And why that area in particular?
I had been advised that the suspect involved in this incident had approached that portion of the vehicle prior to the shooting occurring.
At this point, when you guys are dealing with this, did you have any idea who the suspect was?
No.
Did you have any name?
No.
No one had called and said they'd been involved in this other than 911 callers calling for the victim?
Not correct. Not during the scene investigation.
Now, Detective, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 29 and 30, were there possible latent prints that were found on that passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes, they're indicated by this evidence sticker marked number 2. And
One and 2, is that correct?
correct. I didn't see 1 at first.
You see it now?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move 29 and 30.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
And Detective,
I just feel like the pace of this
returning for
trial
one
is
moment,
moving.
if we are looking
Yeah, no, it's
at
good. It's good.
the scene diagram, in fact, those evidence markers, those stickers 1 and 2 are on there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, we don't have an hour of Binger starting off with. So, have you ever seen a grown man in a shower naked?
Yes.
Show you what has been marked.
Did you like it? Because I
as
did.
State's Exhibit number 84.
You also don't have him asking. So was Clearman carrying a gun? Was he carrying a chain? Was he carrying mace?
We're looking at State's Exhibit number 84, Detective.
Rocket launcher. What do we got here?
Do you recognize what we see here?
I do. It's a variation of the scene diagram, this time used by using a Google map of the area of Holton and Brady Street.
Objection.
Again, is this drawn to scale?
No,
Okay. But can we see where the vehicle, where Mr. Edgecomb's body was in relationship to Holton and Brady, generally speaking?
generally speaking, yes.
And if we're looking at that, can we also see a Zanya's Pizza and a Casablanca amongst other potential buildings?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move 84 into evidence.
Is Casablanca a big chain? Is that like a big thing?
I don't know.
They make it like it's like everyone knows what Casablanca is.
And I have a copy for the jury.
I assume you Guyan would know that.
Any issue?
I saw it in theaters.
Yeah, all I know is now I want some fucking pizza.
Dude, I'm starving.
I mean,
I ate
for
a
real,
Jimmy John's not too long ago. It was delicious.
This
Which one?
half-eaten bag of goldfish is not going to hold me over.
I had a bootlegger club with a bunch of hot peppers on it.
Yeah, that's nice.
Are you really eating goldfish?
Yes, I eat those all the time. It's my favorite
Wow.
snack. My stream snack.
You're in training? You must
Yes.
be.
You should eat real fish. You're in Korea. Just get a bunch of like.
I prefer squid.
No, just get a bunch of like live sardines or whatever, and just suck them down in the stream.
Well, I prefer to point to the one I like to kill.
I've
Name
determined,
it.
by the way, that Jimmy John's sandwiches are just
In
tacos.
addition to
You have to eat them like a taco, otherwise the meat gets launched out the side.
Are you familiar
It's true.
with the term pole cam?
Wait, you really eat squid?
A pole camera is a camera just mounted typically on a light pole or another type of pole, elevated.
I hope we get to see the punching video today.
Street or other area.
And was there a pole camera that is in play in terms of what happened in this instance?
There's I believe 2 cameras mounted at the intersection of Holton Street and Brady Street that are operated by the Milwaukee Police Department.
And in fact, is that operated by the Fusion Center?
Yes, it is.
So while this investigation is happening, officers are responding to the scene, you're going to be a detective, the scene investigation. Do you learn that the Fusion Center believes that they caught portions of this on camera?
Yes.
And did the Fusion Department at that time take the portions of the incident and copy them for you guys?
They did.
Okay. Just so we're clear, they were just getting the incidents and just getting them to you that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, this is as the investigation is ongoing.
Yes.
Attempting to get pictures and descriptions and identify whoever's involved in shooting the victim.
Correct.
Can I just ask how much more you have of this with this? We may take a short break at some point.
We can take it now if you want. I got to get the camera get up and ready.
All right, perfect. Why don't we take a 10-minute recess for the jury? in the
Okay, why don't we
gallery.
take a
I'll move
10-minute recess for the jury? Anybody who steps out of line is going to
Deputy
get
Bond, if you wanna show the
shanked,
jury out.
mobbed, beaten,
we'll take a
stabbed, and the
10-minute break.
kids are going to be in jeopardy.
And I got my eyes on that Ricada guy.
Take 10 or 15 minutes. We'll come back, continue with testimony. Everybody else can remain seated for now. The jury can go out, please.
Mr. Ricada, could you step up to the bench, please?
Put me in, coach. Put me in. Judge, have you ever heard of the First Amendment? I would love to talk to you about it. Now notice the interesting thing is because they cut the feed, we have no idea what the judge's order allegedly was. The only source of this order we have is Law and Crime saying there was an order.
And the fact that they may be wildly misinterpreting that order.
I'll take a short recess, 10 minutes off the record.
10 minutes off the record, but we'll be caught on the camera by the court. That's secure. We have a hot mic. We have that hot mic. Ooh.
That's exciting.
It's a dirty mic. got some super chats to read, by the way.
Do it, brother.
Holy shit. Okay, so this is going back into the opening arguments. Lancelot says the wife is at fault because she didn't put pressure on the gaping hole in her husband's head. That isn't the fact that I'd stand on. Yeah, again, if you're trying to taint the jury into
Not once did she shove her thumb in that bullet hole.
Isn't it a woman? Doesn't she have tampons in her purse? She could have lodged one right in his brain.
They've been drinking all night. Nobody had a cork. Come on.
A gum in an extra heavy pad, just slap it on there.
I actually, that whole drinking all night thing, I think they were getting really close to the edge there because they mentioned the BAC of the husband who was deceased. So they took his BAC, but they didn't mention the BAC of the wife, but they heavily implied that she was driving under the influence.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And they also, okay, so let me say one thing from the opening though, because I know, I think we're all of the opinion it wasn't great, but Nick, it was better than the defense opening for Canterbury because that is what I call a de minimis opening, where you have no
Spartan,
facts.
if you will.
Yes, you have no theory of the case. I mean, at least they have a theory of the case, so I give them like a silver star for participation, not gold, like silver.
It just seemed to go like it started to go off the rails to me. It started to go too far. I liked how it started. When it kind of got going into it, I was like, oh, okay. He does this little preface and then he starts getting into the facts. Then the facts started getting a little bit out there for me. But I liked what someone on Odyssey says, and forgive me, I don't remember who it was who chatted this, but they said that his opening statement wasn't great, but at least it made them want to hear the facts and the evidence. And I think that was very effective in what he did. He was engaging. His demeanor got irritating after a while, but it is a style of speaking. And so with that, he got his point across, and he said, you got to be open to the facts here. You can't just listen to the government narrative that's been pushed for a year and a half, because there's a real story here and you haven't heard it. So I'm going to tell it to you. We're going to tell you this. But then my problem with it was there's nothing around the shooting in his entire opening argument. It's everything on the outside of it. He's talking about what the wife didn't do after her husband is already domed by a bullet. He's talking about, they're talking about this police investigation. Well, there's 5 hours of police footage. I'm like, oh, thank God we don't have 5 hours of police footage, because they'd play the whole thing and I'd want to die. So, and all of his questions as a lawyer, I'm just sitting there saying, well, then why didn't you demand it?
Right.
They have 5 hours of footage. They gave you 1:34. You can shockingly demand that as part of the discovery disclosure. You could even suggest it was a required disclosure. You may even be able to get the state sanction for it if you wanted to.
Yeah, and I was just trying to say, like, what do they think happened? Like, there's like 5 hours of them saying we're gonna get that N-word. I mean, is that the picture we're trying to paint here? I don't know.
And what would that have to do with this attorney getting shot?
What bothered me about that opening was that it almost like the opening of the opening promised more than the opening actually delivered. He starts with this whole thing with the hand and holding the hand up, which is a nice way of drawing the crowd's attention and saying, you've only seen one side. You only seen one side. Personally, I would have flipped around and said, you never saw this side. He never actually shows the back of his hand to the audience. But even forgetting that, he never showed the back, he never explained what they're going to see on the other side. That's going to really show them that, hey, this guy should not be held culpable. He should. I would have expected him to nail it home, saying, look, he was defending his life from this guy, from an aggressive attack, which is where it seems like he tried going by saying how close in proximity they were to each other and that he had reasonable fear, but he never actually came out and said that. So
Did
it's
he
almost
say
like
there was a death threat though, that the victim here.
Yeah. I'm going to kill you, N-word.
Right. Yep.
Where's Mark Richards when I need an N-word?
But I'm just saying, like, it's almost like, he's like, he starts off by saying, this is the sneak preview of what you're going to get. And he doesn't really give us any kind of preview by saying, by the end of this case, you're going to realize that anyone would have shot in this situation, because he had no choice, because he had a reasonable fear for, imminent threat or serious bodily harm. I was expecting him to nail it down, and he never does. And that leaves me sort of not hungering for the evidence, but frustrated and irritated that we're not going to get everything that he's promising is just going to be a lot of Chewbacca defense type stuff.
Let me criticize one thing he did very heavily. Never say, welcome to the dark side in support of your argument. That was just like from
poor framing.
Well, hold on though. Maybe he's talking about like
skin
melanation
color
here. Yes,
Yeah.
melanation. We'll put it that way.
It's just
Melanation.
it's such a bad approach to say, well, we're going to show you the other side. Welcome to the dark side. Now there are jokes that can be made about hand color and stuff like that, but welcome to the dark side implies this is the bad, this is the not. It's just a bad psychological cue, in my opinion.
Well, that's because of your systemic racism that you
Yeah.
assume dark is bad, Nick. That's just bigotry.
I think an activist attorney would assume systemic racism on the part of the jury and would prepare for that personally. But Silver Coins Go Clink Clink says 30 to 40 minutes for sushi. Lost me there. What the fuck?
Yeah, that was also very weird. That's a very strange thing. So now he ended up getting 2 blocks away. Did he ever go back for the sushi? Was he on
No,
the
he
land?
shot the guy before he went back for the sushi, but he did pay for the sushi.
He paid for the sushi and never got his sushi. And what happened to date night there? I mean, he made a big thing about date night, which is a
Well,
nice
he
way of
fled the
humanizing him.
country. He fled the state, Joe. He didn't have
So
time
where's
for
his
date night
daughter?
after that.
Where's his daughter? That's what
With
I'm
her
left
mom.
wondering. Oh, okay. So all right.
With baby mama.
With his baby mama.
He had I think they said he had 2 different kids, and it seemed like he had to set up separate visitation for each one type situation. So they framed that in probably the best way that they could, but they did that. But yeah, so no, it is a weird story though. It's like, right, you go to pay for your sushi. Apparently your sushi is going to take 30 to 40 minutes to get together at some takeout sushi place. Which
Well, they got
maybe,
to find
I
the
guess,
food coloring.
That's not unheard of if it's a good place.
I don't know if Dynamite in Milwaukee is a good place. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's really good. But so he does that, and then he decides, well, I'll go get some yogurt. They didn't say frozen yogurt, but he's going to bike over to a different place and get yogurt, but he never made it to the yogurt stand because 2 racists in a Kia Soul decided to take him out. Doug Murray says, according to Farrah Convict, the evidence will show don't be calling people the N-word while smoking and drinking your gin and juice in the hood. Good advice. Rayona 1868 says, law and crime is so salty with you. I might have commented on their post and they are trying to say you are violating judges' rules and you personally are going to get cameras shut off. Well, if that's what happens, then I will take that W. I'll take that W all day. Debbie O says, I'm not a lawyer. I usually find opening arguments boring AF. While I hate the style of this defense lawyer. Oh, wait, it wasn't on Odyssey. I gave Odyssey false credit. It was Debbie O.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
that's
I'm
fine,
sorry,
accident.
Debbie. He at least makes me want to see the evidence. And why are his trousers an inch too short?
No.
That's a style, and I don't like it.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's like
Yeah.
we're almost going for capri pants style suits, but
Yeah,
it's
not
a-
quite.
Very modern look.
Yeah. Yeah. And you want to see those socks, I guess.
No, sockless is the look now.
And by the
Yeah,
way,
that's
the
true.
squeaking, if it happens once or twice, but to repeatedly step on that thing, which is like a squeak, it was just.
I thought it was going to start
grating.
hopping on it.
Yeah, you'd think you'd become conscious of it after the first time. And
Right,
then
that's my point.
Just as you're pacing back and forth, you just make your steps a little more it doesn't take a lot of effort. Logan Orr says, the longer I listen to this race baiter, the more I hope for life without parole. Can you say we was Kangs in Mark Richards' voice? Sure. We was Kangs, Your Honor. And shit. The Japanese Yakuza once said, did the defense take lessons from Ronnie III? Not quite. Not enough yelling. Decaf Geek says, Nick, your streaming of this is crossing state lines, man. You know how illegal that is after Rittenhouse, don't you? I do. I'm doing it anyway. Adam Riley says, Joe, quote, no Saudi is moving to Wisconsin. Well, yeah, Joe, they aren't big on Kurds.
You see what he did there with the whole Kurds?
I like it.
Mr. Hazo says, hi, everyone. Interesting case from some perspectives. So far, I think it's very interesting.
There's 2 sides to this story. You may not agree with one, but there are 2 sides.
Yeah, there's Well, oftentimes there's three sides to every story, right? There's your side, my side, and then there's the truth. Becky Maynor says, beware of law and crime Karens. Yes. The law and crime production team is not very excited or thrilled with me. I guess they don't understand basic concepts of copyright or of public proceedings or anything like that. So whatever.
Why would they know law? Why would a channel called Law and Crime understand anything about law?
Just any channel that's broadcasting anything on YouTube, you should familiarize yourself with YouTube courses on copyright, if nothing else. But really, you should probably do some research on fair use.
As usual, Law and Crime is light on the law, heavy on the crime.
I almost expect that there's going to be some sort of copyright tomfoolery coming from them against me in the next short time. We'll see. I hope not. I hope they're not dumb enough to do that. But
who owns the copyright on a trial proceeding?
I'm just trying to figure out the three of us have guilt by association for engaging you in these shenanigans.
Take your swing, Law and Crime. Take your swing.
I got you.
I doubt it.
I got you. I got you.
Thank you, swing.
This is what happens every time Law and Crime pisses me off.
Unacceptable.
Here we go. Kingslayer Damocles says the state implied Edgecomb is guilty because he didn't render aid, but if the person who loves the victim most doesn't help, why wouldn't the shooter? I think that point might be more valid as an argument than you realize. Here's the deal. It's not the not rendering aid on the part of Edgecomb is a little bit of the argument. The bigger argument is that he leaves the scene without calling 911. Most self-defense shootings that are truly self-defense and successful involve the informing of the authorities that you had to act in self-defense right away and contacting them and letting them know what happened. Otherwise, you have this problem called you look really effing guilty. Now, if the wife had shot the husband and then failed to render aid and failed to call 911, it'd be more it'd be more of a problem for her. But this, you can say a whole bunch of things. She's in shock. She doesn't know what's going on. She's distraught. Someone drives up and said, the part of the thing is 6 seconds after he's shot, someone drives up in a red SUV or whatever. Well, what if that person in the red SUV says, I've called 911? Well, is she supposed to get out her phone and call 911 at that point? What's supposed to happen?
And you always mention it as the prosecutor, because it could touch on other issues or arguments that could come up, like a claim of accident, or use it for, sentencing enhancement purposes or callous disregard for human life. I mean, there's lots of ways it could potentially be applied. And if that's the way it went, if he didn't provide care, you may as well, make sure you get it into the evidentiary record so you can use it if you need it.
And that's why it's weird for the defense to be the ones raising the lack of trying to render first aid when as far as the non-shooting wife being the one to do it, because if anything, like you both are pointing out, the failure to render first aid displays the mindset at the moment of shooting. I don't give a damn if you die, and that's why I'm shooting you. As opposed to if he does shoot and then a second later he's trying to save the guy's life, that's more indicative of someone who was really just acting in self-defense and wasn't looking to end someone else's, to cut someone down in the street. So why it is that the defense counsel is making a big stink about who's failing to render aid, when all just reminded me was the fact that, hey, this guy Edgecomb was, he was buck out of there the second that the shooting ended, rather than really now painting guilt on the wife. Oh, she's so guilty that she failed to basically stick her thumb inside the skull and try and stop the bleeding. It was a very weird type of fixation defense counsel had. But
yeah, and I mean, when you're in that situation, I mean, the whole thing is, even talking about her going and rummaging through his pocket. I doubt anybody, if you cared about your significant other at all, more than a zero sum, is going to be thinking, hey, I got to go dig the evidence out of their pocket right now, or tamper with evidence, in the moment that the shooting happens. I mean, that just implies such a ridiculous state of mind. It's unbelievable. It's not
the question I think that might raise is, was it obvious he was dead when she's going over there? That's another question. Like, I mean, he's saying you
Hmm.
failed to render first aid, but for all we know, he literally was dead when his head hit the pavement, and clearly dead, rather than like someone who could like be saved. Because you would,
mean,
you do have a question. Why would the wife not like call 911 to try and rescue her husband? Is, by the way, someone mentioned in a chat here that his wife is a POC. Is that actually true?
That's
Yes, in a way.
I'm saying, okay, is she black? That's really my question, because the whole question I have is, do we believe that he actually screamed N hard R at someone if he spent the last 25 years married to a black person? It seems a little bit difficult to imagine is something
She's
that
non-Caucasian, I can say that, but I don't know.
she's not black. She is.
Don't want to make a guess. She could be Pacific Islander or something, Filipino.
Okay, so that doesn't really take away from the claim that maybe he's racist against black people, which is the implication that the defense is trying to raise with the whole hard R commentary.
Here they are.
Mm-hmm.
So,
in better times.
No.
In healthier times, that's for sure.
But certainly it's going to be still difficult. Once again, he runs an immigration firm. I don't think that he's out there. And first of all, in my life, I've really heard sincerely only a handful of hard R's. And I just don't think that type of person, is going to credibly be a person I'm going to believe is going to be dropping casual hard R's. But that might just be me.
But it doesn't.
No,
doesn't
it's not
really
just you.
happen. I mean, I'm old enough. I remember the generation before me. People would just be racist. I mean, they wouldn't care.
But
but they didn't do it once a year. I mean, that's just who they were. They would talk like that all the time. It was just part of their conversational pattern. The idea that someone's just going to shout it out transiently. I mean,
well, there was a motion in limine on one of the witnesses, and it was successful, I believe. I do not believe the witness is allowed to do this. They wanted her to testify to his reputation for being a racist. The problem was they were trying to introduce reputation evidence from these specific acts that she is alleged to have witnessed. And, all this time had passed and she was a late added witness and all of this stuff. So I think the judge ended up saying no for now, but they may have gotten him to reconsider that. I don't know what the ultimate outcome was there, but yeah, I mean, that was going to be problematic testimony. But see, they couldn't find anybody else in the bar who thinks that he's a racist, the bar that he allegedly has been going to for the last 20 years. And again, I think you got a big problem, because if you're going to try and raise that for his reputation, you've got a law firm full of people, you would assume, and colleagues who are going to say, this is a man who loves people of all races, all national origins. He helps them come to the United States. He represents them even when they come here illegally to try and get them legal status. Like, this is a hard sell on that this guy's a hardcore racist. Sure, it's possible.
I haven't met
everything about him.
Immigration attorney who even would come close in terms of personality type.
That's exactly where I'm going. When you're talking about like that age of a white attorney who is an immigration attorney, it tends to be a very old school liberal, not like a 2021 type liberal, but they actually believe in their values, not like a Jojo Rosenbaum who go to these things and start chanting for BLM while screaming, shoot me N-word, but they actually genuinely believe in fairness and judge and MLK type of perspectives of judging people by the content of their character. It's almost exactly the last type of person, a personality that they tend to, the stereotypical personality is almost the last type of person you would expect to have any sort of racist vibe about them at all.
Well, and the other thing is, one recording of that person dropping a racist or anti-immigration rant, and their practice can be over the next day. I mean, wasn't there something like that not too long ago in the news? There's some attorney, and he got heated at like a pizza place or something, I want to say. God,
Yep.
I wish I remember the story.
I think I remember that vaguely, Nick.
Yeah, and I mean, like his Google reviews dropped to like half a star. He had hundreds of reviews against him. Like this, I mean, he got dogpiled immediately because there was a recording of him saying like one marginally offensive comment towards someone at like it was a takeout restaurant or something like this. I think this was pre-COVID or right at the beginning of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, you have that.
Oh yeah, it was Black Lives Do Not Matter. Black Lives Do Matter, but yours doesn't. Yeah, that was.
That's what it
Yeah,
was?
yeah.
What kind of attorney was that?
Let me look.
Do we know? Because I mean, you get a viral moment like that on an immigration attorney's office, and his practice is done. I mean, why would you go see him?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, even it doesn't even have to be that. It could just be something like, "Oh, I don't take Nigerian clients. Can't trust them." You know, like even if it's a comment like that, it's going to get you in a wild amount of trouble. You know, just for something like that, even if you've had experience or whatever.
And especially in that field, it could easily it could morph into an ethics violation,
Exactly.
where you say because
Appearances remain the same. The defendant's in court. He's in street clothes. I'm going to bring the jury back in a minute. The jury's out. So stay ready with the next question or exhibit with this witness.
Yes.
Mr. Hazo says
everybody can remain seated.
he says a lot of people of color are, in my own experience, spicy about race. My grandmother included. Take on no care. Maybe she saw the injury and immediately knew, and her only recourse was vengeance.
Vengeance?
I mean, I think, well, the vengeance would be taking the knife out of his hand, putting it in his pocket and saying, I'm going to go out. We're going to make sure this guy gets his type thing, I guess.
Pretty thoughtful and a pretty traumatic event. I will say, I mean, used to work
It's
on
possible.
an ambulance crew. Sometimes people are dead and they just look dead, man. They're obviously gone. There's nothing there anymore.
Right.
Well, I mean, you saw what happened when his head's laying over the step with a bunch of blood pooled out below him. I mean, that probably didn't take all that long. You got a hole in your skull. You're going to bleed a lot. And I think most people would be surprised how often and how long people survive headshots rather than the other way around. The expectation is a headshot will kill you immediately. And a lot of times it just doesn't. So even if he was alive.
I would think that if you're the state, your primary concern here is the credibility of the defense's claim that the guy was armed with a knife and that he was charging and that she basically was fixing up the crime scene after the fact. One of the things that I think that they should do to try and establish whether or not that claim is viable is they have the knife there from the pocket. Why not take fingerprints? If her fingerprints are on it, that's indicative of that. If there are no fingerprints of hers on the knife, that would really obviate that claim and make it like almost impossible. How could she have taken it out and not have her prints on it? She wasn't wearing gloves, presumably, in September.
Yeah, but the trouble with they're married, so she would have had routine access to the knife. I mean, my wife's fingerprints are all over my stuff. I mean,
okay, you're right, and I don't, I'm not
even
asking
your
about
nipples.
what I'm not asking what your wife's touching there.
Especially
I was about to. I had all sorts of questions there about what your wife's been touching. There's a lot of stuff. Look, I'm also married, and my wife has access to anything I'm going to have access to, but there are certain things that she's just not going to touch. So that's why,
like your nipples.
Yeah, most definitely.
Joe's an ears guy, not a nipples guy.
Yes.
Hawkeye 2NT9 says you should invite law and crime to your panel. Well, the problem is I only invite people onto the panel with particular knowledge, experience, or insight into a situation.
Yes,
So,
we're not going to drop down the level
unfortunately,
of quality we're delivering here just to assuage someone whose butt hurts.
Holy shit.
I mean, the real question is if she wanted to tamper with the scene and hide the knife, why would you go through the trouble of putting it in his pocket? Why not just stick it in your own pocket?
Exactly.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
And the prosecution was talking about the blood on the hands. I expect there's no blood on the knife.
Yeah,
Probably not. That was such a baller moment by the state, though, when the guy objected the foundation of if there was blood on the hand, could it have come from the head or whatever? And objection foundation like, oh, okay. A judge overruled it. And he's like, no, I'll lay foundation. This will be just fine. You ever had a bloody nose? Have you ever wiped your nose with your hand? Did that blood on your hand come from the nose?
Witness or
Very good way of
from a
rolling
head
with it.
wound.
Just witness. Next question.
Thank you. Detective, I just want to revisit just for one moment the folding knife that we're talking about. Which pocket was that in of the victim's pants?
It would have been the right front pocket.
Right front pocket. And where was it in the pocket?
It was completely within the pocket. When I observed it pulled out, medical examiner Crystal Green, medical examiner investigator Crystal Green had to reach into the pocket, pull it out. And when she pulled it out, it was folded.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 33.
See if it's a Spyderco,
Check it
Kershaw,
out.
Benchmade.
Have
No
It's a
white
punch
print.
dagger or
all
whatever.
the
It's got the,
markings of everything that lets us know which one of
the
the items you
knuckles and a
inventory.
spike on
Yes.
the bottom.
Okay. And opening
It
up
says, "I hate
the-
black people" on the knife.
33. We pull it out. Is that the knife that was found inside the pocket?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves 33 now.
Any objection?
No. Just so the jury sees, was this the manner in which it was found inside the pocket?
It is.
Oh man, I want to see that knife up close.
There's a picture of it out there available
Detective.
somewhere.
Fingerprints on the knife. Too.
We had
The
talked-
attorney's
Someone in the
fingerprints
comments
on
says
it
it's a
now.
Spyderco Endura, which is quite nice.
that
knife.
Fusion Center had notified the homicide, look, we've got
If you would have bought a less
the incident
expensive
on
knife, you
camera,
could have bought a better car.
downloaded the portion of the incident and made it available for you. Is that correct?
Yes.
If I was the defense, I would
But you
ask
got
where they
that.
fingerprinted the knife if he doesn't bring it up.
Fusion just says, we caught what happened on camera.
At least to
or
get her
we
prints
caught
on there.
what happened.
Yes.
All right, and that was that night?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 35. Your Honor, for the record, I have State's Exhibit number 35 already set up to play on the computer.
Fine.
There is one video file on the computer, or on the exhibit, I should say. Now, Detective, as we are looking at what we're basically seeing here, can you orient us for what we're looking at here?
Yes. So this camera view is facing eastbound on Brady Street. The camera is mounted right at the intersection of, to the north, it's Holton Street where the bridge is. To the south is Van Buren. Holton and Van Buren are the same street. They just changed names once they're on either side of Brady Street. So this is facing east on Brady Street from Holton / Van Buren.
Okay.
Judge, objection, sidebar.
Overruled. We don't need a sidebar. Go ahead.
I'm so disappointed in you.
Right. If you don't need the sidebar, what's going on? Oh, they're discussing. He's assaulting him with his breath with no mask on, by the way. Very dangerous. Disrespectful, even. The judge already ruled that this video was coming in the motion in limine outside of a specific, very good reason by the defense. What the defense tried to say was, well, you don't have the video before this, so you can't show this video, which isn't actually how evidence works. Evidence is a particular piece of evidence more probative than it is prejudicial. If it is, it's in. If it's not, it's out. And that's not predicated on another piece of evidence's probative value that may or may not be available.
We're not going to make this a habit.
Yeah, I mean,
So
there could be foundational things and other reasons not to let something in. But the
Re-
defense argument here
relevancy.
that they don't get their video unless we get our video that may not exist is just nonsense.
I mean, it works in kindergarten, but
And the fact that the defense didn't seem to, I mean, maybe they did some diligence to try and get that video. Maybe they got the other videos so late that it was already destroyed. Although I would think that wherever they procured these videos from would be under a preservation of evidence order of some sort. But
Maybe they don't want the video. I mean, maybe the video doesn't show what they're trying to convince everybody it would show if they had it. So they conveniently don't have it. I mean,
yeah, that would be true. Much better to just allege there must be video of this thing that we're going to claim.
exactly. Leave that hanging out there for that one reasonable doubt, because that's all you need.
Law and Crime probably has the video, though. If they're looking for it, they can just go to Law and Crime and then they can stream snipe it. It would work.
oh my God.
I'm going to be ripping on Law and Crime for days.
They asked for it.
Yeah.
They Murphy'd themselves into this situation.
I sent them the screenshot of their stupid comment on Twitter.
Now, just detective, to be very clear, these poll cams that we're about to talk about are kept by the Milwaukee Police Department. Is that correct?
Yes,
And they're run by the Fusion Center, not by Homicide.
correct.
In this case, were you the detective that actually got the first clips from Fusion?
I was not.
Who was that?
Detective Michael Fidel.
He's currently not available, is he?
That's correct.
Did you observe him as soon as he got them?
As soon as he got them?
Yes.
I observed them relatively quickly after returning to the police administration building that day.
Okay, so you're getting them that night.
Correct.
All right. And just so we're clear, the clips were taken by Fusion Center?
Yes, yes.
Can you explain what we mean by that?
So the Fusion Center saves a portion of the video outside of the main, I guess, DVR, and they produced a DVD containing the video files that they turned over to us.
They, just so we're clear, is them stating, we've got this incident on camera, here you go, Homicide.
Correct.
Okay. Now, detective, shooting scenes sometimes occur near poll cams, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you guys grab hours and hours of all the time that someone is on the scene when you're doing a homicide investigation?
No, typically the relevant portion of the incident is what we save and record.
Okay. And that would be, as we talked about, Fusion putting it on a CD, getting it to you guys?
Yes.
Okay. Now, detective, the video is kept for a period of time, is that correct?
Yes.
And in the pursuit of this case, you were asked to see if any of the rest of this poll cam was still available.
Correct.
Is it?
No.
How long is that kept?
I believe it's 90 days at the most, but it's somewhere between 60 and 90 days only.
And that would be from the incident?
Yes, from the point that the event is initially recorded.
And in this case, that would have been a couple months before anyone is apprehended in this incident.
Correct.
Okay. Now, detective, I want to be very clear. When you guys are going to get it, did you specifically tell anybody, I only want this clip to this clip?
I did not.
You were asking for the incident.
That's what was requested. I believe it was offered initially to our unit while we were in the middle of the scene investigation.
You guys are in the middle of the scene investigation. Someone says you have it on camera. They say, get it to us. That's what we got.
Yes.
Okay. Now, detective, now coming back here to State's Exhibit number 35. We can see here this truck, this Reinhardt truck. Is that correct?
Yes.
What business
Reinhardt. Oh
establishment
my God, haven't heard that name in a long
It's
time.
Zaina's Pizza.
And if you were to go a little bit eastbound, staying on the north side of the street, what kind of really fancy building do we see right there?
The next building to the east is Casablanca Restaurant.
Okay. And then as you're continuing to look down eastbound, we can see that there are a number of houses and potentially some businesses down there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, detective, have you previously watched this video?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate copy of the video that was downloaded that night that reflects what happens?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to play from 1 second into this video, and I'm going to stop at a few.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
They're coming for you, Nick. They're coming for you, brother.
Let's see what
Like,
happens.
pull them all. Pull them all.
My feed is still playing.
Yours is? I'll refresh. Really? You're on the same one, right?
Yep.
Fox News 6 Milwaukee. I wonder why mine is
Some kind of failed second limit.
There we
No,
go.
it reminds me of the. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing now.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, we didn't miss anything important.
No.
Whose head are we seeing at the bottom of the screen there?
I don't know whoever's sitting in front of the TV.
I'm just going to pause
That's pretty
at
wild.
30 seconds into this recording. Basically, we've just seen traffic go on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I want to draw your attention here. This Reinhardt van, is that going to become important?
Yes,
What eventually are we going to see this Reinhardt van do?
it's going to drive westbound on Brady Street.
And is it going to stop at the light?
Yes.
And at this point, have we even seen what is later determined to be the clearance vehicle come into the camera?
No.
Okay. We can see the area in front of Casablanca, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we can kind of see some headlights and some vehicles kind of down further down the area.
Yes.
To be clear, at this point, the vehicle that's later determined to contain the victim and his wife is further east of what we can see.
Yes.
And just so we're clear also, is there a time stamp and a time hack on this poll cam?
There is. It's listed as Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020 at 7:47 p.m. and 30 seconds.
Okay, so at 7:47 p.m., the victim's vehicle is not even visible on this camera.
Correct.
Not fully in there, right?
Yes.
I'm going to play from this portion of 30 seconds into the video.
Law and Crime sent me a cease and desist.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
They're
you guys,
cute.
you have to share that with
What
us.
have we seen the Reinhardt vehicle do here?
Pulled away from the curb and started driving west towards the intersection of Holton or Van Buren.
And we're about to see some vehicles pulling up, some of which are important, some of which are not. Is that correct?
Yes.
Playing from this portion at 38 seconds into the same recording. And pausing at 48 seconds. So we see that that vehicle that was directly behind the truck has kind of gone past it,
Correct.
not the clearance vehicle.
No.
Are we going to see the clearance vehicle eventually start arriving from further eastbound?
Yes.
Starting and replaying from that same spot at 48 seconds. Pausing at 1 minute and 3 seconds into the recording. We're looking at it. Do you recognize the vehicle that we're seeing here?
I do. It was the Kia Soul that was parked near Mr. Clearman's body on Holden Street during the scene investigation.
Okay. And how many people do there appear to be inside the vehicle?
I observed 2 on this video.
Now, I want to be very clear. We're at 7:48 and 4. Did we see the Clearman's vehicle come into view?
Yes.
This is when it first is arriving in the area of Casablanca.
Yes.
Playing from that portion of 1 minute and 3 seconds into the video. And pausing at 1 minute and 10 seconds into the video. Detective, are we about to see in the distance something that's going to become important?
Yes.
What are we going to see?
A black male riding a bicycle.
And there appears to be kind of a vehicle behind him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Playing from that portion at 1 minute and 11 seconds into the video.
Best part is I'm not even using Law and Crime right now. So I don't know what they're cease and desisting.
They don't like that you're doing it raw.
Okay, so here he comes. Well, there you go.
and pausing at 1 minute and 38 seconds into that video. What did we just see, Detective?
Objection, Judge. This question asks the witness to speculate about actions or acts of the parties. There was a pretrial ruling that such evidence wouldn't come in.
No, that wasn't.
No, there wasn't.
He's not speculating. He's testifying what he believes he saw on that video. Overruled.
This judge is not having it.
See in terms of what happened.
So I observed the male on the bicycle approach the front passenger side window of the Kia Soul, lean towards that window, and then punch the front passenger, who I know to be Jason Clearman, in the head area.
To be clear, you can't tell any of the circumstances of what happens. Like, as to what led to this, is that correct?
Correct.
All you're seeing is what we see on the video.
Yes.
Okay. In particular, I want to draw your attention. Does the door kind of open after this person on the bicycle?
I like the way the plexiglass provides like a ghost lawyer.
In fairness, let's just make sure we're absolutely clear about this. After what appears to be consistent with a punch, the bicyclist keeps going, right?
Correct.
Now, I want to draw your attention. Right here, are we close to the corner of where Brady goes in the hole?
Yes, within approximately 1 to 2 car lengths.
Okay. Now, we can see this video goes on for another, minute and 20 seconds.
Yes.
Is there anything really of note that is visited on that minute and 20 seconds?
Not that I remember.
You want it? Okay, I got it. I will play just that portion of it.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna start calling this a Lance Armstrong case.
I think he's got more than one nut though.
So you're assessing this is all roid rage. That's what we're seeing.
Just a recreational bicyclist buying sushi and yogurt for daughter date night.
To anybody curious, the long crime cease and desist like 3 full pages long. So I'm gonna read it on stream tonight. So I'll be.
That's gonna be gold, man.
Yeah, it'll be.
Every time they try squeezing harder, it's like everything just oozes out more.
Nick just gets more aroused.
It's
okay, that was very poor imagery on my part.
And that is the end of the video. Now, Your Honor, the state would move state's exhibits number 35 in evidence.
Receive.
No, some degree of sundown single spaced. It's a significantly angry letter from what my first skim says.
Sternly worded.
Feed that captures what happens once everybody rounds the corner.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have placed state's exhibit number 34 into the big screen. There is also, okay, that's not good.
Pornhub just came up.
OnlyFans.
Like, what was that?
Damn.
What was that?
It's up.
Now,
To the state, who is Belle Delphine?
take it off the
That's why you use a dedicated
now.
laptop, folks.
I have it set up on 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording. Detective, we previously had seen that Reinhardt van that had been basically stopped and then the victim's vehicle behind it. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so we can see kind of now how close where we were looking at is to what we're about to look at.
Correct.
Playing from that portion at 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording. And just pausing at 5 seconds into the recording. Detective, what are we seeing?
The Reinhardt van has started to drive westbound, followed by the bicyclist that we observed in the previous video, also going westbound currently.
And we can kind of see what his clothing is. Is that correct?
Yes, it looked like he had a white t-shirt on with a dark colored vest.
Now, playing from that portion at 5 seconds into the recording. Pausing at 10 seconds into the recording. Detective, what are we seeing now?
The bicyclist has turned northbound onto Holton Street and is traveling north. And
In particular, do we now see a vehicle coming into view?
yes, the Kia Soul with Mr. Clearman inside of it.
Playing from that portion at 10 seconds into the recording. Detective, a couple things that I would like to bring or talk about here. This area that we can see where there were two subjects, but one has disappeared, is that the area where you found the victim's body?
It is.
Okay. And how many vehicles can we see are kind of pulled over in that area right now?
Only one pulled over at the curb line, the Kia Soul that was on the scene when I arrived.
And is there another vehicle behind?
There's another vehicle behind it on Holden Street, nothing like directly behind it.
Okay. I'm just going to come back just for one moment here. And if we're looking, just actually go back. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to 13 seconds into the recording. We can now see the Kia Soul. And detective, I want to draw your attention and pause at 19 to 20 seconds into that recording. Talk about the clearance. Is there another vehicle behind it?
Yes.
Playing from that portion at 20 seconds. Does it kind of pull behind the Clearman's area?
Yes, I apologize before, but the angle of this video made it, or the angle of this TV made it look like two vehicle, or one vehicle rather than two, as I was observing it right now.
The vehicle that we saw behind the Clearman's Kia Soul, what does it do after the victim kind of disappears from view there?
I believe it continued northbound.
I'm also going to play continue on from 32 seconds into the recording. Detective, what are we seeing regarding the Clearman's vehicle?
It has its hazard lights on and is stopped near the curb line.
Okay. Okay, so here's the red SUV.
Red SUV.
And as we're pausing at 1 minute and 14, we can see kind of a red vehicle's made a U-turn and it's pulling behind it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to play that portion again.
Thanks.
And in particular, Detective, I'm now going to use, for the record, the effects and filter on this program, going to geometry, going
Ooh.
to interactive zoom,
Enhanced.
and using the interactive zoom to the best we have with my
He is. He's going to pinch and zoom.
Nice.
Live, doing it live in the
We see
courtroom.
now a little closer the area where you were discussing on the scene.
Yes.
For the record, Your Honor, I have the video paused at 6 seconds into the interactive zoom. I'm going to put it on the full screen, get it a little bit or closer.
A little bit or
and playing
closer.
from that portion.
There it goes.
Are we pinched and zoomed?
We're zoomed and pinched.
Why didn't he keep going?
I don't know. That's weird. Walk up, walk up, walk up.
Hmm.
Maybe he was planning to grab his bike and go down those steps and then ride down there to get away.
Move State's Exhibit number
Get you away
34
from a
back.
car, perhaps.
Received.
Don't they need an expert for this to be allowed? No, they don't need one. The defense doesn't object to it. But see, here's the thing. The VLC pinch and zoom that they just use is replicable. Anybody can do that exact same thing. They know the exact process that happened. Happened in open court.
Yeah, and they'll know what artifacts might be introduced. And
It's not the same thing as what Krause was doing.
no.
And they're not making any representations about what happened in that video that we know of so far. That's different. Whereas with Krause and Binger, they used the zoomed in video to try and allege that Kyle did
4:35, we
something
can
that
at
had
least start with cross.
not otherwise occurred.
Yeah, there's no active narration.
It's also right, yeah, and it's also no introduction in Rittenhouse. It was an introduction of provocation because of pinch and zoom that did not exist until they pinched and zoomed.
Arriving at the scene and evidence collection.
Yes.
The other responsibility was submitting things into evidence,
Yes.
such as inventorying information and things that are collected at the scene.
Yes.
Okay. Also, in making sure that you retain custody of critical items and evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you, fair to say, are the lead detective in this case?
Yes, I'm one of several detectives that have worked on this case.
And as far as the evidentiary items, those are maintained at the property department of the MPD, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I don't mind if you move around, because the state moves around, but you got to speak up a little so the jury and my report can hear you.
Counsel, you mind? Go ahead.
Are you going to carry the
Ladies and gentlemen,
microphone?
were you able to hear me
Oh,
before? Okay. All right. So
That's an aggressive bald spot.
first about
Yeah, no, that's it.
evidence that
This
you
is going to be known as the Edgecomb over trial.
Soon he could be a detective.
is a projector.
They should just get some cheerleader speaking cones so they can amplify their voices around the courtroom.
Okay, now detective, we already saw this photo, right? This is exhibit 26.
Yes.
Okay, that's an open intoxicant in the front passenger side of the vehicle.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
That is an open intoxicant in the front passenger side of the vehicle, right?
No, that's incorrect. That's it's a can of White Claw in the rear driver's side door of the vehicle.
Well, isn't White Claw an alcoholic beverage?
Yes, but it was not in the front passenger door of the vehicle.
I meant the rear passenger side.
It's the rear driver's side, sir.
How'd you get this more wrong?
Details matter, bruh.
Your Honor, it's not front anywhere.
The rear driver's side.
Correct.
Oh my God.
Okay, that is the rear driver's side door of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
My mistake.
Good start, man.
Ain't no laws when you're cracking claws.
Evidence. That wasn't inventoried in this case, right?
No.
But you had inventoried a juice bottle?
Correct. The juice bottle I inventory because it was found on the scene near the victim's body.
Okay, but you had also, you said, had looked through the vehicle, right?
Yes.
You had searched the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And this item wasn't tested in terms of any kind of DNA or anything like that, right?
No.
Now, Exhibit 18, we already saw this as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, this is a picture of the knife that was found in the front right pocket.
Yes.
As you stated, right?
Is there any reason to believe Richie McGinnis was in that vehicle?
I'm sorry?
Go. Exhibit 33, retrieve the knife out of the bag.
God, the gain on their mics, it's insane how loud it is. Why, it picks up all that damn crackling.
Can you open that knife up?
It's gonna
Can you run at me
satisfying
with it?
click.
For knowledge, what the length of that knife is.
To my knowledge, I'm not sure. The overall length or the length of the blade. I mean, I would have
Defense
to
just had a tape measure.
in front of me.
The overall length of that knife.
You want me to speculate about instead of measuring it?
The blade or the blade and the handle?
Either way, I would be guessing.
You can make a educated guess.
Maybe 10 inches total length. It appears to be less than a foot.
I mean, not 10 inches.
Yeah, that's more like.
I mean, you're overestimating there,
That's
bro.
like a white guy
There's-
measurement.
there's
It
that-
has a black handle.
It's a male 10 inches if I've ever seen it.
At least 7 inches, babe.
They have like a tension release that allows the blade to fold, and when it folds open, it locks into place. When it isn't locked into place, it loosely moves back and forth.
Okay, and that blade, that's a serrated blade, right?
The one,
No.
yeah, the edge of the blade is serrated.
Oh, it is?
For her pleasure.
Tell us what kind of model that knife is.
It appears on the blade itself, it's listed as Spyderco G2 stainless.
I wish they had
Oh,
a
I
tape
can see the
measure in court
serrations
that they
there.
could figure out the exact
That
length
kind
of it.
of a knife.
With a folding knife, yes.
What about that specific
It
model?
looks like a
I've-
like that
I've
Endura,
never owned
just
or
on the
handled
4-inch
this
blade.
specific model of knife prior to this incident and today.
Okay. So you would estimate it's maybe around 10 inches or so?
Yeah, that's
I
my
don't-
estimate.
Can we get a tape measure in the courtroom?
It's,
And
if
as
only they
far
had
as
one. If
blade-
only they had one.
Blade, the handle, can you give us an estimate about the grip there?
Maybe 5 or 6 inches.
I mean, come on, okay.
All right.
Mm.
Looks like about a 4-inch handle to me. I don't know.
That would be about right. I think it's a 3 3/4 inch blade, 3.8 inch blade would make for about a 4-inch handle.
Yeah.
When these photographs were taken, like you just saw in Exhibit 18 and Exhibit 26, there were many photographs that were taken that night, right?
You said there were many, I'm sorry.
There were many photographs that were taken,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And one of the things that you're going to do at a crime scene is kind of just understand the area, and that's why you had a map earlier, right?
Yeah.
What about specific dimensions of the scene in terms of measurements?
Yes, there's measurements taken using a laser measuring device.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you recall, Detective, if any measurements were made at the scene in terms of the length or the width of the sidewalk, of that landing area?
Not of the sidewalk or the landing area, no.
Okay, but those scenes were obviously photographed, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1. I've marked this as Exhibit D1. Detective, do you recognize this?
It's the landing at the top of the staircase where Mr. Clearman's body was found.
Okay, and that is fair and accurate representation of that specific landing, which is on Holton Street, correct?
Yes, it appears relatively unchanged since the time of the incident.
That's obviously because it's like a permanent concrete and metal structure, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on the night of the incident, the only difference would have been that there was Mr. Clearman's body, right?
And the other evidence of other items of evidence that were there, yes.
Correct. So did you have an opportunity to measure those dimensions there in that, if you would describe that, well, how would you describe that area right there?
There's a landing at the top of a staircase.
So did you have a chance to measure that landing?
I did not measure that landing.
Okay.
Size matters, counsel.
If you had to estimate that distance, do you have any guess as to what the width and the length is? Because you were there.
40 inches wide.
Approximate like 6 foot by 6 foot square. Maybe.
That big? Okay.
He's always overestimating this guy. There's no way a
Uh-huh.
6 foot man could stand there. This
Well,
guy's
ask
used to overestimating.
We'll ask his wife.
Show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 2. Now, fair to say that this is a more close-up photograph of that same landing?
Looks like it's an overhead photograph.
Okay. And that would be either the width or the length of one of the sides of that landing?
Can you read it?
It looks like
Of
this
the
is
square landing.
looking about south of it. So it'd be the east to west measurement from what I can tell from this photograph.
Okay. Now, just looking at that picture, are you able to see that there's a ruler there?
I can see that there's a ruler there.
Okay, are you able to tell maybe approximately how many feet and inches that length is showing?
I can't see any numbers on that ruler.
If I were to zoom in, do you think that would help?
No.
I would imagine.
Let's see how it looks when you zoom.
That's the start of the ruler that we're seeing where I'm pointing my finger. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and the next, if we were to go the entire length of this photo, and apologize for the zoom there, approximately what do you see the reading here at the very edge?
I apologize. This is similar to an eye exam, but I think I'm seeing about 72 inches.
Okay, so you had said about 6 feet.
It's
And
actually 6
accounting
feet?
For, if you were to measure between the metal portions that we see here.
He's all
Where-
excited now. He got it right. I can do this.
Somewhere in the middle between these.
My wife always told me I was wrong.
Mom, I got it. Oh, they're going to touch fingers. Oh.
Yeah, hold on.
Just the
what's
tip of the finger.
Yeah.
What's the goal of the size of this landing?
okay,
I guess
they're just
establishing
experimenting.
distance.
Like 67 to me.
It looks
And
like
that would be one of the-
57 to
one of
me.
the edges. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the chance, excuse me, to determine whether that area is a perfect square or if it's
a perfect
rectangle?
square?
I did not measure it to see what
Is
it's
this geometry?
No, they're like bidding on a construction project.
I guess they're trying to establish the distance that the victim was from the shooter. We get to say victim in this court.
Now,
hippies.
Joe's over here trying to dox his
He's
baby.
like, shut that effing kid up.
at the scene, there was
I'm
some
gonna send
clothing
you a
that
cease
was
and desist, Joe.
recovered,
Send one to the baby.
Let me
just
be more
as
specific.
effective.
Mr. Clearman's body.
He grabs the pillow.
So at the scene, Mr. Clearman's body was from the scene. Mr. Clearman's body was transported by the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner to their office. And I did not take any clothing from Mr. Clearman's person at the scene.
All right, so you had no actual role in those items of evidence that may have been retrieved from Mr.
I
Clearman.
warned that kid once before.
Now, I want to go back to some of the other exhibits that you saw.
Squizgar says 2 15/16 inch blade, 6 3/4 overall, but then he corrected it 3 3/4 inch blade, 8 3/8 inch overall.
Example.
So basically, the blade is like Goldman length.
But usually they'll make the blades travel legal, in terms of
Right
length.
here. You had testified about this. Can you just briefly refresh our memory what that is?
This is just a scene photograph based on the evidence markers being stacked the way they are. It would have been at the beginning of the scene investigation because they haven't been placed anywhere.
And there's some lighting that is being employed to illuminate that area, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us what kind of lighting is used in these situations?
Shitty lighting.
A flash from a camera flash.
What kind of camera is that? Is that specifically meant to photograph in the dark?
Yes.
I don't know.
It's a
I didn't
specific
take the
dark camera.
photographs or use
That's
the
what a
camera.
flash does. Like
The camera was used.
And right here in Exhibit 7, there's also a camera flash that's being used to show the staircase, right?
Yes, there's some.
Now, you were there that night, and so the staircase was very dark, right?
It wasn't illuminated. There wasn't any lighting going up and down the staircases. And it was already after about 8 p.m. that day.
Okay. So it was dark?
Yes.
Just a few more questions, Councilor Owens, if I-
So they've established that it's dark and that the landing is 6 feet, and that's that there was a White Claw in the passenger or the rear driver's side. By the way, that is technically a civil fine, $100.
I believe I used a
What-
flashlight.
no,
at some
what-
point
if
during
it's
that
unopened?
investigation.
No, if it's open, it looked open.
I don't think they established it was open. What's up, Ian?
Oh, I just thought I'd just pop in. I don't know much about this, but that puts me on par with law and crime. So
And this is going to be the scene sketch, or maybe a map to be more specific. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how this map was produced or what was used?
Yes. Google Maps. It's a screen captured image of a Google map of that intersection.
Okay. So it's a Google map. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now this map right here, this is specific to what we saw in the video. Is that right?
It's specific to the video, the scene investigation. Yes.
And it's generally
What I'm trying to
specific.
say is that map depicts the locations of what we saw in video number 1 and video number 2 just now, right?
Yeah.
Now, there
This
was.
attorney asked really
based on what you
shittily formatted
testified,
questions.
An earlier incident that was right before what we saw on video number 1, which was the punch, right?
Yes.
You weren't able to determine where that occurred, right?
No, it occurred near the intersection of Brady Street and Holmes Street.
I'm talking, okay, so let me be more specific. I was just referring to the previous incident before the punch, right?
Oh, I misunderstood you. I thought you were referring specifically to the punch that we watched on video. I apologize.
No, I'm talking about what occurred before that.
Okay.
Right? You were aware that there was an incident that occurred before that, right?
Yes.
Okay, you had learned that in the investigation when you were there on the ground.
I was briefed during the scene investigation that there was something that happened prior to the punch and prior to the shooting.
So when was this map drawn up?
He doesn't know that.
Or
I
maybe
mean,
more specifically, if it was taken from Google, when was that extracted from Google?
Let me check the satellite, bro.
This specific Google image map would
9/22,
have
2020 at 7:48 p.m.
been within the past week in preparation for trial.
Okay.
But the photo timing is right there. It's on the bottom left
So,
side. You can
When
see
it
it.
comes time to investigating a case, right? Like when an incident occurs, your office or the department, they do the scene sketch, right?
Yes.
What other tools do they use to kind of understand the entire area that's at issue?
Well, being physically present, observing that scene, outside of satellite overhead images, I'm not sure I fully understand your question about understanding the scene as you're there.
The question was a little
Frustrated
vague.
with the
I'm gonna take it
lawyer.
up tomorrow. Detective, you can step down. It's 4:55. We're going to break for today. For the jury, you've heard the rules and regulations, so to speak, related to the trial. As I asked you yesterday, I'm going to ask again that you not watch any TV or any reports about this case over the
Or Riccata Law.
No Nick Riccata.
I'm sure
Don't
there
watch
will
Nick
be
Riccata tonight.
coverage of the case. Please don't watch or view any.
Sure, there will be
reporting,
coverage.
on
There
any
is. Don't
news
worry, Judge. I
station
got
or
you.
Facebook. Or
keep in
YouTube.
mind the only royal license issued for coverage of this
No.
trial is to law and crime.
If any jurors are watching us later, just turn us off now.
Two,
and
please
we will-
don't deliberate this
Actually,
case. Don't discuss it among yourselves. Please don't discuss anything with your family, your friends, relatives.
And Riccata Media, you
Anything
sleep with
might
the
want to
fishes.
discuss about this case is off limits. So don't discuss anything about what you've heard in evidence. Again, the lawyers, the
Gonna
witnesses,
make Riccata
myself,
an offer he can't
conversation about this
refuse.
case whatsoever. Again, importantly, don't do any research.
I can't wait
either.
till this judge gets
Don't look
home,
things up.
grabs a
Don't
beer,
research
sits down, and turns on the
terms or
stream.
Anything related to this case,
Kisses Riccata in the lips and says, I know it was you, Fredo.
I'm gonna try to start tomorrow between 8:30 and 8:45 at the latest. So I'm gonna ask
Oh,
you to be back
shit.
here on 8:15
That's
or
early.
8:20. My bailiff
Okay.
will escort you out, explain to you where you need to be back here in my jury room for tomorrow. Please be back, as I said, about 8:15 or 8:20. I don't have anything else on my calendar tomorrow or Friday, so we'll devote all of the next 2 days to witness
Try to get
testimony.
this crap
If you have any
done.
questions that my bailiff know on the way out, otherwise we'll see you tomorrow around 8:15 or 8:20. Everybody else can remain seated until the jury leaves, please.
Kind of curious if he's going to have any discussion after the jury leaves about the media coverage. So we'll hang out for just a second with Judge Grumpy. And
If I'm still trying this case on Monday, you bastards are gonna pay.
I've already had my boys drop a dossier on each one of your families.
So I probably missed the main discussion, but Law and Crime has a lot of salt out there.
They're very angry. They sent me a cease and desist. Oh,
Did
there
they
it goes.
seriously?
Yes, they did.
Oh, wow.
Or that might just be mine again. Let's see. Bronca, is yours doing the same thing?
Mine is spinning. Yeah.
Okay. So they cut the feed, it looks
Okay.
like. So I'll pull it off. If it happens to pick up, I'll bring it back. But
Well, that was
looks like
way
it's-
more eventful than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, this is going to be a much better trial than the Halderson one.
Yeah, Halderson is slow. It is slow, and they're being overly methodical. And the problem, I mean, what it's showing is that Halderson does not have. They have a big problem that they're trying to overcome, and the problem in Halderson is that they can't put him in the same location as the parents when they allegedly die, because they don't actually know when the parents die. So that's their big problem. So that's why they're over-ringing that case. They have to try and convince the jury that he did kill them, but they have to do it all based on evidence that isn't as obvious until you put it all together.
Mhm.
But yeah, there was one more big chat that I'll read. I'll get to the rest of them in just a second, but we can have a little discussion before that. John says, could you tell Joe that this is not a musical, so please stop playing the nose flute?
What the hell?
Your breathing was a little whistly earlier. It's okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I
This
do.
is all lies.
He's just a fiddler on the stream.
Just snorted a kazoo.
I see what you did there. I see.
But yes, so I'm not going to do a cold read of the letter right now, because it is pretty dense. I have already sent a preliminary response to their attorney. I'll read that to you.
Nuts.
Go
Is it
fuck yourself.
I was gonna say 2-word response. The second word is off.
He sent me the DM on Twitter with the cease and desist, as well as the email. And so my response was, oh, don't worry, I got the email. I suspect you know exactly what the cease and desist is worth. I respect that you need to do what your client requests. I trust you've properly advised them on the wisdom of this approach. I'll respond accordingly before the deadline, I assure you. So that's my response.
That's a
that
very
guy,
classy response.
that guy needs to do what his client asks. And if he has any sense about him to what he's being asked to do, he's told him, I don't know if this is a good idea. I don't know if you want to do this, but tonight will be an education in fair use, especially of public broadcasts. And that'll be, or broadcasts of public events like trials that are government record anyway. So we'll do that. It should be fun. I might get inebriated while I do it.
When are you doing that,
I may actually have a law and crime stream up on the show. I haven't decided yet what affectations we'll do, but that'll be at 11 p.m. Central Time tonight here on the channel. I had other things I was going to cover, but this just is so much.
That just
more fun.
rises to the top like so much cream.
it merits an immediate response. So that's what's going on. But as for this trial, I think so far it's moving quickly. It's going well. This judge is really pissed off that this isn't going to be done by Friday. That seems apparent to me. He was hoping this is going to be done this week, and now it's going to go into next week. And I don't know what the judge is actually thinking, but to me, for my dollar, I would be very annoyed with the defense attorney's really terribly formatted questions.
No, they're just stumbling around. I mean, it's it's awful. Actually,
I think that's why he cut him off. He was like, this is a waste of our time. Let's get out of here. It's more important that I go to sleep.
Yeah. You're not going to figure out what question you want to ask in the next 5 minutes. So we're done. We're done here.
Can you tell me what this picture says? How many inches on this picture, on this blurry picture? Because this is really important and information we could not get unless we asked you.
Yeah. Again, all of this could be easily established in the defense's case in chief by them having any investigator go out to the scene and just measure this stuff out on their own. They could have done that, but they did not. So, I don't know. What are you guys thinking? Any surprises so far in this case?
That the defense didn't hire Sheriff Feasey is the only surprise I have.
The White Claw, I don't know if they established it was open. It looked like it was open to me.
I didn't see whether it was open or not. Did they say it was open?
I don't know. I don't think they actually said.
Okay, but let's attack the White Claw defense here.
Yeah.
All right. So this guy looks like a big guy. And look, I've had, more than my enough boozy brunches with fellow attorneys, and I've seen many a white girl get wasted. And it takes more than one White Claw to inebriate a grown adult man. I'm just saying, if you are at least 6 feet tall, even if you're a manlet at 5'6", I don't think one White Claw is going to push anybody over the edge.
But I think we know he was drunk, right? They did a blood alcohol as part of the
he was
medical
drunk for sure.
examination. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a 0.12.
Right.
Okay, well, never mind.
But the White Claw is on the driver's side rear of the car. He's in the front passenger seat and she's in the front driver's seat. And it's in the little door thing. Like, that's
not readily accessible. Really.
Yeah, that's a difficult. It is a ticket in Wisconsin. I checked. It's $100 ticket to have an open container in a passenger area that is not accessible to the driver, other than like you can have an open container in the trunk, but pretty much anywhere else in the car, it's going to be $100 ticket if they want to do something with that.
Even if it's
Wouldn't that likely be on the wife anyway, though, if she's the driver?
Yeah, and it's also Wisconsin. Like, I know these things technically don't matter, but if they search a car for liquor in Wisconsin and the worst thing they find is a White Claw, like, this is Wisconsin. I don't know how else to say it.
They're
so
like,
it's
technically this is a ticket, but
So it says, Wisconsin law prohibits any person from possessing or consuming an alcoholic beverage in a privately owned vehicle if the beverage is open or has a broken seal, or the contents of the beverage have been partially removed. The prohibition is applicable to everyone inside the car, the driver and passengers, and to all vehicles located on public highways. So any fermented beverage, wine, or intoxicating liquor. Uniquely in Wisconsin, the open container restriction also applies to containers of nitrous oxide. So if you're doing
open containers of nitrous oxide, I mean, curious.
So there are areas of the vehicle that are exceptions. Wisconsin's open container laws are intended to apply to the passenger areas of the vehicle, including the glove and utility compartments. The open container restrictions aren't applicable to items in the trunk of the car or to areas inaccessible to the driver or passengers if the car doesn't have a trunk. So that only seems to apply if there is not a trunk. But so, I mean, in this case, it's $100 fine, no jail time. It's a civil violation. I don't know what purpose. Why didn't you do this? They seem to be taking what I think is a terrible approach. They seem to be taking the Milwaukee police are in on this, burying this guy. There's a conspiracy against the defendant, which, I mean, I guess.
For not writing him $100 ticket?
Well, it's this. There's allegedly some footage from one of the poll cams that wasn't disclosed.
Systemic racism. I mean, come on. This is the Derek Chauvin Police Department. So,
there's 5 hours of investigation body cam footage that they weren't provided. Not that has anything to do with the murder charge, but all of this stuff seems to be adding up to me. And maybe you guys see it differently, but to me, it looks like they're pulling there's a conspiracy against our client. And to me, if you're going to try that, if you're going to swing, you better swing for the fences and it better be solid. And I don't know that they're there yet. So,
well,
it's kind of the OJ defense, right?
It is. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's the OJ defense.
And if they're able to get enough of the woke train on it and enough media covering it from that angle, then maybe they can, drum this up to at least get one person to hang the jury.
And they're working that. I mean, they're working the social media stuff. I see news reports that the judge should recuse himself because he's a horrible racist or something without evidence of something. So somebody is pulling some social media levers, not with the expertise of a Benjamin Crump, but everyone starts in AAA, right?
Have you ever seen Ben Crump try a case? Who knows if he's
no. He doesn't try cases.
Yeah,
that's not his job.
They apply pressure and then negotiate very lucrative settlements for the deceased's families.
And he's partnered with a very sophisticated PR firm. I forget their name, but he has been since the Zimmerman days.
Eugene says, so if Chandler does not enter plea of insanity, nobody else can. This guy has obviously more diagnosable conditions than the average furry has pronouns in Twitter bio. Now, again, insanity. The insanity plea it's a motion for a finding of insanity. You have to have you have to have findings that are factually supported by professionals, and then the judge has to determine that the person is legally insane. It's not a jury question. So that didn't happen in this case, or if it did, they determined that he was fit to stand trial. And insanity is often misunderstood. It's merely the distinction of the ability to discern right from wrong, typically in a criminal context. Is the person aware that what they're doing is wrong? Even if they think they're murdering Hitler, for example, if they can conceive that murder is incorrect, they're still typically on the hook and not considered legally insane for the purposes of a murder. Can they manifest the intent to murder even if the person they think they're murdering is not the person that they are killing? So
I think nationally there's 3 different standards for what classifies as being criminally insane. Or being able to rely on insanity defense, and one of them is, you're correct. I'm actually trying to pull up Wisconsin law to figure out what their standard is, because it really varies dramatically from one jurisdiction to another.
I mean, the standard is close to, you have to believe the person you're killing is actually a Martian. They're not a human being, so you're not committing a murder. I mean, you can't just be killing a different person or killing a person because you think you have a special reason to kill a person. You still know you're killing a person. Then.
That's the Wisconsin standard? Because I know
I'm just speaking generally.
Yeah, and someone mentioned he chopped up and hid the bodies, so he knew what he was doing was wrong. So probably not criminally insane. That's a strong indicator.
Hungry.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. That's my theory. The eating, the delicious.
I mean, he cooked it, so he might as well eat it, right?
I'm just saying. If you're gonna cook them, and then you're gonna cut them up and cook
with
them,
the girlfriend,
you got to take a bite or two.
Nice Chianti.
You got to try it, right? You got to try it at least. You're already this far. Come on, what are you waiting for at that point? But yeah, so that's that's that one. Oh my goodness. Well, I've got a couple super chats to read. I actually am relatively caught up on this one, so it won't take too long to get through them. But if there's anything else that you guys want to discuss, I'm happy to do so before I get in and finish these up and then wrap up the show.
Yeah, I'm confirming you're accurate with respect specifically to Wisconsin. That's a functionality test of the ability to discern between right and wrong. So once the state can establish that you can determine between right and wrong, you no longer can rely on insanity as a defense.
Yeah. And Chandler, I mean, this is a guy who lied constantly to convince people of the right thing while he was doing the wrong thing. I mean, it would be a really tough one for him. It's a very the whole theory of the case is a very sophisticated criminal act just pulled off with some blunders. So
yeah, I mean, it's like that. What was the case with the woman who ran the biotech company, the diagnostics company?
Elizabeth Holmes.
Right. It's like her, part of her defense was, well, she didn't know. Things didn't work. Things weren't going right. And then there's this very lengthy track record of all the efforts she made to cover up the fact that things were going south. I mean, when you have that kind of evidentiary train going on for long periods of time, and then at the end you try to claim you didn't know what was going on, you didn't know what was wrong, it doesn't come across as particularly credible.
Yeah, precisely. Okay. Stug says, technically, EFAP's Batwoman, etc. viewings are shorter. They cut them up heavily just for the funny bits they say in their commentary at the end. Well, if they're cutting them up heavily, I mean, you're treading extremely close to fair use just on the matter of cutting them up. But adding the commentary again, commentary, criticism, parody, these are quintessential elements of fair use. And the question is merely, did they do enough to transform it into a new work? But again, cutting down an episode into segments or clips of some major property is, unless they get just like the twist of an M. Night Shyamalan movie, they're going to be on pretty stable ground, and adding the commentary is gravy on top of it. Mm-hmm. Super Iron Bob says, Georgia's Supreme Court issued a ruling today that the refusal to provide a breathalyzer is covered by the Fifth and cannot be used as evidence of guilt. Oh, there you go. Huh. I wonder if that's a field test breathalyzer or an intoxilizer that takes place at the actual station. There is a difference there. Usually, in a lot of states, you can refuse the field testing but you will be forced to submit to either blood or breath or urine testing, at the booking center or at a hospital.
But of course, they were convicting people of DWI long before they had breathalyzer tests. I mean, the field test is adequate.
Right. Ian McCarter says you have to braise or confit your parents, you Philistines. Too tough otherwise. Ovid says we all know they made tacos. Oh, that's rude. Little Restraint says, hey, Snout Boy, you're my favorite YouTuber. What paints do you use? Vallejo, I hope. No, these are Army Painter. I've heard Vallejo is really good, but these are Army Painter paints. And do you do any airbrushing? Not yet. Keep up the great work. I want to learn how to use an airbrush and get one, but I need to set aside more time for painting, honestly. SoCal Patriot says, I want to hear this judge say, I reckon I feel all right. Trashman says he's so angry because he's stuck in Milwaukee. I'd be angry too. Also, jury yesterday was dismissed because of court camera showing some of the jury. Correct. Idaho Plumber says, isn't it weird to seat the defendant right behind the prosecutors?
I didn't think that was weird. I thought it was weird that they're facing the jury rather than facing the judge. Normally, it's common to see the defense sitting behind the prosecutors. They're always going to seat the prosecutor, whoever's the burden of proof. They seat them near the jury. It's considered one of the advantages that they give to the party that has the burden of proof. So the state is always going to sit closer to the jury. But I did think the setting was kind of strange that they're facing the jury and the judge is off to the I've never seen that before. Have you guys seen that?
They're like at a 45 between the two, right? It's like if you look left a little bit, you see the judge. Layout. If you look right to a little bit, you see the jury. I don't
It
like
probably
it.
has some like convoluted Rona logic, and then it just doesn't work or make sense.
I mean, it doesn't look like a real courtroom, really. I mean, the judge's bench looks kind of normal, but the attorney's tables, they look like wedding tables. They put those little cloth curtains around. I mean,
it's similar to Potter, except the Potter one was laid out where the attorneys were facing the jury the entire time and the judge was off to the side. So that was kind of weird too. But in this one, what bothers me is if you needed to look at the opposing counsel as the prosecutor, you'd have to like crane your neck and look back. And as the defense, you can't see the prosecution table at all, which it's not a big deal. It's just weird because normally it's just you look to the side and you see opposing counsel. I mean,
Nick, we have, to be fair, we have no idea how the jury is set up. So we have no idea what the spacing is there, like how much they're putting between jury members. So, I mean, maybe the jury box takes up 3/4 of the room. We don't know.
Right. Yeah, it could. I mean, it just looks off. COVID has changed so much about how we do things is the main thing. Idaho Plum. Wait, JJ says use F11 to full screen the window. Thanks for the tip. I saw that live. It was very helpful. Ronald Osherov says didn't expect to see Neil Gorsuch on the bench.
That drama is hilarious.
Jeffrey Grayjack says I am watching it on Law and Crime. Jonathan Tolbert says havoc. Secret Squaff says guilty or not. Hopefully this race baiting lawyer hole doesn't muddy the waters too much. Not applicable says all I learned is that his name is Lamar. Chris Anderson says defense opening is just a fluffy word salad. Hipoopy says at the mention of MLK, I am annoyed. If I'm on the jury, I have decided the verdict is guilty. I think he mentioned MLK, but then which I was initially like, but then he didn't really go too far into it. He used a quote about justice, not about race, and then he pulled back pretty quickly from it. So
you saw the expression on their faces.
Yeah, probably. To me, that was invoking Martin Luther King in a trial where you just shot someone in the head. I don't know if that's the boldest or the smartest.
It's a bold move, Cotton.
Yeah. The end is near. Beware says judge demeanor and attitude same as my cousin Vinny Judge. Logan Cisco, welcome to super lawyer status. Much appreciated. Robert Gorachanez says his wife made no effort to pack her husband's brains back into his skull. Obviously, she wanted him dead. The Real Hydro PX says you white people better take your country back. Well, that's bold.
Okay.
Kyle Bogue says the wife never tried to put pressure on the wound. He was shot in the face. Reach. Mawman says Colin Ferguson style defense. Black Rage. Brad Allen says you're gonna learn today. Ryan Bibb says, if the knife was pulled from a pocket, isn't that proof it wasn't drawn during the actual incident? That's what I would argue. However, the defense is going to argue that the wife put it into the pocket, that she planted it. And we saw that there was some effectiveness to that as the prosecution asked how deep down the knife was in the pocket. Like, it was like way in there, wasn't it? It was like deep in the pocket, right? Right.
Like
When you
6
grabbed
inches.
it. Yeah. I mean, it was like stuck. You know, when you get a piece of like pocket thread stuck around something, you pull on it and stuck on that's what it was happening, right? Like a keychain.
I'm still surprised that neither side asked about the fingerprints on it to find out. Look, if you're the state, you want to prove that the wife's prints are not on the knife, and if you're the defense, you want to raise reasonable doubt by showing that she has handled the knife. So for all we know, she clawed it out of his dead hand and shoved it in his pocket.
I don't think the state wants to spend too much time on the knife at all. I mean, they want to acknowledge that it's there because they want to head off the defense, but the defense is going to spend time on that knife in their case. I would assume they're going to be talking a lot about it because they've got to get to deadly force. And so I think the state wants to acknowledge it and say, yeah, I was in a pocket. I mean, people carry knives in their pockets and move on with it. That's my thought. And if you're fingerprinting it and you're like, oh man, you're bringing a lot of attention to it. But I'm not a prosecutor, so I don't know. That's just my thought.
If her prints aren't on it, don't you think that would help? That just that buries the whole claim that she pulled it out of his dead hand and put it in his pocket.
No, prints don't always stick. I mean,
it's a weird theory to begin with, though. I mean, there's a lot of just fundamental issues with that theory that make it not very credible.
Yeah, I just as soon let it go because I don't think anybody. Again, the whole idea is that the wife comes up to her brain falling out husband and her first instinct is to grab the knife and shove it into his pocket to own the shooter. Like that's the idea. I think a jury's going to have a hard time bothering that or buying that too.
I mean, that's what Jackie Kennedy did.
Well, and in fact, on a meta level, this whole everybody's out to get me mentality shows why he was trigger happy and pulled the trigger in a situation in which he probably did not need to pull the trigger. It's in a subtle way evincing this.
Yeah. Mike says, we watched Canterbury for 127 hours and just left the rest there behind. Wasn't 127 hours. Is that a James Franco movie joke?
Yes.
Whaley says the evidence will actually show that Edgecomb was on his bike, then got off to confront his victim on foot rather than continue on his bike. Now, Edgecomb may have been taking his bike down the steps. Maybe that was the plan. And it's not a bad strategy if he was trying to get away from a car to go down some steps to a different area that the car wouldn't be able to follow and proceed on the bike after that. But I don't know if that was his motive. That's what I would say it was. 68 SPC says, I'm surprised he didn't whip it out to show what 6 inches looks like. This guy is quite the character. Xanothium 15 says, didn't know binging with Babish was the prosecutor. Al Fiver says, the detective sounds like Natasha Fatale from Rocky and Bullwinkle. The Eastern European detective.
Yes.
Moose and Squirtle. Morgan Babcock says, so he's taking the Chewbacca stance. Koi 540 says, I desperately hope the judge halts this trial, stares deeply into the camera and says, Ricada, you drunk jagoff, turn off your stream. Catherine Ruck says, did you know that the opossum is the only marsupial outside of Australia and is only found in North America?
America.
I didn't. I thought Tasmanian devils were.
They're dead now.
Oh, are they?
Almost.
Okay. Are those Australian though, or I thought those were
Tasmania is part of Australia.
Oh, okay. Shit.
It's an
I was
island.
thinking of Tanzania or something.
Both colonized by the British. That's your fun fact.
G says, are we sure that Chandler is not Edgecomb? Well, he didn't stop and take a bite of the brain. So he's not Edgecomb, and he's not and Edgecomb is also not Reza Aslan. President-elect Four Doors More Horse says Canterbury Googled Peter Kupaza for dinner reading. Tina Collette says, I worked in a factory in Wisconsin in 1997. We lost a whole shift to an immigration raid. Charlie Eckert says, Mid-Eastern restaurant with hookah and belly dancers. Oh, is that Casablanca? Is that what that is? Oh, I love those places. John says, hey, Korea guy. I used to work at Samsung in Seoul for GC. How do you find Korean culture, given you seem to be a bit of a hillbilly?
I laughed at that one in the chat. I'm like, I don't know what about living in Miami, Las Vegas. Like, I don't know about what about that makes me a hillbilly. I own guns, I guess. But I love it, actually. It fits very well with my lifestyle, which is why I'm staying.
I don't like the influence that Korea's been on Legal Mindset. I have to say, no, I'm going to point this out.
I slide into degeneracy.
I know I got to get this off my chest here because
Okay,
I've been holding this inside for the last several hours.
Hold on, let me get a
Okay.
cookie here.
Here goes
you got your
monetization.
cookie.
It's gone.
No. So I was the first one, I think, from all of LawTube to actually meet Legal Mindset on my channel. Brought him onto my channel. No one had ever heard of this guy. We had a great conversation. Dude was really based. We had a really good time. And then then he goes to Korea, joins LawTube, and I was like, dude, I haven't had you on my channel in ages. Why don't you come on? He's like, sure, I can do this like 3 weeks from next Thursday. I was like, all right, fine. I'll put you down for then. Usually I'm like 2 days in advance. So I put him down for there. Then the day of, he cancels, backs out on me. He's like, hey, can we reschedule this for Saturday night at 10? I'm like, sure. I'm always doing 10. I don't care. I'll figure it out. I'll cover it. Saturday, and then he comes back to me on Saturday. He's like, so what time are we supposed to be doing this? I'm like, dude, we're doing this in 3 hours. Like, what are you talking about? So he's like, oh, because, I sort of have my own stream at 10 o'clock. So can I come on like an hour and a half later? So I was like, so wait, not only are you bailing on me, you're actually competing with me. You're bailing and competing with me. I'm like,
Yes.
Seriously, dude? Seriously? So yeah, I just want to say the old Legal Mindset, the old Andrew, before he moved into his penthouse bathroom there, his posh living conditions. So he would have been like, he's going to stick to his word and stuff like that. Now all of a sudden the guy's like, promise me, I'm telling him, hey, I'm getting this really cool guy. You probably never heard of him. No, he's got like 7 subscribers called Legal Mindset. And everyone's like, oh, this is going to be really cool. And does he ever come back to me and say, Joe, I'm really sorry, let me make... No. I see him just every time dancing on Ricada, making his whimsical humor out there, being all clever, all funny, and nothing. Let's pretend that didn't happen. So I'm just going to say, I think you let your rise in success there just go to your head, or it's the Korean environment or something. I had to get this off my chest and just ask you, do you think maybe is it Korea? Is it this sudden fame that you have? What happened? We had a relationship, brother. We had a relationship, you and me. I want to know what happened. Did I offend you? Did I hurt you? Was it something I said or did? Please let me know.
Now we've got Joe going off about the Korean agenda. Joe, you got to stop with these agendas.
I think
That's not Korean agenda.
I think what it is he's really going to just change his name to Good Law in Crime Plus. The level of salt there. I feel like that's cease and desist.
I
wow.
gotta send Nick McKay assistant from having Legal Mindset on. This is totally wrong.
I love you, Joe.
Goodness gracious. Blue-eyed Roof Curry in the base says, immigration lawyers abuse loopholes and burden taxpayers. Something must deter their criminality. Let Edgecomb set an example of what awaits bad acts. Damn. Sushi Vu says, current case in mind, I'd still recommend Brady and Water Street if you're ever in Wisconsin. Cool area with lots of restaurants, shopping, and bars. To answer your question, Casablanca is a hookah bar with belly dancers. Trashman says, I think the wife in this will be like the girlfriend in Canterbury implication-wise. It's a question how much she is since the wife drove towards him after the punch. Lisa Ann Flint, and she did drive towards him after the punch, and if he had drawn and shot while she was driving towards him, maybe there'd be a different case. But that was over. That's part of the problem with all of this stuff. Lee Ann Flynn says, Cheesehead here. Casablanca on Brady has been there for decades and is well known for Mediterranean food, hookah, and belly dancers. Brady Street is also popular. Sage V says, we read that one. Kelly R says, what woman would jump out of her car when some thug just point blank shot her husband? This one. Morgan Babcock says, as someone who uses hard R's when playing video games and driving, I have never once said it to or about someone who is black. Jonathan Duger says, plot twist. The wife wanted dark meat. That's why she didn't render aid. She was actually happy when her husband was made unalive. Jensen Zeiger says, defense. So how do you know the wife put the knife bag in his pocket? Witness. Well, she forgot to fold it when putting it back. Also, the A is long. I is mostly silent. We say it wrong. So Jensen Zager. There you go. Lull says, why do you hate your Discord? It's probably badass. How much to get in your Discord? I don't want a locals. May I send you another stupid chat to pay for it? No, it's locals is the way. And it's too much management. Andrew mentioned this earlier. Every administrative step that's added is like, it is a colossal amount of attention. It doesn't seem like it until every different thing you're on has notifications and maintenance and updates and
all the settings are
stream
different.
keys.
And you always realize
then-
2 hours later, you forgot to do this or do that or do the other thing. And then 10 o'clock at night, you're going back on to fix stuff. And it's not worth it.
It's
yeah, and then we've got to, on top of that, find topics for you guys, and I don't know, be competent in speaking about them. I don't know, something like that.
Well, we don't all have to be competent.
Okay,
be
we're not
fair.
law and crime here, but I mean, I'm just saying.
To be fair. Okay. Medicare's Lunicorn Archive says, respond to law and crime with a seethe and decease letter. New dislike button says, someone make a Lord of the Rings meme with Isildur and Elrond of law and crime yelling at Nick to let go of the stream and destroy it. Nick responding no. Patrick Allen says, trying to troll law and crime, but don't think referring to Nick R is the best plan of action. Peter says, read us a cease and desist. It will be more relevant to the case than whatever is happening here. That was during the cross-exam of that detective. Agrilith says, why is law and crime run by a bunch of Karens? I don't know. I really don't. Tim Bionda says, 5 because Joe mentioned Charlie Day. Long live IASIP. It's always sunny in Philadelphia. Yeah.
Love it.
JP and JC says, what if everyone didn't waive their right to a speedy trial? Wouldn't that clog the system, reduce BS cases and charges? Why don't more lawyers roll these dice? Because a lot of times your client's guilty. And so you waive the right to a speedy trial because you want it to take like a year and a half, 2 years. Let them have some time to get things in order before they go to prison.
And sometimes witnesses get shot and killed in the interval, and you should get a chance to shake the box a little bit.
Yeah.
Things get
I would
lost.
say in Minnesota, there's, depending on the type of case, if you got a petty drug possession charge, you may want a speedy trial because the forensics lab is backed up. And so they might not be able to get the test results back on whether or not that was actually meth in time for your trial. And then you can win. So in time for your contested omnibus hearing, and then you can win. Although sometimes they'll just put a rush on it too. So you never know. It's a roll, but it's a roll of the dice that could win for you.
In Massachusetts, for like a decade, they just made the results up. Literally, for a decade, they suddenly discovered that the person in charge was just making crap up.
That's amazing. Brian says Joe has like 30 monitors of varying size to watch all of LawTube at all times. Multiple phone rings in his rigs in his car. This is why always the echo. Keeping an eye on everyone's social blade. Getting upset AF. Law and crime op-ed soon. Quicks DC 614 says, can you stream your own trial? Asking for a friend. You gotta ask permission from the child. Base Crocodile says, look up the gluttonous Titan, your doppelganger. SFA Jack, welcome to Paralegal Status. Very happy to have you. Ola Kyle says, can Halderson use the fair use defense since he heavily cut up the original?
Oh my God.
Oh, okay. That was good. The Devil's Advocate says, fact, law of self-defense has, the battery's out. I hate everything.
The joke killed it. That was it. That was it.
I hate everything.
Boomer.
Devil's Advocate says, fact, law of self-defense has a resting face like Uncle Fester. Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong. Janet Morgan says, doesn't seem like self-defense if he shot the guy in the face at that distance. That's one of the problems they've got to overcome. Dante Wrong says, Joe whines constantly like he's a 5-year-old girl. Damn, that was harsh. Georges Rex says, ask Joe about the forced tipping agenda. Yeah, Joe, you want to talk about forced tipping? Like at restaurants?
Yeah, no, I was saying that was the start of PC culture when they basically started saying that it's not gratuity anymore, but it's part of your fee, which basically that was bad for society in general. That it's better if you actually look into yourself and say, how much do I want to give this person based on the level of service I got, which is a gratuity, as opposed to saying this is what you must give and it's part of your fee. So we no longer have gratuities anymore, but that politeness became mandatory, where you now are obligated to display that politeness, and it's not even politeness anymore. It's just this is a charge. This is part of your charge, and that's not a healthy thing for society. That was my point.
And that's not for
Okay,
me.
Steve Buscemi. Okay, Mr. Pink.
that I love that part of the movie. It's so great.
I'm fixing my camera. Just take a second. Next, on to Odyssey chats. Just a couple left. Great US says, if you read the $3, it was COVID, Dick. I'll wait 3 hours to see if you read this. You actually waited 7 hours, not 3, to see if I read it. Let's see, to see if you read this one. As yesterday, the $3.25 tip we're on a clean slate. 2, as for Odyssey tip placement, talk to your peeps here. Great US says, the other tip that might have been missed was eating aborted fetus in Southeast China. I not hear it, but I was distracted. I read that one. I did read that one. Great US says, fuck, I not remember hearing Crenshaw tip either. FUT. Apologies if you did read and not hear it for some reason. Thanks for posting poll, but it's not showing results properly. First time ever. Also, strawpoll.me, popular for Twitch users. Man, shrugging. Yeah, it's all extra stuff. Mark Gee says, no shit, Army Chad made watching this trial worth it. That was for the oh my God. Okay, there we go. We should be good now. Yeah, the Army witness was all 8 hours yesterday boiled down to like 30 minutes of goodness for the Army, the former Army guy who had given the gun to Chandler Halderson. Other than that trial is so slow. Great US says, Golden Corral LLC. I spit out water I was drinking at that moment. Well done on timing. Great. I can't believe you said that, but I'm happy you did. Great US says, God damn it, Nick. We have full-blown JM chat fight for over 10 minutes and you not notice yet. JM chat fight.
Jack Murphy.
Oh, Jack Murphy chat fight. Okay. Great US says, FYI, Nikki, Viva, and Barnes were asked to be in the legal group to clear up the Rumble terms of service to make it less vague and more free. Cool. Good for them. And then that's the chats, man. I'm pretty much ready to wrap up with almost 9 hours of streaming so far. So any of you guys want to say anything? Now is the time. I think I've got you all in the description. I do.
Yeah, I'm going to urge you all, please make sure you subscribe to Legal Mindset. He does great work. Phenomenal work. He's very smart. He's very based. And yeah, and he really needs the assistance. So please do whatever you can to make sure you subscribe.
I'm a very special child. The bus I ride is very short. But if you want to know about somebody who really, really, really needs help because he's in a city that definitely needs your support right now, it is Good Logic. I mean, New York, come on. Really need to bail out.
Love you, brother.
Love you too.
Runkle or Andrew, anything? Otherwise, I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know where I'll get the feed from.
So are you officially gonna shift over to doing more of this rather than Canabro? Is that the approach?
Yeah. I want to cut like the Canabro thing. I was dropping in as an interim without starting, from scratch. It's really hard to really get an in-depth grasp on the trial. And so this should be pretty quick. I think it's over Monday or Tuesday is the prediction. Although I may have something on Monday. I've got to see if I can work that out. But we'll see what's up. But yeah, I'm in for covering this one. That's what I'm up to. I'll probably cover Canabro at night if there's anything super interesting that I see or that people send me.
I think yeah, that's the way I'm gonna try to handle it. Is just kind of the highlights and the clips from Canabro. I know I'm going on with Lawyer to talk about it on his channel, and Nick, he's trying to connect with you too.
Yeah, I've got some email exchanges on with him or whatever. So, but yeah, I'd love to have him on. I just been racked up on other stuff that I'm doing. So
But yeah, highlights are always some good way. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for joining the panel. Make sure you check out all of the panelists in the description. You can click on their names. You can go check out their videos. And I really hope that you subscribe and give them some views, because that's what we're all here for, trying to produce content that you guys want to see, give legal commentary and insight to things that we find interesting. And there's so many different things that we're all covering that there's plenty out there for you to find. So thanks for hanging out with us tonight, guys. And thanks to the panel. Hope to see all of you soon.
Good night, guys. Have fun tonight, Nick.
Till next time. Peace.
And it's tonight you're covering.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lethbrook, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now.